You and your whole inbred family, you're all dead.
You don't make deals on my behalf.
I'm not gonna ask you again. Do it!
It's just an opportunity for change.
It seems like prescient satire.
It's almost operatic.
Capitalism survives the apocalypse.
Two gigantic science fiction films at the box office.
It did very little with critics. It was way too ahead of its time.
Have you ever tried liturgical singing?
I don't want to be a cantor.
But as a cantor, you'd make money.
Why is the law allowed to treat people like this?
May you never die until I kill you.
Don't go in there!
A movie is something that's been really handcrafted.
There's really nothing else like it.
It's taken on a life of its own.
Take your meds?
Being a volunteer at YourTV is a really unique experience. In a way, it's a community serving the community. You have people from all different backgrounds coming together, create community programming, and I think that's really amazing.
My name's Josh Bloom.
I'm Colby Barlow.
Hi, I'm David Goyette.
My name's Sam Dickinson.
Hi, I'm Sam Bennett. Bo Horvat.
I'm Brent Othman. I play on the Domino Flyers.
Hi, my name is Porter Martone.
Hi, I'm Hunter Haight.
Michael Dalcool.
I'm Travis Konechny.
Hi, I'm Callum Ritchie.
My name is Beckett Seneca.
Hi, my name's Jacob Chikrin.
Darnell Nurse.
Hey, I'm Danny Shulkin.
My name's Dorian Donovan.
Hi, my name's Henry Muse.
I'm Brent Clark from the Don Mills Flyers.
Hi, my name is Cole Bodwamp.
Jordan Subban.
Hi, I'm Zane Prack.
Jason Dickinson.
Hi, I'm Ben Godger from the North Bay Trappers. I'm a goalie.
Nicholas Ritchie.
Hi, my name's Malcolm Spence.
Hi, I'm Max Domi.
Hi, I'm Ethan Del Mastro.
I'm Dylan Stone from the Toronto Marlboros.
Hi, I'm Mason McTavish.
Jared McCann.
Hi, I'm Francesco Pinelli.
My name is Aaron Ekblad.
I'm Shane Wright from the Don Mills Flyers. I'm a centerman. I'm from Burlington, Ontario.
Hi, I'm Ty Nelson. I play for the Toronto Junior Canadiens.
My name is Quentin Mosti.
My name is Michael Misa. I play for the Mississauga Senators.
Hi, my name's Connor McDavid. I play for the Toronto Marlies. I'm centerman, and I'm from Newmarket, Ontario.
It's another special day for the Ontario Hockey League as we are live from Cogeco headquarters. It's the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. Hi again, everyone. I'm Terry Doyle. Welcome to day 2 as we will go through rounds 4 through 15 of the OHL Priority Selection. We had rounds 1 through 3 on Friday night. Lots to talk about there, and we'll continue on in our broadcast here today. Joining me on the desk here to kick things off in round 4, familiar faces. They're back from last night. Daryl Woodley and Mark McKelvey join us here in studio. Mark and I will be taking you through the entire show today. We'll have many guests joining us in and out, both on the desk and virtually as well. And Daryl, we've had about 10, 11 hours since the end of round 3. What comes to mind when you think back to last night's proceedings?
Yeah, it all seems like a blur. It happens so fast, but you know, the excitement level, you know, you hear from all the kids on social media and everything else. And you know, the day yesterday was exciting, but today is going to be just as exciting for those that didn't get selected yesterday. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. It should be a fun day. Lots of good hockey players still available.
Mark, you got a chance to work the headquarters here last night, both in the studio and around the building, and seeing the players, their families. I'm sure it was a fun night.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, for the new crop of players that are coming into the Ontario Hockey League, this is obviously the starting point, and there's a long way along this journey, but it was capping off another journey. And I think last night, just to see the emotion on the faces of the 3 players we had in studio, plus those all around that were tuning in, waiting to hear their name called, it meant a lot to them, and it's going to mean a lot to those players that are selected here today.
Yeah, certainly big time, and that's the thing. Those of you that you're waiting to hear your name called, for example, you know what, could come up any moment, but it is a case once we say you're chosen, no matter what round it is, you get an opportunity, and the hard work just continues on. We'll take a quick look at what happened in round 1 last night, as there were certainly some very interesting names that were chosen. We heard from some of them over the course of the evening, and it made things for some exciting times over the right off the bat. Of course, Caden McGregor McGregor, chosen there by the Peterborough Petes. He was all smiles, and you know, it just went from right there, right on down the list. So we've got, you know, we'll look back as this show goes along at what happened last night, continue on, and what's going to happen over the course of the morning here is the draft will continue on. The players, you'll see them come up on screen, but we'll have some conversations about the draft, about what's happening in the Ontario Hockey League, OHL players getting set for the National Hockey League entry draft. Many guests talking about many topics, including the Ontario Hockey League playoffs going on as well. But there are always rules. We have to follow the rules when it comes to the OHL draft. So let's look back and give you the recap of how the Ontario Hockey League's priority selection works. It's the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
This is a kind of a moment that they've been thinking about for a long time. It's the next stop in their hockey journey, and you know, we're so proud to be able to welcome new families into the league.
With the first overall pick in the 2025 OHL Priority Selection, the Peterborough Petes select forward Caden McGregor from the Ottawa Valley Titans.
Yeah, I'm speechless. This has been a dream of mine ever since I was a little kid. To hear it finally get called, it's a surreal moment for me and my family.
Forward Yako Wisik from the Sun County Panthers.
And he makes the game seem so easy. He's such a big kid, and he's got soft hands and, you know, great understanding for the game.
Yeah, it's an honor. It's a super special moment.
The Ottawa 67s select forward Brock Chitteroni from the Barrie Junior Colts.
Growing up in a small town, never really thought it would come to being third overall of the Ottawa 67s, but it's awesome.
The Sarnia Sting select forward Brenner Lamans from the Toronto Red Wings.
Yeah, no, it means everything. They've sacrificed so much the last 2 years driving. 2 hours each way to practice.
So 63 picks are in the books here at this 2025 OHL Priority Selection. Round 3 is done. Right back, congratulations to the 63 players who have been chosen, their families, all part of what has helped these players be chosen in the Ontario Hockey League.
Players eligible for selection are those North American players from territorial jurisdiction born between January 1st, 2006 and December 31st, 2009, including those 2009-born players that were carded with a U18 AAA program in the Great North Midget League. The OHL Priority Selection is 15 rounds, with the completed first-round order of selection having been determined through an OHL draft lottery process held on March 26th. Beyond the opening 4 picks, the order of selection is structured in inverse order of the 2024-25 OHL regular season standings. The 2025 OHL Priority Selection will span 2 days, with rounds 1 through 3 held Friday, followed by rounds 4 through 15 on Saturday beginning at 9 a.m. OHL clubs can utilize a maximum of 5 minutes to select a player in the first 3 rounds, and will have a span of 3 minutes to make a selection in the remaining 12 rounds. Each team may utilize 2 timeouts, 1 in the first 5 rounds for a maximum of 2 minutes, and 1 timeout in the remaining rounds for a maximum of 1 minute. There will be short breaks following Friday's first and second rounds, and a 15-minute break at the conclusion of Saturday's 9th round. Teams will make their selection by way of the internet through a specially designed interactive draft day screen. The league will then approve each selection before they appear publicly. Teams will participate in a conference call through Friday's opening 3 rounds and will make their selections audibly before selections will be made digitally during rounds 4 through 15 throughout Saturday's draft show. In addition to following broadcast coverage, fans can track each selection as they appear with live results at OntarioHockeyLeague.com. As always, follow along on social media on X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook.
So there's the scene setter, both recap of last night's opening round and setting the rules as we continue on in this OHL Priority Selection. You see on the side of the screen there the picks that have already been made as we continue right on through, and we can go right through. We've got Guelph, Sudbury, North Bay, and Owen Sound making some choices there. The Sarnia Sting will be on the clock, and as we go through, guys, we're just gonna, the picks will come up, and then people will be able to see and of course follow along online as well, as we'll have some running discussions here. And Daryl, it's going to be interesting. I think even in this 4th round, some players that some teams were probably wondering, oh, round 3, that player might be not available. Oh, wait a minute, here's an opportunity, and we can give a player a chance here. We look Hayden Martin, Owen Leonard, Jax Pereira, Gavin Yin right off the bat.
Yeah, a lot of those kids, a lot of those players some people probably had them on their list for yesterday. So yeah, you're going to see players get selected today that teams would have had on their list in the second and third round. That's just the beauty of the draft. You've got 20 different teams with 20 different views on players, and that's why sometimes, you know, my list would be different than all 20 teams, but they'd be similar, but just little changes here and there. Yeah, you're going to see there's going to be a lot of good players taken here early today.
I'm sure, Mark, for some players, there's probably a sleepless night, either of excitement or suspense for this morning.
I would have to think so. The first player selected in the fourth round was Trevor Shorter, going to the Ottawa 67s. Well, he could have known, what, 12 hours ago, a little less than 10 hours ago, where he was going, but he had to wait a little bit longer, wait for that pick, first one of the fourth round to get selected. But I'm sure it's a little bit of a sigh of relief for some of those players. Other players, you know, maybe weren't expecting to hear their name called in the first 3 rounds. There was probably a few surprises along the way last night, but for some of these players, they're waking up this morning, that anticipation just continuing to build, hoping to see their name pop up on the screen.
I know even attending National Hockey League entry drafts, it's sort of funny to see the last player of the first round and the first player of the next day. It's that player thinking, you know, that one player who thinks, hey, I get an easier night because I was picked, and then, you know, I can sleep easy, or the other side. And it's very interesting to see, you know, that you know, how it plays out, but they get an opportunity one way or the other. Daryl, when do we get to the point, you would think, and maybe put your team hat on, for example, where you start to look at, you veer from your list a little bit because of depth, for example, realizing, okay, we're at this point and maybe we haven't picked as many at this position or that position. Where would you say you'd get into that point?
Yeah, you know, when I was in my days in Barrie, it depends on how many picks you have in those first couple of rounds, but usually rounds 5 and 6 is where you start looking to fill holes. You know, you start looking at your depth chart, saying, oh, we drafted, you know, 2 forwards in the first couple of rounds. Now we got to look at, you know, finding a defenseman that's going to be able to step in a couple of years and help us out. So yeah, I would say that, you know, right now teams are still looking at their list and sticking to it pretty closely. But shortly you'll see teams that'll start fill holes in their depth chart.
And Mark, we see, I think one thing you and I enjoy is seeing these names, and, you know, Gavin Yin, you know, going to Owen Sound, Cole Willard going to Sarnia, 2 names that now we're going to keep an eye out for, calling those games, and I'm sure it's kind of nice. This is like our introduction to some of these guys, and then we can think 4 years from now, oh, I remember we saw his name come up, and now we've seen him as a 4-year veteran in the league.
Exactly that, and what I really enjoy over the course of this weekend, we'll be seeing across the social media feeds of the various teams in the league, some of the introductions. Some of those teams did them last night, some are going to do them today. These players getting that first chance to go into their markets now and meet the fans, which I think is really crucial. I think for the young players, it's that, okay, no more is this minor hockey. This is, hey, I'm playing in front of fans. I'm playing for not just my family and my friends. Now I'm playing for a city or a town, and that's really exciting, and getting a chance now to probably learn a bit about some different parts of Ontario that they maybe didn't know about before.
Daryl, when do you evaluate how you've done as a scout? Like, as a scout, how do you sort of, you know, when and how do you evaluate?
Well, at the end of the day, when you've made all your picks, you know, you're always happy. You're always excited. You're excited about the potential of what you've just accomplished and what you've just done as a staff. Some of those players you're not going to really understand and really know how well they're going to impact your team for 2 years. Because some of these kids drafted today are going to go back and play U18 in their hometown, or go play Junior B or Tier 2 somewhere. So you've probably got a year more of development for them before they step into your program. So it's always hard to evaluate a draft right away. Like I say, these teams are excited. I know, hearing some of them GMs talk last night about their first 3 rounds. They were excited about who they got. Didn't think some of them would be there, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, today's an exciting day, and, you know, come the end of the day, as a GM and as a scout, you're excited about who you got and what you accomplished.
Do you sometimes then go back and check your work 2, 3, 4 years down the road, where maybe a player that you know, you or someone in your group, for example, may have said, you know, I really like this player, and maybe other people like, yeah, we're not sure. And then maybe they were right, and that player turns out to be a solid 4-year OHL player, or things like that, and you realize, hey, maybe I should listen to Kevin Hess a little bit more. Maybe I should listen to somebody, Kevin, one of the OHL Central scouts. I had to drop the name in there. But that idea where you go back and you think, okay, I wasn't sure that player could do this, and he proved to me, you know, he proved me wrong in some cases. And I'm sure, you know, you go back, I would think you go back and check your work a couple of years later of what you thought of that player versus how they turned out.
Yeah, you're always going back, and it's all part of the process, you know, and how you as a staff staff evaluate players and things you're looking for. You know, what did this kid have? He ended up turning out really well, and we didn't have him quite as high on our list. So you're always going back and looking at things, but you got to be careful because you don't want to overanalyze things, or else you'll start kicking yourself, saying, "Oh, I should have grabbed that guy, or I should have taken this guy," and then you start second guessing yourself. So you really have to trust your process, trust the work that you've put in through the course of the year. But yeah, like you say, you do go back over years and look at things, and because there are trends. There are trends with teams. You know, certain teams like certain kind of players. So yeah, you're definitely always evaluating and looking at what you've done.
Well, as we look back, I guess we could say we're still in the midst of this draft, but we're moving into round 4. So what was the main storyline to you if we look back to last night from the first 3 rounds? What stands out? I'm always looking for a storyline, something we can bite on. I think the number of Americans probably stands out that were selected. Some of those top teams in this U16 group having various players selected. What stands out to you?
Yeah, well, in the first round, probably just the number of forwards that were taken, and we knew going into the draft that it was going to be a heavy forward-heavy first round. So that was not really a surprise. We expected that, but yeah, the number of Americans taken, I think it was 16, which was an all-time record for the first 3 rounds. We kind of knew that was coming just because of the rule change with the NCAA and all that stuff. So we knew that there were probably going to be more Americans taken. I wasn't expecting 16, but yeah, that would probably be one thing. And then, you know, the second and third round, there was a lot of real good defensemen taken. So those would probably be my quick summaries, I guess, of what happened yesterday.
For you, for Central Scouting, I'm sure, you know, some players over the years and in this year as well, you know, they have some situations deciding where they want to play next year compared to the next couple of years. From a Central Scouting perspective, you just look at everybody equally. It's like we're evaluating how they can skate, how they can shoot, how they can stop the puck. What's the fit for a team is obviously up to them.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said earlier, you know, certain teams like certain kind of players. You know, when I was in Barrie, I liked kids that competed and worked hard and battled hard, and that at the end of the day, it's gonna propel them to success. Of course, you want to look at the skill and skating and all that stuff as well. So a role with Central is a little different. You know, teams also get into player interviews and finding more out about the kid, because he's going to go into your community and represent you, whether it's through school visits or, you know, player appearances throughout the city. So teams also put a lot more work in that a lot of people don't realize behind the scenes, getting to know the type of player that they're getting.
You know, I'm sure it's very interesting. And I guess when you transitioned from working for a team, working for Central, was that first year a little bit of a different approach and sort of an adjustment?
It was different. Yeah, it was definitely an adjustment and a little bit of a challenge, because now you go from building a team and having an end product to now just really, I still produce our list. We still evaluate the same way, but at the end of the draft, we didn't have an end product. But we still do all the work. We still do, you know, the evaluations, the reports, write-ups, all that kind of stuff is all the same. Just at the end of the day, we didn't have a end product, and it took probably a year or two to not get over that, but realize that wasn't part of the gig.
There's so many players that are eligible to be selected. 15 rounds of this draft. As we get into today, maybe get into the later rounds, I'm always amazed how quickly things seem to move. Obviously, the teams and their scouting staffs are well prepared, but kind of take us behind the scenes on how that works as we go along in this draft, because you could think as you go along, you've seen so many come off the board. I think of my own like fantasy drafts in football or hockey, and you're going, I'm running out of time, but it seems to move pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a credit to all the teams and the work that they put in throughout the course of the year. They're very well prepared. So when, you know, if my pick's coming up in 2 or 3, I've probably got a list of 4 or 5 names that we're looking at, and you have them in order. There'll be a time where, yeah, you know, all 3 of your names get picked ahead of you, and that's where you might see a timeout, or you might get to a little debate in the scouting room, you know, between a couple scouts, or between, you know, the GM and the head scout might have a little difference on who they want to take, and that's when you might see a timeout taken. But for the most part, this draft runs smoothly, and it's bang, 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 because these teams put in a lot of work, and they're very well prepared.
Through both Central and with a team, take me through, I'll call it the regional bias, where, you know, you're a scout for the Ottawa area, you've seen that player so many times, you might either very, very positive, or you're the type that you nitpick as you see them so many times, and I'm sure that's where maybe getting a fresh set of eyes at a tournament must really help.
Yeah, that's where the crossover, you know, we call it a crossover, really helps. So you get a guy coming in from, you know, Ottawa, coming down to a tournament in Toronto and seeing all the Toronto teams or the Alliance teams. So it really does help, because, like you say, you can see a kid in your own area. You know, so for instance, my Ottawa guy Blake Callahan has 5 teams to watch. So he would watch those 5 teams basically once a week or twice a week, and, you know, yeah, you'd start to overanalyze or be too critical on them sometimes. So yeah, it is nice when you come down and you do a little bit of crossover, so you see some other players. But that can be a challenge, is not to be too critical and not beat up on the kid too much, because these kids are good hockey players.
And it's natural, just sort of happens. We see that the National Hockey League. There's always that player who at 16 and 17 was top, and then all of a sudden, I remember even John Tavares. Once he got to his later in his NHL draft year, the nitpicking started. It's felt like from that standpoint and got critical. So it's very interesting to see how it plays out. For Central, where are your scouts based?
So we've got them basically all over the province. I've got a gentleman in Ottawa, Kingston, 2 gentlemen up in Sudbury, someone down in the Niagara area in GTHL, and then down in the Alliance area, which is kind of Kitchener down to Windsor. And then I have 2 American scouts that cover basically the whole state. So that may be an area where I might have to add with the new landscape coming. That's a lot for 2 guys to cover, so I might be looking to add another gentleman down there. And then I also have a scout that covers U15, so he's at the OHF Championships right now in Thornhill, kind of giving us a book for next year to start when we start in September.
They are likely surprised you just called them gentlemen.
Yeah, I know. They are probably. I don't use that. I guess I use that word pretty loosely, I guess.
Those American teams that we talk about, with so many being selected, like you said, there's going to be a big focus probably going forward now with the eligibility changes and everything. The landscape has changed, no doubt about it. But for those that maybe don't track it as closely as just your average OHL fan who's waiting to see who their team selects, those American players, you do get some chances throughout the course of the year to see them take on some of the Ontario talent, correct? Some of them will come up here?
Yeah, some do. The Silver Stick is a big one. This year I think they had 9 American teams at the Silver Stick, and all the top end ones, like the high end ones. So we did get to see a lot there. But GMs and head scouts, we're down in Detroit and in New York all the time. There's lots of tournaments down there that we go to, and we're constantly evaluating. So if there's players somewhere, we're going to find them.
You guys are going to find them.
It doesn't matter where they are. They could be playing in in New York somewhere or up in Petawawa. We're gonna, if you're a good enough hockey player, we are going to find you.
But what I was thinking there along those lines too is, how much do you value seeing those players go against some of the top players in a different region as well? Do you like seeing some of those players go head to head?
Yeah, because like I said yesterday, they play a different style in the States. It's a little more aggressive, they let a little more of the contact, a little more stuff go. So when they come up here, it always takes them a game or 2 to get acclimatized to the rules and stuff like that. So, but it is always nice to see, top teams from one area playing top teams from another area.
Does it almost feel occasionally almost like a mini Super Bowl when there's a tournament, you see the tournament schedule and you see, let's say, this American team versus this Ontario team? It's like, let them go head to head. We want to see these. I can remember going back, I remember even it was John Tavares playing for the Marlies, that Marlies group, and there was a game in Michigan. And it was a little rink in Michigan, you'll know what, I can't even think of the name of it, and they were playing one of the Michigan, remember, Honey Baked or something, and it was like the Super Bowl, it was like the Battle of the Titans. I think every scout that could get there, and I was going down to a game in Michigan, so my friend said, who was doing some scouting, said, we're going to this afternoon game, you're going to love this game. And it was a who's who that came into the OHL and the National Hockey League. I'm sure when those tournament schedules come out, you're like, oh, I want to see these 2 teams.
Oh yeah, when the big tournament schedules come out, you're definitely circling a couple games on your schedule that you really want to see. And it's nice when they put them in the big arenas with the Silver Stick, when they put them at rink 1, but it doesn't always work that way. Usually we're jammed into one of the corner rinks trying to watch 2 of the best teams in the province or North America play each other, and it's standing room only, elbow to elbow, because everyone wants to see these really good games where 2 top teams go at each other.
Do you sometimes have to catch yourself? You want to almost be a hockey fan for some of that game and watch the game, not just with the scouting hat on.
Yeah, there's times where especially those real good games that you're watching the game. You are a fan. We're all hockey people that love the game. So every once in a while, it is nice just to sit back and watch a good hockey game. I was at the OHFs and watching the U15s on Wednesday, and man, there's some good young talent coming up, and I was just there sitting watching, and the talent that was there, and there was a couple of real good games. It's nice just to be a fan sometimes.
So you see that play out, and over the course of the years, here as I'm bringing up when John Tavares was playing for the Marlies, I'm sure there's times you probably just pull things out and you're thinking back to some of the fun you've had, and I'm sure now seeing these players come through the OHL, and you've been with Central long enough, and Tom and Barry, see them come through the National Hockey League. I'm sure it's fun to even think back of when you saw them at 15 and 16.
Yeah, what I can remember back in those days, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely fun to follow the progression of teams or of players, and working for a team, it's even more so because you had a closer knit to those players. So like Kyle Clifford just had his number retired in Barrie, so one of the kids that I drafted back in my days in Barrie, and I'm sure all the other OHL teams will, when they see their kids that they've had go through their program be successful in the NHL, it's kind of like a pat on the back or a feather in your hat, I would say.
We talk a lot about some of these super teams in the U16. When I say super teams, those teams that are just elite, and we've seen players, several of them being selected from them in the first 3 rounds. The Junior Canadians had a great showing at the Don Mills Flyers. What about players who maybe play on a team that doesn't have as much success on the ice? Those players that maybe are a real standout on a team that's towards the bottom of the standings. How do you have to rate those at times when you've got a team full of what we would call quote-unquote all-stars, and those that are maybe playing on another team kind of really carrying the load?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. It's a challenge in the fact that they don't have the high-end skill to play with. So when they give the puck up, they're not getting it back sometimes in the right situations. Where if you're playing with a couple high-end skilled guys, you're skating better, you're moving better, your hockey sense is better. But it definitely is a challenge to rate a player that's on one of the weaker teams. But vice versa, it's also hard sometimes when you have a team full of all these top-end players. How good are they all really as individual pieces compared to the whole product that they are as a team? So you wonder sometimes, is Johnny Smith, is he just living off of the other superstars on his team, or how good is he really? So that's there's lots of challenges that go into scouting. So that'd be 2 right there, the really good teams, and then the teams that aren't as high in the standings, that don't have quite as many high-end top prospects.
And it is interesting. I can think of a couple situations, not that I get a chance to see as many games at that age group as you do, but I can think over the years. I remember seeing Will Bitton playing for an Ottawa team, and he was playing against, I think it was Junior Canadians. It was a loaded team with Chikrin, or maybe that age group. I think he was hurt, but and seeing him still be able to perform against, going through the trees in some cases, and you see that, and then I'm sure you've seen some cases where a player puts up big numbers, but is he playing with a future superstar? And I'm sure that's where sometimes tough decisions and tough thinking has to go into that, knowing, what does this player do on his own, knowing he's playing with an all-world player. I'm sure that's where sometimes you really have to dig deep and really think, what's the situation here?
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's where a lot of these leagues do top prospect games and showcases like that. So now you get to see, sometimes you get to see these elite teams get broken up a little bit, whether in GTHL or into top prospect games. So it was nice to see some of the Don Mills guys play with other guys and see really how the dynamics were of them playing with other players, and vice versa with a player that doesn't play on quite as strong a team. Now you put them into one of these prospects games and give them some talent, high-end talent to play with, then you really get a better gauge on how they are.
Daryl, we're going to let you get back and join your Central Scouting group and put your feet up for a little while and watch rounds 5 through 15, and appreciate the time rounds 1 through 4 here for the priority selection. Always appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
There's Daryl Woodley, the director of OHL Central Scouting, joining us here in studio. Stay tuned. We take a break. More to come. It's the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
Parking your moving truck is hard. Moving your internet? That's easy. With Cogeco's super reliable, super fast, fiber-powered internet.
My time in the OHL allowed me to prepare for life as a professional hockey player at a young age. The development opportunity players are provided by playing in the OHL is unrivaled. Support systems teams have in place help players immensely once they get to the next level. With the coaching, skill development, facilities, and attention the OHL provides, I believe it is the best hockey development league in the world.
Lunch or dinner is served at Tim's. It's meaty, cheesy, and quenchy?
Now that's a meal.
Exactly. Make a meal of it. Order the new Hat Trick Flatbread Pizza and Garlic Bread on the Tim's app.
Time for Tim's. Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Watch YourTV on the go. Cogeco customers can now enjoy local programming online. Simply log into your Cogeco account on cogeco.ca. Click on YourTV and start streaming. YourTV is truly local, exclusively on Cogeco.
The 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore continues right here across the network. You saw a live shot of the hockey ops department for the OHL as they're manning things when it comes to the picks. We're into round 5. You see the picks coming up on the right side of the screen. Congratulations to all the players who have been chosen. And with the third round pick in the 2009 OHL Priority Selection, the Kitchener Rangers selected Ben Finelli, who joins me now in studio. Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
What comes to mind when you think of the 2009 OHL draft?
Geez, a lot of unknowns, to be honest. Right, we didn't really know much about the OHL growing up. I was playing so many different sports, and then as that U15 year, U16 year came into existence, it was learning a ton very quickly, and so it was a lot of unknowns, and of course a lot of excitement to do something also special with all your teammates. We were all wondering where we were going to end up, and then subsequently what was going to happen after that. So it was an exciting time, but definitely a lot of unknowns.
This is an event that's obviously progressed over the years in the sense of how it was done, but I mean 2009, not that long ago, and online you're just waiting to see your name called. Take us back. Do you remember the moment when you saw your name pop up?
Yes, I do. Again, it was so much unknown. Where are you going to end up? And then as soon as that happens, you automatically start planning for, okay, when's camp going to be? And then what happens at camp? And I had no idea where things were going to go. Yeah, but it was an exciting time. My family and I were very pleased with where I ended up. Obviously, an incredible organization like the Kitchener Rangers, and an organization I continue to be very, very involved in still today.
And that's sure, the 2009 young Ben Finelli, becoming such a part of the Kitchener Rangers organization, the Kitchener community, Kitchener-Waterloo community. I'm sure it's probably been a little bit of a whirlwind to think back from that first day walking into the Odd and that first day of camp and meeting people in the organization, meeting a Steve Spott and everyone involved in that organization to today. And I'm sure it's just, been quite a time with the Rangers organization when you've been involved with them.
Totally. I mean, looking back, the relationships that still are so strong today, not only the list of incredible hockey players, but the people that I was lucky, yeah, they were incredible hockey players, but I could go through the list of people, the Landeskog's, the Skinners, the Tobias Reeders, John Gibsons, etc. They were amazing people, and if I needed something today, they would send them a text, they'd respond in minutes. So it's my reflection on my time with the Kitchener Rangers, or when I think about that organization, hockey's a small piece of it. Everything else that I was awarded or experienced through them is what really comes to mind. It's the community, it's family, and I think that'll always be that way.
You come into the league and you're getting advice from older players. So now for these players that are being selected today and over the course of the weekend, as they start to look ahead, you talked about that unknown. What were some of your first impressions? What were some of the things that stood out for you when you first got to the OHL that maybe they're not even aware they're going to have to deal with, or it's going to pop up and be on their radar?
In a lot of the work I do today, working with young athletes, I think we sometimes put value on things that aren't maybe as relevant as they actually turn out to be, being where did I end up, where did I get picked, how many points did I have a year ago or 2 years ago. To bring hopefully peace of mind to young athletes that are listening to this, it really, from what I've seen and the players I've been lucky enough to not only play with but follow, whoever can be in a position, in an environment where they're having the most fun and can be themselves and can make mistakes, right? I spent some time talking with an NHL scout this year, for example, and I asked them, what do you think about mistakes? Is that what you're looking for? And they said, we know mistakes are going to happen, especially at the best level you can ever play this game at. We know they're going to happen. What do they do after? So who is in an environment where they learn that mistakes are going to happen, who am I going to be after that? So it's less about those numbers and where am I at and how many points do I have. It's more how free can I be, how much fun can I have, and how can I continue to develop that will ultimately bring them to the greatest version of themselves as a hockey player and open doors for them.
You touched on it a little bit for people not aware. What's Ben Finelli up to these days?
Oh, what is he not up to? Still trying to stay involved in the hockey space from a bit of a different perspective now. I went back to school to do my master's in counseling and psychotherapy. Maybe I should have saw this coming. I didn't know at the time, but I work predominantly with young athletes, professional athletes, etc., which has been incredible. I get to learn every day. So that's one part of my life, continuing to build out a platform as well to what I like to say reinvent how people find support for performance-based conversations and also general mental health. So those are the two big things in my life. I'm now an uncle too, which is super exciting. My brother lives 5 minutes down the road. My parents live 15 minutes down the road, so moved back closer to family. And to be honest, not much to complain about. Life is pretty good, and I feel very, very fortunate.
You talk about working with those young athletes now. How have young athletes from when you were a young athlete to today changed, and where I think there's no doubt about it, you talk about mental health, those conversations are happening on a much more routine basis, but is that one thing you've really noticed a development from your time coming into the OHL to the players you're working with now?
Yeah, I would say it's I think we all know this, we could agree, it's talked about a lot more, right? And sometimes that can be positive. There's more attention put on it, and I think sometimes it can also be a bit of a negative that we find ourselves sometimes looking for problems. And where's the aspect of there's going to be anxiety and uncertainty in life? How do we allow that to coexist with showing up to the rink and sport? And keep in mind, all these young athletes are trying to do something less than 1% of the population are able to do. So it's going to come with its trials and tribulations. And how do you build up the repertoire of skills and build up the capacity to handle that without it slowing you down? So I think the attention on it is terrific. I'm one to believe, and in the work that I'm doing, I think we can make the conversation a little less clinical and more approachable. We often talk about the stigma that can be involved in these conversations, which sometimes mitigates the ability for someone to speak up and say, hey, I could chat with someone, or I could talk about things. So I think allowing for this conversation to happen in the locker room, at someone's billet house, it doesn't have to be clinical. It doesn't always have to be a professional you reach out to. It's just, let's talk about the things that are difficult and find a way to overcome them. So I think, yeah, it's all moving in a great direction, I believe. I think meeting briefly with Brian too with the league, it's awesome who's there in place now. So yeah, I'm excited to see where the game continues to evolve, and I think a lot of people in that space of mental health and hockey are doing incredible work.
How big is it where people can use their time in the OHL as a jumping point for their career? And I'm saying when their career isn't a hockey career at the end of the day, it's something else. Obviously, there's the education program is huge, but even those skills you learn about being a good teammate and dealing with adversity, I'm sure is a big factor. You talked about some of your former teammates, but you mentioned guys who've had success professionally in hockey, but I'm sure there's so many of your teammates, and like yourself, have had success professionally, or maybe around the hockey space or in other aspects. We see doctors, lawyers, you name it, come out of the Ontario Hockey League. I'm sure that's another thing where hockey and the OHL was quite a starting point for another career.
I love that you bring that up. I really do, because Nathan Charletti is one of my favorites to bring up of the prized alumni in the OHL. Played at all the highest levels, played U18, played professionally a little bit, won championships at the Canadian university level. He's a family physician and doing incredible. You ask him, would you change where you're at right now to go play in the NHL or go play pro hockey? And his answer would be no. He's loving where he's at, and he leveraged the lessons and experiences in the OHL to help him get to where he is today. So I think, yeah, again, I really appreciate you bringing that up. I think I would love to celebrate those stories more, because there's a long list of unbelievable alumni that are not playing hockey today, and I would say probably are okay with not playing because they're loving what they're doing today. And I think the OHL played a big role in that.
Well, and to finish that, I remember even talking to Brian Kilray years ago, and he said he loved that fact. It's one thing when his phone would ring and it's someone who came through the Ottawa 67s that's had success in the house, but he loved that fact that he said, a fireman, doctor, you name the profession. He said he loved to see that, and loved to see the fact they've gone on and obviously have great family, and just as you said, life has just gone on so well, and learning that. And sometimes you find too is the hockey has also allowed sometimes not doors to open, but those connections. Where knowing, well, hey, you could be a good teammate. You were a leader. Well, that shows that maybe you could be a good manager. You could be a good leader in your profession as well. And I've got to think that's where, and, you know, you mentioned Nathan Charletti. Needless to say, I've got a whole lot of time for him. Dr. Char, we call him now, from that standpoint. But I'm sure that's the great thing where people, as a 16, 17-year-old, their focus, let's be honest, I want to be in the NHL. But realizing, suck it all in, because there's so much you're going to learn from your time in the OHL to use moving forward.
100%. I mean, I have that conversation with my clients all the time now, is that often the monster under the bed that, again, inhibits someone to be free and allow mistakes to occur and be their best self is that underlying uncertainty and fear that what happens if this doesn't work? What happens if I'm not an NHL player? I can say personally that was something I had to deal with. And when you do cross that threshold, the freedom and the weight that lifts off your shoulders, knowing that life doesn't end here. This is part of the journey. Again, we think that conversation is not okay to have. You can't talk about, you know, what would happen if I wasn't a hockey player while I'm on the journey of becoming a professional hockey player. And I always encourage, no, let's have that conversation, because it's unbelievably freeing. And now you can go out in front of 7,000, 8,000 people, you know, depending on the rink you're at in the OHL, and be that 7-year-old that loves hockey and just wants to enjoy it. So again, a really timely conversation that I make sure young athletes are having.
When those young athletes do make it to the OHL and they get on the ice, I want you to take us back to when you were in your rookie season, going into some of those buildings, playing in front of a big crowd. Do you have any memories that kind of stand out, or kind of a welcome to the OHL moment for you?
I do, actually. I think it was my first shift, or one of my first couple shifts, in an exhibition game against the Battalion, and they came to Kitchener. And at first I didn't know who it was, so I'm trying to contain this guy below the goal line, and I look up for a second and I'm like, holy smokes, this is Matt Duchene. Like he's probably not going to be here in a couple weeks. He's probably going to be in the NHL, and of course that's what he did. He made that jump, and so that was surreal. And then I had to come back and be like, hey, stop being a fan here, and actually don't let this guy score. So yeah, that was one of my first experiences as a young hockey player in the OHL.
Not bad with the 3rd overall pick in his NHL draft back 3 months earlier. You're like, wait a minute, I'm lined up against him, and it's got to be quite interesting from that standpoint. You know, over your time dealing with young athletes, do you sometimes see those light bulb moments where you just say, okay, now they get it? Maybe you've had some conversations, and after a few chats, then you see whether it's what they do on the ice or when you continue on the conversations. Is that the reward for you when you kind of see some of them as the light bulb goes off and like, yeah, they get it, and you know, be proud of that fact? You almost become like the proud, person working alongside them.
Yeah, again, great question. And my answer would be, and I don't want to get too deep into the psychology philosophy here today. I think the light bulb moment for me is when we talk about the idea that they don't have to do this. And I say, you know what, you don't have to do this whole thing. Train all the time, go on the ice all the time, have the pressure. You don't have to do any of this. And I think it's a really powerful self-reflection, and they realize, oh wow, you know what, I don't have to do this. I'm actually choosing to do this. And then it goes to a place where I can actually do it my way too. Maybe I don't have to obsess so much. I don't have to work so hard. I think a prime example is Ovechkin recently. You see a 6'4", 245-pound man doing incredible things. I think inside of him there's a 10-year-old loving the game. And we have a lot of examples of that I make sure I celebrate with the young athletes I'm able to interact with, because I believe that's the secret sauce there. So yeah, that's the conversation of getting caught up sometimes into why am I doing this, and I have to do this, and I have to do more and more, or I'll fall behind. Allowing them and leading them to a place of peace of mind that you get to do it your way, and you're choosing to do this. You don't have to do this.
Talk about the support systems for these young players and how important they are, because as you guys were talking about the fact that coming into the OHL opens up many doors, not just with hockey, but many careers paths that you could follow. I'm sure for a lot of the parents out there that are listening today, they're thinking, I would love to see my son go on and have so much success in hockey, but if he's going to get a chance now to have a successful career and become a great person, that's really important, and that's that support system around them that stands out to me. How important is it for a player to really have those people around them encouraging them and pushing them in the right direction?
Yeah, I don't even have enough time to list the resources and individuals that empowered me through my time in the OHL. And then the people that I met through the OHL, my coaching at the University of Waterloo, people that have become family friends there. Well, that was driven or initiated through my time with the Kitchener Rangers. Yeah, the list of people is endless. My billet family is my second family. I'm not there every day talking to them every day, but the role they played in my life, Wendy and Dave Brum, they were a massive part of my life. And even days when I had off games and I came home and felt bad for myself, Wendy and Dave were there. So there was that support. To be honest, Steve Spott, even my head coach, we often think, oh, you're treated as a number. And no, Spotter treated me as a human, and I never felt like I was a number. He was always there to support me. Troy Smith, my assistant coach, Paul Fixter, Mike Van Ryan, all these coaches were huge parts of my life beyond hockey. Then the education side, you talk about the education package. Yes, I did not. It was about the NHL, of course, at 16, 17, 18. And then you get to university and you have a little bit of that financial support. You realize how expensive things are when you're not paying, when parents aren't paying for everything. And that was so blessed and lucky to have that as well. And then step into finishing my undergrad at Laurier. So it was you think the journey ends when you leave the locker room with your OHL team. It definitely doesn't. It continues, and in a way, they're still supporting me today. It's awesome.
When you those names you rhyme off, and I'm sure when your phone, you look down, you get a text message. I'm sure there's an immediate smile when you see a Steve Spott or something like that. Those names, because Spotter's probably got a joke behind it somewhere too. He's gonna a little rib or a little joke somewhere that but I've got to think some of those names coming. You just get that text message. It brings even if something is a rainy day, you see a text like that, you're probably like, I'm smiling right away.
Totally, and funny you bring up that name too, because I just saw him a few weeks ago. I was out visiting Winnipeg to see Scheifele play again, another hockey connection and great human being. And I'm in the hotel, and there's Steve Spott, and we pick up right where we left off. And he's then there saying, "Hey, how can I support you? How can we, help out with the work you're doing?" And of course, he's now doing that. So yeah, from him, John Gibson, same thing. Texted him the other day. We haven't talked in probably 10 years. And we're right where we left off. The list goes on. So yeah, it's special to have that. I think it's special to have those relationships that are so deep that whether you talk every day or you talk once every 10 years, it's deeper than just, oh yeah, I like this guy. There's a lot of respect there, and I think that's important in life beyond hockey.
We talk a lot about during draft weekend, the team that selects you, it's a starting point to your next part of your hockey journey. But for you, still so many ties to that Kitchener-Waterloo area. Isn't it amazing to think back to that weekend in 2009, you get picked by a team, and here many years later now, you're still ingrained in that community?
Yes, I think it's a two-way street, right? I really do. I think that door is open to engage with whatever community you're in, right? Windsor, London, Guelph, any team. It's a two-way street. If you want to take that step through the door to build that network and build that connection to the community, you can do it, and you're going to get the love back tenfold. I think, a short story, during my time when I went through my injury, I couldn't go out into the Kitchener-Waterloo community without someone telling me something positive and encouraging and just pushing love into my life. I couldn't. There were times where I tried to go buy a coffee from Tim Hortons. They wouldn't let me pay for it. And they said, hey, this is on us. Keep doing your thing. Keep fighting the good fight. It's like that community is what empowered me to end up where I am today. So yeah, it runs deeper than just hockey, the communities in the OHL.
And I've seen over the years now, and of course, many of the organizations have a charitable foundation. Rangers Reach, of course, is very active there in Kitchener. I'm sure you enjoy being able to see that success and how, the Rangers, stuff, everybody can work together as like a tight-knit unit. Kitchener-Waterloo is not a small community, but I'm sure it acts like it in a good way.
You nailed it. Yeah, it really does. I think I even love seeing on social media some of the players now as individuals deciding to raise money for something, and when they get a goal or an assist, they're able to donate money to a cause that they care about. I think is awesome. I don't think I could have done that because I don't think I got enough goals and assists, but I look back and think that would have been pretty cool. Yeah, so it's even the creativity now on how these teams and organizations are continuing to give back is outstanding.
Ben, we appreciate the time. Always great to see you. When I hear your name, it kind of brings a smile because we know the great work you've done, around the community, around hockey. So keep it up. Good to see you, and we'll cross paths again soon.
Thank you both so much. I appreciate it.
There's Ben Finelli joining us in studio. Stay tuned. More to come. Round 5 is in the books. Round 6 coming up, and more to come here on the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
For 50 years, we've been helping Canadians turn dreams into lasting legacies. Our equipment has been at the heart of Canadian communities, powering dreams and the hard work behind them. Kubota.
My OHL is a place to talk. So Talk Today has a number of elements. First and foremost, we support the players. We provide mental health and awareness training and suicide prevention training to them. And we have a coach that's in every one of our branches that supports an OHL team. And in years to come, these individuals that are playing in the OHL now will be great mental health champions.
Welcome to Oxio, the place where the internet truly gets you. Like how sometimes you just have to search down every rabbit hole. That you want to stream your shows, not pesky loading symbols. Or scroll to your heart's content, because culture now runs at the speed of your feed. Our internet was made to flex, to fit your online world. So if you're ready for an internet provider that finally feels like home, swing on by. We'll keep the door open. Oxio, born to be online.
We are live from Cogeco headquarters. It's the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. We continue on with Day 2 coverage. Round 6 is underway in this OHL Priority Selection. My name is Terry Doyle. Mark McKelvey joining me here on set as well as we take you through this OHL Priority Selection. We're very pleased to be joined by a guest joining us remotely. And I say he's the baseball's biggest hockey fan or hockey's biggest baseball fan. One or the other. He's joining us from Ann Arbor, Michigan. There is John Morosi from MLB Network, NHL Network, you name it. And John, let's talk some hockey. I know you love talking hockey, and I'm sure you were pretty excited to see 16 Americans chosen in the OHL Priority Selection last night.
Most ever, of course, in the first 3 rounds, Terry and Mark. And first of all, great to be with you. I've been following your amazing coverage since last night, so well done to both of you and everybody there at the OHL. But yes, as you're describing, Terry, I was thinking about this as we came on the air. I might be the only person who has both a BBWAA writer's baseball card to get into my major league venues, and also that precious OHL credential in my Apple Wallet. So I hope that I'm the one person that has both those things, and trust me, I am equally proud of both.
And we've certainly enjoyed seeing you around the rink, and you and I got a chance to talk a lot at the Memorial Cup in Saginaw. And, you know, you saw that, you saw the lead up to it. You're involved in the production of the lead up to the Memorial Cup as well. And then seeing that all come together in Saginaw, and the late Josh Bloom goal, of course, to win the Memorial Cup. I've got to think, looking back, that was quite a situation there in mid-Michigan.
It really was, Terry. It was great to see you there. You get the sense that I've been to the rink now multiple times this season in Saginaw to see the banners. One of the banners, of course, notes the amount of time left in the third period when Bloom scored the goal. So I think that's something that really the Spirit organization has taken on as a big part of their identity now, and a platform from which to keep growing the game in the Great Lakes Bay region, in Michigan, certainly understanding what the responsibility was to be a Michigan-based OHL franchise, host the Memorial Cup, and then have what I would describe as one of the best sporting events certainly that I've ever seen, and undoubtedly one of the best junior hockey games that we've seen in the state of Michigan ever. It was a magnificent night of hockey, and you think too, we'll go back years from now, Terry and Mark, and look at that roster, not just the players on the Saginaw side, but on the London side too, and Dickinson and Cowan, just elite players that we'll see at the next level for a long time to come. And I think, honestly, as some of our stories do in sports, the story's only going to get better as the years go along, and the game's only going to get better as the years go along. And I know that the Spirit are very proud of what happened last year, and now, of course, with some great picks made last night, Dave Drinkle and Brian Prout and their staff are working on the next great Spirit roster.
Well, you talk about those deep rosters that were competing in that final Memorial Cup. London trying to repeat as OHL champions and finish the job, so to speak, during this postseason. But the Saginaw Spirit, their season comes to an end, but a lot of focus on Michael Misa, and you've been able to watch him very closely. As we head towards this NHL entry draft, what we saw him do last year was impressive. What we saw him do this year, just out of this world. Talk about watching his development.
Yeah, I've been so impressed by Michael, certainly. Just his ability. I think you even go from last year to this year, it's been, I think, leaps and bounds. And he was already great a year ago, but to see the player that he became, just scoring big goals, I mean, the point production itself certainly speaks volumes of the player that Michael is. But I think his ability to thrive, playing the center ice position now, I think understanding positionally. You notice, I think, his play away from the puck got even better this year. His leadership, certainly he wears the C for the Saginaw Spirit for a reason. So I think all of those elements to being more of a complete player. I think last year you think about the number of veteran players that were leading that Spirit roster, whether it was a Bloom, an Owen Beck, Braden Hache, players that had a lot of experience in the OHL. To then you look around this year and Michael and Zane Parekh realizing, okay, now it's our team. And I think both of them, we've already seen now Zane getting a chance now to join the Flames. But in Michael's case, I think just a more complete player. And it may depend on which team wins the lottery. That determines where the picks all line up, whether it's him, whether it's Schaefer. Certainly Hagen still has a good case to be made as well at the top of the draft. But I'm really curious to see how it all plays out. And I do think this is one of those years where we could have a surprise on draft night. It might almost be like the Slafkovsky draft in Montreal, where we're not really sure who it's going to be number 1 overall. And it would not surprise me at all if number 1 overall in the draft this summer is Michael Misa of the Saginaw Spirit.
John, how much fun are you having being around the OHL? And obviously, you've done a lot in baseball, but it feels like you're having so much fun being around, obviously, the National Hockey League and now with the OHL as well. Saw you were on the ice in Saginaw. You were helping out at a Windsor event as well. How much just overall fun is John Morosi having around the rink?
Well, Terry, I love it, and for me, I get a chance to just by being here in Michigan, I'm so close to so many great OHL buildings. I saw a game in Flint this year, a number of games in Saginaw. I was over in Windsor, planning on going to a game during the Windsor Kitchener series as well. I've been to Erie's rink before too, so it's for me. And actually, I got to tell you this: you'll love this story. I brought my dad to a London Windsor game. It was maybe a week or so after the World Juniors ended. We drove up there, and my dad's in his 70s, and I said, Dad, I got to show you a game in London. This is going to be a great matchup. 2 phenomenal teams. Might be an OHL championship preview, you never know, or at least Western Conference preview. And I said, Dad, we got to go. We got to go to this game. We ended up driving back in a blizzard. It took us about 4.5 hours to get back from London. I said, Dad, it was still worth it. He said, you know what, son, you're right. So it was a great experience, and I love being at the rink. I get to be, certainly I love baseball, and I'm honored and blessed to be around the ballparks every week, but there is something special about going to an OHL game, understanding just the heart of junior hockey and where it is, and also the paths and the journeys that all these players take, no matter if they're from North America, from Europe, and just the experience. I think for a lot of American families, maybe those that aren't involved in hockey, when I explain to them or my peers here in Michigan, hey, in the OHL, there's a lot of responsibility on these young men to move away from home, live with a billet, take care of yourself, nutrition, off ice, a lot of things that Ben was talking about a moment ago. It's a real education, I think, for a lot of American families to understand what it is to be a junior hockey player. And certainly now, because we're a generation on or more of Michigan-based teams in the OHL, there's I think a greater understanding of what it is. And so for me to be able to bring my dad up to a game in London this year was a real thrill for me. It was a great father-son memory. So yes, I'm a broadcaster, but I'm a fan of the game. And any chance I get to be able to bring my dad and show him around and bring my family. I brought my girls to a Saginaw Erie playoff game a couple weekends ago. That was a pretty cool memory for us as a family too.
It sounds like your dad got the real authentic experience then. If you had to travel through the blizzard, there's a few of those each OHL season. What about this draft, though, last night? You talked about the record number of Americans taken in the first 3 rounds. The landscape changing a little bit, no doubt about it. I guess we shouldn't be surprised to see that many taken on opening night.
Right, it's a great point, Mark. And certainly I had the thought when Salandra was picked last night that might be one of the first Harvard commits ever taken that early in the OHL priority selection. But again, this is the new journey, the new rules of the sport, and where I think at the end of the day, as all of us who care about hockey are figuring out where this all lands in the future and what junior hockey looks like, ultimately it's an expansion of player choice. And as a parent myself, I think player choice is a great thing. It allows them to take whichever path is best for them. And that decision, by the way, is unique and different for every player, every family, every organization. There's a lot of different factors that go into things. And I think that at the end of the day, it allows for more and more players to have choice. And I think you look at a player like Coyne, who was drafted so high, certainly his dad, in a great family, what an amazing family they are, and their different connections to the hockey world, and knowing that there's going to be a great path for him in the OHL. Certainly for Saginaw to take someone like Roscoe in the second round, I think it was a great pick. Certainly I was very impressed by him when I watched him play at the NCDP camp here in Michigan last month. Bergeron, I thought, was an excellent pick by Windsor. And again, it's a case where some of these players, depending on where they're from in the States, if you're from Southeast Michigan and you're drafted by Windsor, as Bergeron was, it's a great, I think, opportunity for Ty and his family there too. So I'm really curious to see not just how things look at the start of next year, but bookmark this draft class and then look at it 2 and 3 years down the line, and then see how how everything nets out. I thought one of the other interesting things was to see Sikora drafted. Of course, he's been playing in the USHL, so he's drafted in the OHL. And by the way, he's NHL draft eligible this summer. So a rare case where you might be picked in the OHL draft and the NHL draft in the same calendar year. This is, my friends, very much a new era.
Absolutely. It's certainly very interesting as it all plays out. John, how do you explain to your American friends that Canada stops for the World Junior Hockey Championships every year? It's such an event. It takes over the holidays. How do you explain that to people who maybe aren't as familiar in the hockey world?
No, it's a great question, Terry, and I think that it's becoming more and more common that we in the States talk about it. Certainly the success of Team USA speaks for itself as to why it's become more of a major event. I'm really lucky to be a small part of the way the NHL Network covers the event and help tell the stories of the players on Team USA and the event itself. But it's the sort of event where, I guess, to use one of the phrases you hear from kids on social media now, if you know, you know. And if you're in it, if you're there, if you're watching it, if you've ever had a chance to go to a World Juniors, it gets into your heart. And then it's almost as though, and we all know this who love junior hockey, your circadian rhythm, your rhythm of the year tells you, okay, right around U.S. Thanksgiving, late November, who's going to camp, who got in, who should have gotten in that wasn't in, and we all have that conversation every year. I was there. Honestly, one of my favorite sports memories that I've ever experienced was the medal round in Halifax 2 years ago, and to see it in a great junior hockey rink with those amazing fans in Atlantic Canada, I thought was just an amazing experience for me. And of course the golden goal and Gunther and everything that was going on in the building that night was just a very, very special memory. There's still there, and you know now, I can tell you how into it American hockey fans are. That whenever I mention that tournament, they still say, yeah, at least 1 or 2 of those disallowed goals should have been goals for us in the semifinal. So that's how you know. That's how you know that Americans are now really starting to take this tournament into our hearts as well.
Oh, nobody ever debates who should be on the team and who was left off, right? Those conversations never happen.
That doesn't happen, right? I've never heard of that being a thing.
Well, looking ahead, the OHL playoffs continue to roll on. You talked about keeping a close eye on the Windsor Spitfires. They're dealing with the London Knights as another team that's going to be contending for the Western Conference. But this Windsor team, unlike London last year, who were the OHL champions, this Windsor team, talk about quite a turnaround. Had the first overall pick last year, selected Ethan Belchez, and then they win their division this year, now battling with the Kitchener Rangers in round 2. An incredible turnaround for the Spits.
Really is, and you mentioned I was very honored and thanked the Spitfires for welcoming me to be an honorary coach. I put this in air quotes at their skills competition. So I show up to the rink, we're hanging out in the dressing room before we go on the ice, and I'm looking around saying, I thought I was here for hockey. This is a basketball team. This is a basketball team. How tall? Greentree, Belchez, Nesbitt, these guys are massive. And I just remember thinking to myself, this is going to be a tough out in the playoffs. I love AJ Spellacy. I certainly, talking about the World Juniors, I think he should be a major part of Team USA next year. Really impressed by his athleticism. He just, again, a former football player from Ohio and what the OHL has meant in his journey. But I was just so impressed by the physicality and the athleticism of this team. Again, a lot of hockey between now and then. But if they end up seeing London during a playoff series at some point in the Western Conference, my goodness, that's going to be some amazing hockey. I just think Greentree is an amazing leader who really has a knack for scoring big goals. I think Cristoforo very solid there on the blue line as well. And I think that the goaltending has been more than solid so far in these OHL playoffs. That's a dangerous team. I just think how, and certainly Protas, what he's been able to do. Another guy that really is just a physical specimen. I was just so impressed by their organization and the roster that Bill's put together. I think they're as good as any team I've seen in junior hockey this season.
John Morosi joining us here. And John, one thing I'm having a little challenge with right now is starting to feel a little old when we start to see these second and third generation players coming into the Ontario Hockey League priority selection. As we were talking, the Windsor Spitfires selected Braden Horton out of Shattuck St. Mary's, the son of Nathan Horton. Nathan was chosen second overall the first time we went to an online draft. I met Nathan as a 15-year-old at a junior B game in Thorold. I covered him in Oshawa. I know even in baseball, you saw Vladdy Sr. and Vladdy Jr. Guerrero, of course. You know, I'm sure it's interesting. We see these bloodlines. You mentioned Socorro a few moments ago, and I'm sure it's always interesting to see their stories come through as these players now coming into the OHL priority selection, who, of course, the familiar last names, and just adds to the stories. And I know we always love to see these stories and how these players come along.
Yeah, Terry, it's a great point. And I have a couple thoughts on this. I think, number one, I do love the ability to have the connection with a family and understanding maybe how within a family personalities can be different. I always want to make sure when I'm sitting down, whether it's for a World Junior interview or conversation like this, that yes, when we see the name, we all see it. All of us who love hockey, and it's important to kind of note that and let that out there. But also then remember that this is about the young person. This is about his individual journey. And I always want to make sure that when we sit down to do a World Junior interview set, that sure, I'll probably ask about mom and dad, no matter what their career was, whether it was hockey or law enforcement, the business, whatever it ends up being, but then very quickly pivot to the young man's journey, because I think that in that case, each individual player is unique. I also love to be able to get into the storylines of the players that grow up in Arizona or a California or a Texas, where of course we're going to see the under-18 Worlds coming up here just in a couple weeks, with Blake Fiddler from the WHL probably having a key role on Team USA. He of course grew up in Dallas, but he goes up to the Dub to be able to play near where Vern's family is from, his father. So I think it's a really unique story of hockey, to where I do love noting the bloodlines and thinking about how the journeys come together. But I also appreciate someone like Aziz Bouillum, for example, growing up in San Diego and riding with his brothers and his mom at the wheel of the car up and down the California coast to go to skates. It's just, whether you're dealing with LA traffic or you're dealing with a blizzard on the 401, the hockey journey is not easy. And it involves a lot of sacrifice of parents, no matter what their professions happen to be. So you're right. I love the generational stories. I also love the news stories. And I think it's our job, as those of us who love junior hockey and college hockey, to be able to bring those stories out to the forefront.
Well, we appreciate you telling those stories, and I just want to bring it back to your backyard, though. We've seen several players from Detroit Little Caesars selected. They came to the OHL Cup this year. Talk about that group and the minor hockey, the strength of it in Michigan.
It's fantastic. And as you mentioned, so Jaworski was drafted obviously by Sarnia. David Legwan's got a connection there to Caesars too. Landon Jackman, who had moved from the St. Louis area, also selected in the OHL draft last night. To me, I look at often the quality of the coaching, and we do talk about bloodlines. There's no accident that one of the best youth hockey teams in North America is coached by Ryan Kessler. And you've seen, as we all know, and this is not exactly a shock, Ryan's a pretty competitive guy. Not a big surprise here. So he's taken that competitiveness that we saw on the ice from him for so long in the NHL, and he's put that into coaching now. And so he's got this amazing team. You saw the Junior Red Wings go out to the Brick last year, and Christian Kolarek, who's son of Chad Kolarek, who had a phenomenal tournament there at the Brick. So you do see a lot of the names, and when you're around the rinks here in Michigan, you always hear about it, how Caesars is playing and the amount of talent here. Players that have moved in here. You also saw, in the case of a number of players too, Bergeron played for Honeybake. So it's not just Caesars producing really high-level talent that's allowing players to get selected in the OHL Priority Selection or go to the NCDP, go to college hockey. So certainly I'm always impressed whether the name of the coach is Kessler or Osgood or Legwand. These are all names that we know. And if you're growing up in Michigan, so close to the border, you're very, very fortunate that you get a chance to play a lot of great hockey here. And then, as we were hearing Darren talk about the Silver Sticks, there's so many great tournaments and events right along the border. And so I do get my Nexus pass. It's a lot of work there, going back and forth across the border. I'm very, very grateful to live in a great hockey area and be close to so many great tournaments in junior hockey in Windsor, Sarnia, London, and further east as well.
Well, John, we appreciate the time. Always great to see you around the rink or in situations like this, and we'll talk to you very soon. Always great to talk hockey.
Happy draft weekend, and we'll hopefully be seeing some OHL playoff games here between now and the end of the year. All the best, guys.
Absolutely. There's John Morosi joining us here from the NHL Network, and of course, a guy who's certainly very passionate about the OHL, and we got a chance to chat in Saginaw, saw that Memorial Cup Championship, and lots more. We've got 6 rounds in the books. We're getting set for round number 7. Things are continuing on with this OHL Priority Selection. When we come back, we've got another guest joining us here in studio. It's busy all around the Ontario Hockey League. Peterborough, of course, had the first overall pick, and there you see a shot of the Peterborough War Room as they are continuing on with this OHL Priority Selection. More to come as it's presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
Parking your moving truck is hard. Moving your internet? That's easy. With Cogeco's super reliable, super fast, fiber-powered internet.
Lunch or dinner is served at Tim's. It's meaty, cheesy, and quenchy.
Now that's a meal.
Exactly. Make a meal of it. Order the new Hat Trick Flatbread Pizza and Garlic Bread on the Tim's app.
Time for Tim's. Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Being a volunteer at YourTV is a really unique experience. In a way, it's a community serving the community. You have people from all different backgrounds coming together, create community programming, and I think that's really amazing.
My OHL is where people can speak up because it's all about communication. And at the end of the day, it's just so important that lines of communication are open. An environment is fostered and one that from players and staff feel as though, they're supported and that should they have any concerns, there's a very clear process in terms of, how to bring them forward.
For 50 years, we've been helping Canadians turn dreams into lasting legacies. Our equipment has been at the heart of Canadian communities, powering dreams and the hard work behind them. Kubota.
Welcome back. We are live at Cogeco headquarters, YourTV headquarters, as we bring you the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. I'm Terry Doyle, Mark McKelvey on the far end. Brock Otten joining us here from McKeen's Hockey is a guy who certainly keeps a close eye on both the OHL and the NHL prospects as well. How much fun are you seeing watching players being chosen here in the OHL Priority Selection?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, every year, it's something I keep a close eye on. I don't watch as much U16 hockey as I used to, just with my role at McKeen's. It's more NHL draft focused, but I do know some of the main characters, and I talk to a lot of people, obviously, and this is an exciting event for someone like myself to watch, because this is the future of the players that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on in the next year, the next 2 years.
At McKeen's, what was the vibe about this group of players, this 09 group? We went into last night. Caden McGregor ended up being the first overall pick, but there was certainly talk over the course of the last several weeks who would go number 1.
Yeah, it's kind of been something I've been keeping an eye on all year, and basically what I've heard is there was sort of a group of 6 or 7 guys that could have been the first overall pick, and I know Caden mentioned that last night, right? This was considered to be a very strong group in terms of depth, and it's going to be really interesting to see how these players make an immediate impact at the OHL level, because I think all of the top picks in this draft have a chance to be that immediate impact player.
It's very interesting. I talked to an NHL scout recently, and he was talking about one of the players that was chosen high last night, and said, "We're going to be watching him in a couple of years." And it's very interesting because he says, he said, "I almost hate to say it with a 2009 born player at 15, 16." He said, "We're going to be watching him in a couple of years." Fast forward now. This year's NHL draft, a lot of OHL names certainly has been very interesting to watch their progression throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the top, you have Matthew Schaefer, and obviously he hasn't played as much as you would have liked, and that's not his fault, obviously. But yeah, it's a great year for the OHL. You've got Matthew Schaefer, you got Michael Misa, you have Porter Martone, you have a group of players that could go essentially 3 of the top 4 picks, and that's anytime you have that, that's a really good year for your developmental group.
Terry talked earlier about a player. He doesn't need any introduction. His name's John Tavares, but he talked about a John Tavares who ended up playing several years in the OHL before he finally could make that jump to the NHL. And there was that nitpicking in his final year because he was so exceptional. You're just trying to find things to poke in his game. I thought with Michael Misa this year, his 3rd year in the league, we didn't run into that necessarily because I think he just decided, I'm going to really put a stamp on this season and prove exactly what I am.
Yeah, I think his progression as a player was outstanding this year. And I think you look at how he had to play and fit into that Saginaw lineup his first 2 years in the league. He was more of a complementary piece because of the depth that team had. And this year it was kind of his show to run. And he took off and ran with it. And we saw him develop so much as a player, both on and off the puck, sliding back to the middle, playing center full time. And that's why we're seeing him, as a potential 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 1st overall pick this year. This is completely merited based on his progression this year.
And I think, and you kind of expand on that, I remember even being at the Memorial Cup and you almost forgot that Michael Misa was a 16-year-old. But the fact that they had those veterans to be able to slot him in where an exceptional 16-year-old should be, rather than forcing him to play first-line minutes all the time. And I think the fact that deep Saginaw team last year really, obviously, hey, they got a Memorial Cup championship out of it as well, but I think really helped his development that he didn't have to be the guy on that team, so that indeed he could then elevate his game this year.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I think you're kind of seeing something similar with Ethan Belchitz in Windsor this year, right? It's nice when you are drafting high and you're bringing in these really good players, but you also have a lot of talent to insulate them. So they don't have to come into the league and have this immense weight put on their shoulders to be that go-to player, because it's a tough adjustment. Regardless of whether you're the most talented player in the class, it's still a tough adjustment. And Ben mentioned that earlier when you guys had him on, the mental side of things, right? All the ups and downs that these players go through. So if you've got a strong supporting cast that can insulate them, it's sort of the perfect storm. It's the ideal circumstance.
Should be a very good NHL draft for the OHL coming up here in just a couple of months' time. We talk about some of those top players that are rated. Who's somebody that maybe is flying under the radar that you're a big fan of heading into this draft from the OHL?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 names. I think Kashawn Aitchison is another player who's just grown by leaps and bounds this year. We all kind of knew he was that throwback, stay-at-home defensive prospect, but the added layer offensively this year has really improved his draft stock. I wouldn't be shocked if an NHL team, jumps on him inside the lottery this year. This is the kind of player that you win in the playoffs with, and those types of guys always get drafted earlier than expected. And then the other name I'll give you is Jack Nesbitt. Here's a guy that's one of the most improved players in the OHL this year, playing on that strong Windsor team. He has that huge frame, that upside as a 2-way pivot, kind of player that all NHL franchises are kind of looking for these days. And he's a guy that could easily be taken inside that top 20, top 15 range. And that's not to say that he's not rated in the first round currently. It's not consistent, but he is a name that does pop up, fairly consistently in that range, but maybe not as high as he could end up going at the NHL draft.
If those guys were under the radar a bit, I think the Top Prospects event, the OHL Top Prospects event in Brantford, really brought out their game in both cases. Aitchison with a big hit on Michael Misa to sort of say, hello, I'm here. Jack Nesbitt had a great game. how big was that event to bring together, the top 40 players from the OHL specifically, and especially giving an opportunity to some players who wouldn't normally have maybe made a national prospects game?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're having these types of events, you never know what you're going to get, right? Is it going to be more of an exhibition showcase where the players are kind of going through the motion, nobody wants to get hurt, or is it going to be a highly combative game? And I think that hit on Misa by Aitchison really set the tone, because then the physicality really picked up. We had a few fights, and it ended up being a very intense game. And I think a lot of people, based on the people that I've chatted with at that event, were really impressed with the quality of that game. And it was a great sort of inaugural showcase for the OHL. I think it can really do wonders for a lot of players. And I think that was sort of the beginning of Jake O'Brien's rise up a lot of prospect lists. We're starting to see him ranked pretty consistently in that top 10, top 12 range, and he was the player of the game of that event, and has carried that into a really, really strong season with Brantford.
The regular season rolls right through, and now we're into the playoffs, already round number 2. Some of these players still remain in the playoffs. You talk about a Jake O'Brien. How much weight are you putting on what they do in the playoffs here into where you see them ranked going into the draft?
It's huge, honestly, because you want to see how players step up with less ice available to them, right? This isn't game 55 where teams are kind of going through the motions. They're on, the third game in a weekend, and you don't know what you're going to get, right? This is playoff hockey. This is where you want to see how a player can separate themselves when they have to compete harder for space. And I think a lot of players can really up their stock with a strong playoff performance. And this is kind of dating myself and how long I've been covering the league. I know Terry and you have both been covering the league for so long, but I think back to Brent Burns and his playoff performance with then the Brampton Battalion. He was a guy that I think in that year was about a 0.5 point per game guy. Then in the playoffs, he just took off. He was just, for lack of a better term, a man amongst boys. He really took over games. And we saw him end up being a first-round pick at the time when that was kind of a huge shock in a really strong draft year. It ended up being obviously a fantastic pick. And obviously at the time he was playing center as well. He kind of bounced back and forth a few times. But I think of, that kind of impact can really, really shape the opinion of said player in the view of scouts.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about two names that are obviously very highly rated in the OHL. Porter Martone, Malcolm Spence, two guys that have obviously had success both at the OHL level with Team Canada as well, through the under-17 and under-18 programs, and I'm sure NHL scouts have been watching them, and I think we're going to hear both their names called fairly early coming up in Los Angeles.
Yeah, with Martone, I think you're looking at a player that does project as that kind of playoff performer. Obviously, this year in Brampton kind of didn't go according to plan from a team success standpoint. They had problems with injuries. We saw that in the playoffs alone when they lost Steven Kovac. But at the same time, this is a guy that has stepped up for Canada, had a fantastic year in the OHL, kind of projects as that Corey Perry type of player at the NHL level. He's going to be a pest. He's going to be able to play in your top 6. And that provides a ton of value to an NHL franchise. And then when you look at Malcolm Spence, here's a very versatile player, right? Here's a guy that showed that versatility in round 1, helping them beat Saginaw. He has consistently stepped up when he's needed. We look at his performances for Hockey Canada and some really big goals, some game winners over the last few years. And he's a guy that you can slot kind of anywhere in your lineup. He brings physicality. He plays both ways. He can play, special teams. He's the kind of guy that, again, is a proven sort of big game player and a playoff performer. And I think that's going to really bode well for his NHL draft stock.
Well, we talk a lot about the players that are going to get drafted coming up in June, and then as Terry mentioned, players selected this weekend, many of them will get picked 2 years from now. What about that group in between, the rookies, the true rookies this season in the Ontario Hockey League? Ethan Belchez came in as the #1 overall pick. What do you make of that crop?
Yeah, it looks like a really good group. Belchez had a phenomenal year. He's a big boy that has a ton of skill. Ryan Rubrick is a late birthday that's going to be eligible next year as well. Just a primetime scorer, also has great size. You look at a player like Chase Reed, who came into Sault Ste. Marie, and in the second half of the year, he was one of the best defenders in the OHL. And now it looks like we're going to get a chance to see him at the U18s because he was named to the preliminary roster for the U.S. So really excited to see. Hopefully he's not one of the cuts that they have to make. But I think if he plays in that event, we're going to see him really sort of put his name out there as a player that could be one of the top defenders taken next year.
I think it's been very interesting to see over the years. There's always those, when of course we concentrate on more of the OHL players, but even across the board, but especially when that OHL name you mentioned, over the years we see that player who's like a Brent Burns. Well, all of a sudden we're at the draft or we're watching the draft and we hear that name. I'm sure it's always exciting. I'm sure even you look at it when the draft comes along and a team picks a player and it's like that's exactly where I thought, but other people didn't think he was going to go there. That's where I thought, or it's like, what's happening here? I'm sure it's always interesting to kind of play armchair GM a little bit of when the players are chosen, where you sort of thought them and sort of had them slotted in.
Yeah, absolutely. When all the guys like in my role are gathered at the NHL draft, there's always a lot of chatter for that exact same reason. Like there's a lot of oohs and ahs that come from that section, just based on a player going way higher. When a player that is kind of tumbling down the draft board finally gets selected, you might hear a couple, it's just covering the draft is exciting for that reason because it is unpredictable. Yes, you do have sort of a slot that you think a player is going to go, and there are some guys that are kind of locked into a certain range, but then you have others where there is a lot of volatility there, and they could go way higher or way lower than the sort of consensus rank. And again, that's what makes it so exciting to cover the draft.
So as we look ahead to the draft, and you've talked about your years watching players develop through the OHL, how do you rank this crop, this group that's heading into the NHL entry draft? Is this one of the best we've seen in quite some time?
I think from the OHL, I think it's a really, really strong group. From other regions, it's not the strongest group, and that's where this year's draft is maybe not the best in terms of depth. There's kind of a drop-off in terms of upside in that sort of late first range. I think we're going to see probably a few really surprise selections, like you just mentioned, because of that. Guys where teams are really, really banking on potential upside, because once you kind of get past that like 22, 24 range, there is a dip this year, and it's not a strong group from the US. Countries in Europe, like Finland, it's not a strong group, and that's gonna ultimately make the depth not as high end, because in a draft where you do have that really strong depth, and you can say like, this is a draft that's 40 or 50 deep, you have pretty much every region supplying a strong group of prospects. This year, it's a great year for the OHL, and that's exciting for somebody like me based out of this region.
How much fun has it been to watch and you mentioned the name earlier, but then we kind of went by him, the rise of Matthew Schaefer in the last calendar year, from obviously the international events, then into the Erie Otters. Obviously, he didn't get a chance to start the World Juniors much, but when he did, when he was on the ice, he certainly started. And just to see his rise over the last calendar year.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. I think back to watching him at the OHAs in his OHL draft year with Halton, and thinking like, this is a really good NHL draft prospect. Sometimes, like you said, you can kind of pick out guys early and you just see the skating ability and the way that he can take over a game, and you're thinking, not only is this guy going to be a really good OHL player, but this is somebody that could end up having like a Cale Makar, Quinn Hughes type impact at the NHL level. And fast forward to now, and it's kind of played out that way, right? And yeah, it's been turbulent based on some things that have happened, but ultimately, this is a player who has progressed incredibly well in the way that you kind of want to see. And I think the most impressive thing about Matthew is he's kind of stepped up to the occasion anytime that it's been called for, right? You think of when he was called into the U18s last year as an underage player. I think by the end of that tournament, he was Canada's best defender as an underage player. And then at the U20s this year for the World Juniors, kind of like, okay, this isn't maybe Canada's best defensive group. Schaefer suddenly becomes the top defensive option before the injury and was playing really incredible hockey. And I think when you look at Matthew, he's also one of the youngest players eligible for the draft this year. So there's still a lot of physical development left for him. And I think that's also really exciting, because I don't think he's really scratched the surface of what he's capable of as a player.
I love the fact with Matthew, too, that the fact he's been injured, he was right there with the Western team at the OHL Top Prospects game, as almost like a second coach or an extra coach working with the guys. Saw him in the crowd talking to people, just been around. He's called the lineup out, starting lineup for them. He called the starting lineup for Halton. I just love the fact that he's brought that to around his game as well as just a person, not just a hockey player.
Yeah, I've had the chance to talk with Matthew a few times over the years, and he's one of the most mature young men I think I've ever had the pleasure of chatting with in my years of covering the draft. And I think this is a kid or a young man that's going to be a future NHL captain, not just a really good player. And I think for the reasons like you said, this is somebody that really understands that it's more than just on-ice performance.
Well, Brock, we appreciate you jumping in here with us, and great to get your insight. I know you guys have been working hard all season long, and we talk about the group going to the NHL draft, but also this group coming in. It's exciting times in the Ontario Hockey League, and we appreciate the coverage.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right, Terry.
Brock Otten joining us here from McKeen's Hockey. Stay tuned, more to come. It's the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Hi, I'm Brian Crawford, Commissioner of the Ontario Hockey League. Thanks for enjoying the game today. If you've consumed alcohol while at the game, make sure to make the right choice. Get a ride with a sober driver, use a rideshare app, or take public transportation. Make the right choice, never drive impaired.
How big is a Fat Bastard Burrito? Let's start with the massive flavor you get with the huge selection of fresh toppings that keep you coming back. Don't forget the other things either, like big bowls, towering curated tacos, loaded waffle fries topped with piles of flavor, and tons of other stuff you won't want to miss. Go big or go home. And don't forget to download the app. Fat Bastard Burrito, the official burrito of the OHL.
We are into round 8 of the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. I'm Terry Doyle. Mark McKelvey joining us here in studio as well as we take you through what's happening. We're pleased to have you join us across the network here, whether you're on YourTV and, of course, whether you're watching us television, the OHL social channel, CHL TV, you name it. Lots happening, and lots happening. It was a busy Friday night for our next guest joining us on the line. It is the first-round pick of the Windsor Spitfires. John McLaughlin is joining us remotely here. And, John, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Very good. Good to see you. Congratulations on being chosen by the Windsor Spitfires. What was it like last night when you heard your name called?
Yeah, it was amazing. I had a lot of friends and family over, and just spending the time with them, it was surreal. Really, really good time.
John, looking into last night, you talked about having your family and friends there. What were your expectations going in to the OHL draft?
Yeah, you know, obviously there was a lot of uncertainties, but we had a bit of an idea where I was going to land. But yeah, I couldn't be more excited to get in Windsor. That's where I'm heading actually in a little bit. So yeah, just really excited.
John, obviously, you know, you dealt with some adversity this season, dealing with an injury, coming back from that, and obviously rehabbing. You know, I've got to think 6 months ago, 7 months ago, early in the season, you're probably frustrated and wondering how this was going to play out. Are you finding the hard work, the rehab has paid off, the fact that here it is, you're still chosen in the first round of the OHL Priority Selection?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I've had a lot of good people around me to support me, and the best people have helped me with my rehab, so yeah.
Talk a bit more about that support group around you. Who's really been there to lean on and to help you to stay positive throughout the rehab and to keep your eyes on the prize?
Yeah, obviously my parents. I have 3 older sisters, so they help me a lot. Yeah, my agents really, really helped me, and they got me into some really good physio people, and they made my knee so it's going to be perfect in about a month and a half or so.
Sounds great. So what sort of things, obviously still working on the knee, but in general, what can Windsor Spitfires fans expect, and what sort of things do you still have to work on to grow your game?
I think they can expect a 200-foot forward that has a really, really high compete and the type of player you want right now in the playoffs. And yeah, I think stuff that I'll have to work on is just getting up to speed with the OHL level. But I think I truly have the ability to do that very early on.
Well, you mentioned the word playoffs, and the Windsor Spitfires are continuing through the playoffs. That's got to be exciting to get selected by a team I'm sure you're familiar with, but also at the same time, they are really on the rise. This season, they won the West Division. Now they're in the midst of a playoff battle. You're going to a great spot.
Yeah, with me, one of the most important things is winning, and Windsor does that. So, really happy.
Well, John, congratulations. Enjoy the hour-and-a-half-ish trip down to Windsor today, and congratulations. We look forward to seeing you at the rink.
Yeah, thank you guys.
There's John McLaughlin joining us, the first-round pick of the Windsor Spitfires last night, a player who's dealt with a knee injury, had to go through surgery and rehab, and a case where, someone who obviously, as you said as well, the support systems were, I'm sure, a big help. At that age, you're laser focused on hockey. You're not able to play hockey over that stretch. It's had to be some frustrating times.
I mean, that's big time adversity for a young man to deal with in their draft season, something they've been working towards over the past few years. And then to not be exactly sure how it was going to play out, and to see yourself still picked in the first round, a huge accomplishment for John. And you look at his numbers, he didn't get to play much hockey this year, but every time he played, he scored a goal. So the Spitfires obviously did their homework. They knew the kind of player that they were going to select here. And with the way things are heading in Windsor right now, still in a playoff run, but the future's still bright for the following few seasons. He can come in there and probably not have to be rushed, right? He'll have a good opportunity to really grow in that Spitfire system.
Well, we're moving on to another guest joining us on the line, someone we see around the rinks plenty of times, whether it's during the regular season, playoffs, or at the Memorial Cup. There he is, Craig Button from TSN, joining us here. And Craig, good to see you. And you obviously putting your scouting hat on and then seeing these players chosen, whether it's the OHL, whether it's the NHL. I'm sure it's always fun to see these fresh faces, and what NHL or OHL teams have names beside them.
And I think it's exciting for the young players and their families. I mean, one of the things that I admire so much about the young players is the focus, the dedication they have in trying to be the best players possible. And there's a lot of sacrifice that goes into that. And when you want to pursue something that's lofty, there's going to be sacrifice. And so this is the first step, for steps along the path to what their ultimate goals are. And their ultimate goals are to play in the NHL, and certainly to be recognized in a top league that produces and has produced NHL players and superstars in the hundreds. Certainly it's a really nice step. The other thing that I would say, though, is that for me, I'm looking at the names, and I'm looking at Brock Chitteroni, and I'm looking at Alex Kuleman, and I'm looking at Sam Roberts, and I'm going, wait a second here, wait. I watch all their fathers play. I was not watching the kids. I don't know if I'm going to be on when the grandkids are playing, but I think that's where it's headed. But it's kind of neat to see those names, and I know there's other names as well. Those were just three of the players that were drafted in the first round, and it's fun. It's an exciting time for the kids. No matter where you're drafted, a team now has put some faith into you and said, hey, you can be part. You're just talking about Windsor. Windsor had the first overall pick last year. They're not only good now, they're going to be good in the years to come. And, real credit to Bill Bowler and his staff. And certainly you get a chance to go play for a top-notch organization in Windsor, and wherever you are in the OHL, it's special for the young kids and for their families.
Craig, well, you mentioned about the families. The bloodline's there. You know the fathers. You know what they were as hockey players. You know what they are as people. But for some of those other players, when you put yourself in that scouting role, you're watching them on the ice. But how important it is as well to get to know the families and to get to know the type of person they are away from the rink?
Well, I mean, you have to know what type of person you're getting, and what their dedication is. And I just talked about how important it is for these young players to see some tangible rewards for their efforts and for their sacrifices. And certainly, I mean, I can tell you this, over the course of many, many years, and you'll tell me the same thing. You don't come across bad people. There might be, there's a story here or a story there, but for the most part, the kids and their families are good. You're trying to understand, what are we getting? What kind of support can we expect with respect from the family? And because you are evaluating the players, you just want to know that you're getting a player with respect to do the parents understand what the process is? I'll give you a perfect example that I think is really important. Nobody's going to tell me that Owen Griffin isn't a great kid. Now, he was a high pick by the Oshawa Generals in his first year. He really struggled to be able to be a productive player in the OHL as a 16-year-old. Really struggled. And so what you want to know as an organization, okay, how's he going to handle those struggles? What do we have to do? A kid that's been so good. These are all good players. They've all been good players at the levels below the OHL. Now they're struggling to find their way. They're trying to find their way, and they're going, you doubt yourself. So you want to make sure that you're working with the player, that the player is trying to continue to develop his skills. And now what do you get? At 17 years of age, you got Owen Griffin, who's a really important part of the Oshawa Generals. I would tell every single kid and every single parent, it's not a straight upward trajectory in terms of how you're going to progress. And be patient with yourself. And so when you ask about knowing the kids and knowing the parents, it's about making sure that you're giving them the support. Because these 16-year-old kids haven't tasted failure. They haven't tasted setbacks. And when you understand that, there's going to be a process and there's going to be some challenges for the young kids, and you now have everybody working together to support that, now you can work through the disappointment that a young player have and keep them on track. And that's why I bring up Owen Griffin. I mean, Owen Griffin is a really good player. And he'll tell you, he'll be the first one to tell you that last year, it was a real struggle for him to be able to find any type of productivity in the OHL. Doesn't mean because you don't find it at 16, you're not going to find it at 17 or 18 and 19. And that's the progression you got to keep in mind with the players from an organizational point, and the parents have to understand that as well.
Craig, we appreciate your time this morning. We know we've only got a couple minutes left with us here, and let's talk about the 2025 NHL draft and the crop of OHL players. We've certainly been very excited to watch through their progression in the OHL. Now the NHL scouts watching them very closely. You've been watching them very closely, whether it's a Misa, a Martone, you name it. I'm sure you've had fun watching this group of OHL players getting set for the National Hockey League entry draft.
I have. And again, I think about Michael Misa, who, he's going to play for Canada at the U18 tournament in Dallas, Texas, which is really important. He wasn't able to play last year because he was helping Saginaw win the Memorial Cup. I watched Michael first play in the OHL Cup. Well, I watched him play before that, with the Mississauga Senators. And now here it is. It's 4 years later, and I kind of go, 4 years have passed? 4 years have passed with Michael Misa. Porter Martone the same way. I mean, I honestly, I love watching the young players play. Like, it keeps you young. It keeps you, there's so much excitement and enthusiasm. And they want to go out every single shift and be at their very best. And I think one of the things I always try to remind other scouts and parents, and listen, they all want to be good every single shift. They're not going to be good every single shift, but just keep playing and keep doing what you show. And, I mean, we're talking about Misa, you're talking about Martone, you're talking about Aitchison, you're talking about Jake O'Brien, you're talking about Cameron Reed. I'm just naming a handful of players, and I know there's more that are so good, and they're going to be in the NHL, some of them sooner than others, but it really is a testament. Again, back to what I said, the path is different, for different players, and that path sometimes has some twists and turns in it. But these are good players. You're going to hear their names really early in the NHL draft. And, I'd be remiss not to mention Matthew Schaefer, who's been out because of his injury. We're talking about, there's an elite group of OHL players that are going to go probably in the first 10 picks that I just named here in the NHL draft coming up in June.
Well, big year coming up for the Ontario Hockey League at the NHL draft. The OHL draft rolls on this weekend. Craig, we appreciate you taking some time to join us.
It's always my pleasure. I mean, always wishing the best of luck and the best of times as the young players forge new paths with new organizations. So it'll be a lot of fun to continue to watch them.
Thanks so much, Craig. We'll be talking soon.
Craig Button from TSN joining us here, the Director of Scouting, and certainly a guy who has seen a lot of hockey over the years, worked for the Minnesota North Stars, the Dallas Stars, the Calgary Flames, the Leafs. He's certainly seen a lot of hockey over his career, and now getting a chance to work with the TSN broadcast through the finals and the Memorial Cup as well. We are into we're into round 8, and there's always players who are selected a little bit deeper in the OHL priority selection who go on to be big names around the Ontario Hockey League and familiar names down the road into the National Hockey League in some cases. And Mark, we see this list and some names that have played pro hockey, guys that Trevor Letowski played in the NHL for many years, of course now an assistant coach with the Montreal Canadiens. Dave Lowry played pro. All these guys have played pro hockey, started in the OHL as well, and it is in round 8.
Yeah, I mean, look at a player like Cal O'Reilly going on to a long pro career. You talk about different routes for everybody there. Some goaltenders in the mix as well. I mean, this is middle of the draft. And I think there's a lot of teams here that are hoping they're going to find their steals right around round 8, round 9. Players that might have been slipping through the cracks a little bit. So, a lot of players coming off the board right now. Just a couple picks left in this round. But this could be a home run spot, so to speak, if you can really find one of those that pans out to be a strong player over the course of their OHL career.
Well, and a little bit lower on that list was Ty Kartye, who started for the Sioux Greyhounds, played 61 games this season for the Seattle Kraken. So a chance where he was chosen, signed by the Kraken, and then ends up a little bit of time in the minors, moves on. And so here's a case as a 16-year-old chosen in the 8th round, but kept working. Ended up 5'11", 200 pounds now, so filled out, had a chance to grow his game. I remember talking with him, and just one of those just good people. As Craig said, they're all good people, absolutely. And having those situations, and for Kartye, he's played a couple seasons now. He's already up to 138 pro games, or NHL games with the Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, and we talk about a lot of these players being stars in the OHL, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate to the NHL right away. Sure, some of those top end guys can make the jump, but everybody else maybe needs another couple of years of seasoning, and they can really kind of grow their game and move into that role. And we continue to see each and every year more players from the OHL make their debuts in the NHL, and some a little later than others. And for a Ty Kartye, I mean, it was just a matter of time that he would become a full-time NHL player. It was going to come with a player like that. We got to see it up close and personal in the OHL.
And I think too, Daryl talked to it last night about showing you can be flexible. Yeah. Can you play second line minutes versus first line minutes versus third line minutes on a deep team? And I think that development continues on from the OHL, minor to the OHL to the NHL. Trevor Letowski was on that list. Trevor Letowski was a scorer in junior hockey. Scored almost 100 goals with the Sarnia Sting, 248 points. Goes on to play 600 plus games in the NHL and has 200 points total, but was able to play a 200-foot game, as they say, and a two-way game, and willing to adjust and willing to play in that role. And that's, I think, a big factor is, can players, maybe in minor hockey, you were that first line minutes guy, but coming to the OHL, everybody was the first line minutes guy. I always say it's like the OHL is all-star of minor hockey, and you could say the NHL is all-star of hockey from around the world. And I think that's when players can show they have so much more to their game. And I use Letowski as an example all the time, that someone who was never a star in the National Hockey League went on to a long career in the NHL and in professional hockey elsewhere as well, but because he could do pretty much anything a coach would ask him for.
Exactly that. And how many players in the Ontario Hockey League over the years were not necessarily maybe all-stars in the OHL, but then went on to long NHL careers because, like you said, they knew how to play that role. And it's very important. Craig talked about it, just like you mentioned, the fact that everybody was good at one point, then you move up another level and you got to find where you slot in. And that can be tough for some players. It takes a little bit of time to adjust. And even for some of those players that don't get the production, as he talked about in Owen Griffin, and how about my favorite example was always Luke Evangelista in London. Never scored a goal in his first season and, ended up being one of the top scorers in the league. So everyone's development's a little different. It just takes some time to find that game and where you're going to fit it.
Round 8 is done at this OHL Priority Selection 2025 edition presented by Real Canadian Superstore. When we come back, we'll move ahead to round number 9. Have another guest joining us as well. As you're watching right here across the network, please stay tuned. More to come right after this.
Parking your moving truck is hard. Moving your internet? That's easy. With Cogeco's super reliable, super fast, fiber-powered internet.
My time in the OHL allowed me to prepare for life as a professional hockey player at a young age. The development opportunity players are provided by playing in the OHL is unrivaled. The support systems teams have in place help players immensely once they get to the next level. With the coaching, skill development, facilities, and attention the OHL provides, I believe it is the best hockey development league in the world.
Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
It is the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. You're watching it here on YourTV across the network, OHL's social channels as well, CHL TV, you name it. We appreciate you joining us for this. I'm Terry Doyle alongside Mark McKelvey. Our next guest is a guy who has seen a lot of hockey over the years, seen a lot of hockey over the last calendar year, as covered a team that went right to the Memorial Cup final last year and is deep in the playoffs this year. There is Mike Stubbs, the play-by-play voice of the London Knights, joining us here. Michael, happy Saturday. How are you?
Happy Saturday. How can you be any better? The future of the Ontario Hockey League unfolding in front of our eyes.
How much fun do you have when you see, you follow along on a day like today and you see picks, whether it's with the London Knights or other players around the OHL, and then next year you get to see them come in as rookies, and then 2 years later they're veterans and they're stars, and a few years later they might be starring in the NHL, and you can think, yeah, I remember when I saw that name come up on the OHL Priority Selection Day.
You know what? That's exactly the luxury that we have following junior hockey. You do get a chance to see those guys. You do get a chance to watch as they grow as players, and then one day maybe realize that dream. There are so many different dreams in hockey that you can hit, and this is one of them. You look at all of the players being selected. They hear their names called. They get that call from the general manager. You look at how drafts are watched right now and how much attention is paid to them, and you see that in the NHL, NFL, NBA, those calls from the teams, and that's happening right now for all of these players.
Well, Mike, the London Knights are in the midst of a playoff run right now. So for the players on the ice, they're not really thinking about who could my new teammates be that are being selected over the course of this weekend. But for the management, the scouts, this is what they've been working towards. Their focus is on this. And in London, I mean, a loaded roster this year in the second round against the Erie Otters right now, and hoping to repeat as OHL champions. But I found it interesting this year that Logan Howery, a top pick of theirs from last year, didn't spend the whole year with the London Knights. By having such a loaded roster, they were afforded the opportunity to really let him grow his game at the junior B level.
Mark, you're exactly right. And this is something that the Knights and other teams have done. And you make use of those leagues like the Greater Ontario Junior Hockey League, where Logan Howery went to play. And it's maybe a little easier to say to a player, hey, we think that you are going to develop in the best way if you actually go to another team, another league. And as a first rounder, a second rounder, a third rounder, as a player, that might be hard to hear. But then you look and you say, well, Easton Cowan did that, Oliver Bonk did that, Sam O'Reilly and Will Nickel did that, and now look at where they sit. And so it is part of the process that the Knights have made use of quite a bit. Before the break, you mentioned Luke Evangelista. He was somebody who did end up staying as a 16-year-old, but didn't score a single goal in that year. Dave Boland was another guy many years ago. The players would joke with him that he was the grocery stick. He was the guy who didn't see a lot of ice as a 16-year-old, so he would just shuffle down the bench, and eventually he'd be the guy dividing the forwards and the defensemen. He was the grocery stick. And that was just the way that it worked out for him. So there are a number of different routes that you can take. But Terry, you talked about it the fact that we've got all-stars coming in from all of these other leagues, and then you hit the Ontario Hockey League, that adjustment period for all of these players who are used to playing the big minutes, the big situations, to then say, wait a minute, there's a steep learning curve in front of me. And so now I just have to sit back, be a sponge, listen to the coaching staff, and get myself to where these players in front of me have been able to get to.
Mike, you appreciate the time today because you've got a playoff game to call this evening. The Erie Otters and the London Knights, Game 2 coming up this evening. Take us through how things went, of course, in the opening game and how you see things shaping up this evening and the rest of the series.
Well, Terry, Mark, it looked like round 2, and both of you know what that looks like, where it gets a little bit more intense. There's a little less space out there on the ice. There's a lot less time, and that was exactly what we saw. Even though there were 9 goals that were scored in the game, there wasn't a lot of space, there wasn't a lot of time, and you know what? Erie under Chris Millette looks really, really good. Their structure is good. They were taking away passing lanes that the Knights may have had in other times this year in the regular season. And so the Erie Otters were a team that came out full marks. They were still missing Carey Terrance, still missing Matthew Schaefer. And so we'll see what happens for the rest of the series. Carey Terrance has been skating, and I think we're all just waiting to see when Matthew Schaefer might be able to return to the lineup because he's been out since the World Junior Hockey Championship. But Erie was full marks for how they played. The Knights veterans from the start of the playoffs, and Mark, you got to see this in round number 1, calling the games between the Knights and the Owen Sound Attack. The veterans know what this is about. They have had the luxury of being on some long playoff runs. Last year to the Memorial Cup, the year before to the OHL Championship Series. So they know what the steps up look like in the playoffs, and they have really come to play. Denver Barkey is averaging 3 points per game. Easton Cowan had 4 points, and Oliver Bonk was a +4 in the first game. And if we talk about the OHL priority selection, let's think about this. The London Knights in 2021 drafted Denver Barkey first, and then they had 2 picks in the second round. They were Easton Cowan and Oliver Bonk. And now here we are 4 years later. Those are the players who were stars 1, 2, and 3 in a big round 2 game 1 victory in the playoffs.
You're right. It just shows how a weekend like this can really frame your team for the next years to come and put you in a real good spot. What I was impressed all season long watching the London Knights was the fact that here's a team, you've talked about those long playoff runs, defending OHL champions. I could have understood with this veteran group if they kind of coasted through the regular season, knowing that, hey, when we get to the playoffs, we'll turn it on. That wasn't the case. They were locked in start to finish. So being so close to them there, what stood out for you? How was this group able to be dialed in right from the start of the regular season till right now?
Well, I think it goes back to last year, and you can look back to other moments that teams can have. One of them would be the London Knights team in 2005, where they always look back, even to this day, 20 years later. You ask those players about what helped them to be successful in 2004, 2005, they'll say the year before. They'll say going to a conference final against Guelph, losing in a heartbreaking fashion in 7 games. That was motivation. And I think last year, making it all the way to the Memorial Cup final, losing with 21.7 seconds left, that's motivation. Plus, you add in the fact that all of these players know this is really their last chance. The core that has grown up together, that 2021 priority selection, some of the guys from 2022, those are the guys that now have this opportunity before a lot of them move on to professional careers. And so they want to take full advantage of this. And then it's just the way that the organization works under the coaching staff led by Dale Hunter. It's just game by game by game. And they don't look too far ahead in the schedule. They aren't focused on game 3 of this series right now. They're focused on game number 2. And in January, they weren't focused on what was happening 3 games from now or next weekend. No matter who the opponent was on the schedule, it was that game. And that's the approach they've been taking. And it's an approach that has allowed them to have quite a bit of success, which has been fun.
Mike, as we let you go, I've got the hard-hitting question. I noticed the London Knights have adopted playoff haircuts that kind of look like Mike Stubbs.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with that, although I was at practice and Noah Abaflon came up and he pulled off his toque and he said, "What do you think? Almost like yours." And I thought, yeah, except that you have a full head of hair. I got some holes up there. So theirs look a whole lot better. And it's one of those team bonding things. I don't know. Did we have any team bleach their hair? Remember, late 90s, I think, was the last time teams wanted to do that. That gets messy.
The Peterborough Pete's 1996 OHL champions, Mike Martone and the bleach blonde hair. Certainly fun times indeed. Mike, appreciate the time. Have fun with the call tonight.
Great job, guys. I'm enjoying the coverage. Keep it up.
There's Mike Stubbs, the longtime radio play-by-play voice of the London Knights. We're continuing on with round 9 of the OHL Priority Selection. Stay tuned. Right here, more to come.
The landscape has changed and OHL players have access to new pathways following graduation from the league. November's groundbreaking NCAA eligibility ruling has opened new doors, with an influx of young players coming to the OHL this past season, including 16 from the BCHL, 7 from the OJHL, 5 from the USHL, and 2 more from the NCAA ranks, taking advantage of the flexibility offered under the new eligibility model. The league saw talented young names like Lev Katzen, Liam Beamish, Blake Montgomery, Jack Pridham, Chase Reed, and Simon Wang step in and put their talent on display, further strengthening the OHL as the #1 development league in the world. More than 30 OHL players and counting have commitments to further their development at NCAA programs, opening a new pathway for OHL grads as they seek to maximize their potential in both athletics and academics.
Welcome back in our studio here as we continue the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. Stephen Els from Daily Faceoff, associate editor, and handles the prospects for Daily Faceoff, joining us here. And you were telling me just before you came in, this is not the first time you've come into what I'm calling Studio 23 here at Cogeco headquarters.
Yeah, back in high school, actually, I did my very first show here called The Hockey House, and it was a show kind of all about prospects and everything. We talked about Irish hockey. We talked about hockey from pretty much everywhere. So this is where I got my start.
Well, it's glad you came in here, and now this OHL group for the National Hockey League entry draft, and it's been such a special group to watch this season. Misa, Martone, Schaefer, so many. I could just rhyme them through for the next 5 minutes. How much fun has it been for you to watch this group this year?
Well, being from Ontario, it makes it easy to see everybody, and I think that's what's been really exciting this year is that we could see 3 players in the top 3 picks all come from the same league. That's pretty rare to see that, and so much talent, but they're also all different players. You look at Schaefer and just the skill he brings on defense. We don't find defensemen like him often. You look at Michael Misa and his shot, his ability to be effective both center and the wing. Then you look at Porter Martone. He just wants to hit everybody out there, but he backs it up with a ton of goals all the time too. So it's just such a great draft class, and that's just scratching the surface. We know how deep it goes.
We've talked a lot about Matthew Schaefer and what he brings to the table, but what we continue to come back to is the fact that he's been out since the World Juniors, yet I don't think that's hurt his draft stock at all, has it?
That might be the only player I've ever seen in a draft not get hurt by the fact that he's missed most of the season. And it wasn't just the injury, it was the start of the season too. So when you look at that, just the way he played in that 2-game CHL USA series, I think really opened up so many eyes. I think a lot of scouts were looking at him and saying, number 2, number 3. I know that was just 2 games, a very small sample size, but he impressed so much in that I think if you weren't putting him number 1 at that point, you were making a mistake. And when it comes to just how skilled he is and smart, this is a guy who's had to overcome so many things in his life, and it doesn't seem to slow him down. And he doesn't need to play any more games this year. I think that's just the thing. He's just so skilled.
So as we've continued on, and so Schaefer, and you were at it as well. I love to see in Brantford how involved he was in that game, even though he was hurt. Sort of the honorary coach in a way for Team West, helping with practice. Even in the crowd, he's talking to various fans, agents. I think you name it, just various people he was talking to. Just his enthusiasm. I think it shows the intangibles he brings off the ice. We've seen what he can do on the ice, but just what he can bring to a hockey club as well.
You ask anyone who deals with him on a daily basis, and they'll say he's one of the greatest kids they've ever talked to. And it's because he's just such a nice kid. He's caring. He wants to get to know people, but he's, it could be very easy to just be so full of yourself when you're a top prospect, but he's not. And that's again, just testament to his character. And watching him, I really wish we could have seen him in that OHL Top Prospect game. That was an outstanding game, by the way. That was the crowd was fantastic there. It was my first time actually in that arena, but watching just kind of like even in practice, helping to pick out the music and making sure that he was engaged with everybody. Like he could have easily sat at home, and he wanted to be there.
Well, as we talk about this group of players, and we had Brock Otten in here a little bit earlier, we talked about some players that are maybe some of your own personal faves outside of those players that could go in the top 3, top 5. Who are a couple of the players you'll be keeping a close eye on?
Brady Martin, 100%. Brady Martin is the guy that every team needs, and that's because he's got so much energy. He doesn't need to put up a ton of points to be effective, and that's because I think the best example is watching him at the Hlinka Gretzky, where he was playing more of a third or fourth line role, but he was one of the best players every single game because he was hitting everybody. He was scoring. He was putting up points on the board. And then you go and see what he does in the OHL this year, and you know, a solid first half. That second half is where he really started to pick it up, and you see the numbers. So Brady Martin's one I love. I really like Jack Nesbitt, a guy that he's very difficult to play against. We see that Windsor team is a lot of fun. Jake O'Brien, a really smart player, and I think my personal favorite might be Jack Ivankovic. I know, you know, smaller goalie, but maybe one of the most skilled goalie prospects I've ever seen.
I know, Stephen, you keep an eye on the OHL Priority Selection as well. Every year, you talk about Brady Martin. I remember him coming into the studio on draft day, and just one of those people you could just see the personality was there as well. And obviously, we've seen on the ice the hard work, and I'm sure that's where the fun thing. And when you follow the OHL Priority Selection and getting a chance to see these players right off the bat, and then see their growth and their development, but also getting a chance to talk to them and just seeing what good people they are and the people they're surrounded with. And it's kind of that advantage where it's kind of the innocence of seeing them in junior hockey as well. And I know Jack Nesbitt I've got a chance to get to know as well, the two people you just mentioned there. And I'm sure that's the fun of being able to not only see the prospects on the ice, but getting to know a little bit about them off the ice.
Yeah, 100%. Like, these are great kids. You know, they're going through a lot of pressure. Like, they're high school students. Like, they're still growing. They're still developing. And to see, like, the OHL Cup is one of my favorite events of the year. Like, one, like, I almost would rather go to it than the Stanley Cup final. And part of it is because you see the excitement of the players when they win, or just any game. Doesn't matter if it's the championship or whatnot. It means so much to them because they get to play with their friends. They're playing, you know, for some of these guys have played together for 10 years, and this is kind of the end of their minor hockey journey before they go and play junior hockey. And it means so much, and then when you see that excitement, you talk to the players afterwards, like it's special. So yeah, like it's the start of the journey, but there's still many more years to go. And for players who don't get drafted, again, this is just one step of the journey. There's still so much you could do to take your career far.
Well, I echo what you say about the OHL Cup, and what I get a kick out of every year at the final is the amount of players that come to watch that aren't in the final, but they've gone along this minor hockey journey playing against some of these players or alongside them at different times on various teams. They want to see how it goes. You get to that next level, a lot of players get eliminated from the playoffs. They don't even want to watch hockey, and it just shows, like you said, some of that innocence. Over the course of your time covering the drafts, and not just the NHL but the OHL draft as well, who are some of your personal favorites to stand out? Let's talk about the OHL draft, at least going in. Players that you enjoyed seeing and then getting to watch go on to have great success.
Hard to not go with someone like Aaron Ekblad. That's a guy that I think it was kind of right at the start, and that's a guy who was just this physical beast of a player that just was so difficult for anyone to contain. Reason he got exceptional status. I thought Porter Martone was one where I thought, like, I really liked him in his OHL draft year, but I wasn't sure kind of what type of player he was going to be. Then I get to see him a lot being close to Brampton and saying, like, whoa, this guy's a lot of fun. Matthew Shaver's another one, but Sam Dickinson I think is maybe the number one I would pick. Obviously we've seen what he's been able to do with London and the Canadian World Junior player, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the NHL next year of San Jose, but watching what Sam Dickinson was able to do at that same age was special. Ryan Merkley was another one where I think if you remember watching him play a couple years ago, outstanding, dominant player at the AAA level. So it's fun watching kind of that development.
The fun of hosting this show over the years. Aaron Ekblad came in as a 15-year-old with exceptional status. I wanted to check his ID. I'm thinking, are you really 15? As he could tower over, I think he pretty could shake hands with my wrist. He was such a physical force already, and it showed why he got exceptional status. Stephen, appreciate the time. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys.
Stephen Ellis from Daily Faceoff joining us here. Round 9 is done, so the OHL Priority Selection takes a bit of a break. The teams get a chance to regroup, maybe grab a snack or two or an early lunch. So we're going to step aside, take a break. More to come. You're watching the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
Lunch or dinner is served at Tim's. It's meaty, cheesy, and quenchy.
Now that's a meal.
Exactly. Make a meal of it. Order the new Hat Trick Flatbread Pizza and Garlic Bread on the Tim's app.
Time for Tim's. Welcome to Oxio, the place where the internet truly gets you. Like how sometimes you just have to search down every rabbit hole. That you want to stream your shows, not pesky loading symbols. Or scroll to your heart's content, because culture now runs at the speed of your feed. Our internet was made to flex, to fit your online world. So if you're ready for an internet provider that finally feels like home, swing on by. We'll keep the door open. Oxio, born to be online.
My OHL is a place to talk. So Talk Today has a number of elements. First and foremost, we support the players. We provide mental health and awareness training and suicide prevention training to them. And we have a coach that's in every one of our branches that supports an OHL team. And in years to come, these individuals that are playing in the OHL now will be great mental health champions.
For 50 years, we've been helping Canadians turn dreams into lasting legacies. Our equipment has been at the heart of Canadian communities, powering dreams and the hard work behind them. Kubota.
Joining us now at the 2025 OHL Draft is Stathletes founder Megan Chayka. Megan, we're so excited to have you. Thank you for being here today.
Of course, excited to be here.
It's obviously a busy weekend with plenty of key decisions being made. From your perspective, how has the role of data and analytics evolved at the junior level? And what trends are you seeing in how teams evaluate talent during the OHL Draft?
It's funny, when we first started Stathletes about 15 years ago, it was actually in the player development space. So at that point, I thought, might not work in the NHL. It's a really high bar to climb, but certainly there's ways that you can use data to guide, teach, understand, marry to video. So a lot of the first march of my company was about player development from an early age and looking at refining that, whether it's a priority selection or the NHL draft, getting ready for that. So in its infancy, we were much more involved at that level. And I think, you know, sports science and working with trainers both on and off ice, there's certainly so much you can do in hockey to be a more well-rounded player, and data is one aspect of it.
When you look at that development curve for those young players today, what are some key skills or traits that are becoming more valuable or even expected earlier than before?
Ooh, that's a great one. I mean, skating, speed, the game's so fast, so skilled, making plays, so passes under pressure, winning puck battles, you know, combine that tenacity with the high level skill and of course shooting, right? Yeah, scoring is valued at all levels of the game. So being able to intuitively create space for yourself, know and look at like passing lanes, what's the highest probability, and putting yourself in the best situations to not only put the puck in the net, but keep the puck out of yours. So both offense, defense, looking at some of those well-rounded players and players that get drafted high as well. So, I mean, a lot of skill going into the priority selection and the NHL draft. And there's a lot of skill in the OHL. So I think it's a really exciting time in hockey where it's getting faster, more dynamic, more exciting. Then the players also have to be better too.
You mentioned current skill in the OHL. Looking at our current talent pool, are there any players or playoff teams in this year's OHL postseason that have really stood out to you analytically, maybe something that wouldn't be obvious just to someone who's watching the game?
Sure, I'll go down a little bit of a list. With the London Knights first, it's hard to overlook them, right? They led the league in goals for and against. The lead on special teams, second best power play, best penalty kill. And of course, they're looking to make the OHL final, third year in a row. So it's a little hard to overlook that team, but there are a lot that are scratching at the doorstep of being not only well-rounded, but playing different styles. You know, the Barrie Colts, you know, playoff hockey, intense, a lot of tenacity, really go on the forecheck and win a lot of puck battles. So when you're looking at analytics, that's an area they really thrive in. And they have an interesting matchup with Kingston. Kingston actually has the most puck possession time per game, meaning they keep the puck a lot to themselves. So you can't really score on them when you don't have the puck. So that's kind of a nice thing about playing with that possession. They're also the oldest team with 16 players born after 2005 or later. Oshawa, I'll end with that. They're very fun to watch, unselfish, a lot of puck movement. A data point you might not know is they actually lead the league in passes, creating scoring chances. So those like high quality shots, the ones that sort of get you off your seat being like, that could be a goal. Oshawa creates the most passes that lead to that. So they're, a well-rounded, making that extra pass, looking for those plays, which can bite you, but also makes it really fun, dynamic hockey.
Shifting gears and kind of looking ahead at our league's future talent, with how quickly the game of hockey really is evolving, what kind of data do you think will become even more important when evaluating future OHL draft picks?
I think just the whole possession gain. So looking at more advanced models like expected threat, really thinking about how players play with the puck, what opportunities they create for others around them, and the style of plays that translate into the NHL. Because I think historically, you always knew Mitch Marner was great or Matthew Tkachuk was great, but like, how do they see those passing lanes behind the net and are able to like capitalize on that? So having more data that understands playmakers, defensive forwards, even defensemen and goaltenders, and how to properly evaluate them beyond the eye test and really be able to look at their full body of work from an analytical perspective and from a tech perspective. I think it just shows so much more of the game where you can pinpoint earlier in their career about what style of player they could be and how to develop those skills to get there a lot quicker.
And finally, for those parents and young athletes that are watching the draft today, what advice would you give when it comes to developing not just skill on the ice, but hockey sense and habits that really do show up in the data?
I mean, I think long-term, you have to be really passionate and love playing hockey, because it's certainly, you see the players that elevate their game at the NHL level and they are students of the game, right? They're watching, they're learning, they're training, they're, health and nutrition. There's so much that you can do to make yourself a well-rounded player. But I also think to be creative and fun, you have to have fun with the game. So I think whether it's in tech and business or the hockey player, you take your work seriously, you don't take yourself seriously. So just enjoying the process of that and really being just like excited about working in hockey, because I do think it's the best sport in the world. And, anyone who gets picked today, it's incredibly, an honor and an exciting day in their lives too. So I think just enjoy the process and work hard and set your goals really high.
Well, Megan, thank you so much for joining us again. We really appreciate all of your insight today here at the OHL Priority Selection.
Thank you.
For 60 teams across North America, pursuit of this trophy is at the top of their list. It's a goal they aim for when they first pull on a team jersey. It's not an easy road. From training camp to the grind of the regular season, the hopes of a long playoff run leading to a league championship. This 9-month journey brings out the best, and all focus is on the final step. If the Stanley Cup is the holy grail for the National Hockey League, then the Memorial Cup is the elusive prize for junior hockey. Weighing just over 40 pounds, this symbol of excellence is engraved with more than 3,000 names that tell a story of the young men who have competed for it. Young hockey players have dreamt of winning this title, of being named champion. Icons of the game have challenged for it, but fell short. The cup was first handed out in 1919 to honor and remember those who gave their lives fighting World War I. In 2010, the Canadian Hockey League rededicated it to the memory of all fallen military personnel. For many players, this is the summit, the best they will ever be, the highest mountain they will conquer. For others, it will be a chapter in a career about to unfold at another level. The list of winners is impressive. Powerhouse teams that delivered. Surprise teams that weren't expected to contend. Teams that simply went about their business on the ice. All were waiting for the final seconds to tick off. And the burst of emotion realizing they are the champions. When a hockey dream becomes a reality, it is the Memorial Cup.
Selected in the first round of last year's 2024 OHL draft, we're joined now by Sarnia Sting forward Alessandro Diorio. It's been a full year since your OHL journey began. Looking back, what was that draft experience like for you last year, being a top 4 selection?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was pretty nerve-wracking leading up to the draft, but the GMs and coaches of Sarnia did a really good job of welcoming me in. And then once I got to camp and everything, you're a little nervous, got a little bit of jitters, but older guys and leadership group did a really good job of welcoming me in, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
You have a full season under your belt now, more of a development year for your team in Sarnia. But how would you describe your first season with the Sting?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, first couple of weeks going into there, into camp, a little bit nerve-wracking, obviously. But again, just development, as you said, we're pretty young, so rebuilding and developing was a big part of that. So throughout the course of the year, I think as a team we got really close, and yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better rookie season. I had a lot of fun.
Reflecting on where you were a year ago, what's been the biggest transition and difference for you going from your U16 season to your rookie year in the OHL?
I think the pro schedule, working out and being on the ice every day, trying to get that physical aspect back into your game. The guys are older, bigger, stronger, so you have to be in the gym trying to work on that and become stronger as well. So obviously, as a young kid, it's hard to gain that frame and that muscle right away. But going into next year, I think it'll be a bit easier because I'm a little bit older. So
There's a lot of transition, obviously, as you touched on in your first OHL season, from a new city to a billet family to managing hockey school and a busy travel schedule at the same time. How have you really managed to adjust, and what's really helped you get your groove?
yeah, I think the Bill family helps a lot. Having a good family, it makes everything a little bit easier from the schoolwork to the food. It's a big part of your routine. So yeah, I have to owe a lot to my billet family, and trying to manage school. Mr. Whitlock at our school did a really good job of handling everything, give us some flexibility to be able to finish work and manage hockey at the same time. So yeah, throughout the course of the year, I think those two people did a really good job of helping me out.
Shifting gears a little bit, you've been selected to attend Team Canada's U18 training camp this weekend. How exciting is that opportunity for you?
Yeah, it's really exciting. Obviously, being with the team a couple times, you kind of know what to expect a little bit. But going in, those guys are a little bit older than you, so really good, talented players. So it's going to be hard to try and make the team. So we got to go in there, do my best, and hopefully make it.
And finally, what would you say was your favorite memory or moment from your first year in the OHL?
Probably my first game and scoring my first goal. Those are two memories that really stand out to me. Obviously, being with that crowd in Sarnia, it's a surreal experience. Being able to step on that ice, your first like semi-pro game. Yeah, the fans did a really good job of welcoming our whole team into the building. So that was probably my two favorite moments.
Well, Alessandro, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you have a great off season and best of luck at camp.
Thank you.
The Ontario Hockey League, more than just a game.
Schaefer sprung loose and he scores!
On the ice, the OHL is the #1 provider of talent to the National Hockey League, developing the game's next stars. Off the ice, giving back matters. Since 2010, OHL teams have invested over $41 million in scholarships and raised nearly $8 million annually for charities in minor hockey, shaping futures beyond the rink. Excellence on the ice, opportunity beyond it. The Ontario Hockey League, where the journey begins.
Selected 7th overall in last year's 2024 OHL Priority Selection, we're joined now by Owen Sound attack forward Pierce Bowie. Pierce, it's been a full year now since your OHL journey began. Looking back, what was that draft experience like for you hearing your name get called?
Yeah, it was incredible. Always growing up in Ontario, always wanted to play in the OHL. So, when I heard my name called, it was really special for me and my family.
You have a full season now under your belt. What was that first year like in Owen Sound?
It was incredible. I mean, the coaching staff and the city and the fans and all my teammates, they were awesome. They made me feel really welcome for my first year. And I think overall we had a pretty good year.
What's been the best part about playing in a small town like Owen Sound where the community really rallies around you?
I think it's great to play in a small town, not many distractions, we've got a really tight community there in Owen Sound. All the boys are always together. So I think it's special to play in such a small hockey town.
Reflecting on where you were a year ago, what's been the biggest adjustment for you going from your U16 season to your OHL rookie year?
I think it's just, you got to get used to the speed and the size of the players in the OHL. It's different from minor midgets. So, you got to go in there and not be too worried or too scared. You'll pick it up, but it's just the size and speed that you'll get used to. And then I think from there you'll be good.
There is a lot of other transitions in your OHL rookie year, from a new city to a billet family, travel, managing school and hockey at the same time. What would you say really helped you get adjusted?
I'd say just my coaching, the staff in Owen Sound, they helped through everything. And, I had great billets that helped me and supported me, and, my family back home as well. I think it's just important that if you have that support, you'll be fine. And, just sticking with it and yeah, you'll get used to it, I guess.
As we see the younger group of players get their shot this weekend, what advice would you give to those players who get selected over the weekend who are looking to make an OHL roster next season?
I think, you got to have a big summer here. The adjustments definitely a lot. So you got to get ready and go to camp and, put your head down and go to work, and don't expect anything to be given to you. You got to go out and earn it.
Finally, what would you say was your favorite memory or moment in your first season with the Attack?
I think it's just, when all the boys get together outside of the rink, like your teammates, in the OHL, it's kind of different. You don't know if you'll ever play with some of the guys again. You got your overagers and stuff like that. So, creating a tight bond with your teammates and just spending time with them, I think that's my favorite memory.
Well, Pierce, thank you so much for joining us. I wish you a great off season.
Thank you very much.
Crosby with a little room to operate. Crosby snaps in. He scores. Passes in front of Kane on the road. Score!
Short-handed on a breakaway. Found on its feet. McDavid scores. And circling the net. Bouncing puck. He scores. Nathan McKinnon.
Bedard to bring him up for Regina. 1-on-2. Step by the defenseman to the net. The deke, and he scores. Does it get any better than that? Oh my.
It is the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. Welcome back. Terry Doyle, Mark McKelvey with you here. And that last piece of video, I always say, you could have watched those players for $20 or you can watch them for $200. When they make the next level, why not watch them for $20 in the OHL or on the junior hockey circuits? We continue on as the league took a break during round 9, so we are into round 10 and picks are continuing on. We want to talk to a couple of people who heard their names chosen last night. We'll do that over the next little while. And joining us right now is Jake Murray, who was the 12th overall pick by the Erie Otters out of the Huron-Perth Lakers. Jake, take me through. How was last night?
Yeah, it was unreal. I mean, definitely took some weight off the shoulders there. It was pretty nerve-wracking leading up to the draft, and family and friends were over, so it was definitely an exciting moment to share with them. And I'm really excited Erie picked me. I mean, great organization, and I'm pumped to get down there.
You had a great season with Huron-Perth, Jake. What were your expectations going into the draft? Once the season came to a wrap, there was really not much else you could do. Now it was wait and see. What were your expectations going into last night?
Yeah, kind of just, waiting and see. I mean, as you said there, and I think kind of just keeping my role there and playing my game, and kind of just keep waiting. I mean, you can't do much about it. So, I think that was kind of really all I was doing there.
Have you been keeping an eye on your Huron-Perth teammates and seeing them being chosen once you, as you said, kind of had the weight off your shoulders?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so proud of every one of them. I mean, all of them deserve to get drafted here today, and they all worked so hard, so I couldn't be more happier for every single guy on that team. Just watching their name being called is unreal, and I'm so happy for all of them, and, I wish them the best of luck today. And, it's unreal that they're, getting the chance, and, we had a great team and a great season.
Looking ahead now, trying to make the jump to the next level of the OHL. Obviously, there's going to be things you'll look to continue to work on to round out your game. Anything specific, though, that stands out, areas that you're hoping to address this summer to have yourself ready to go for training camp?
Yeah, I think, keep working on my skating and, keep going to those hard areas that no one wants to go to. I think that's a big thing for me. And, just getting faster and stronger to move into the next level. I mean, a lot older guys in there, but, confidence is also a big key of going to there. So, I think that's going to be a big one. And, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Jake, congratulations being selected in the first round last night. 12th overall by the Erie Otters. Enjoy your time, meeting with the Otters and, of course, the training over the summer, and looking forward to seeing you around the rink in the fall.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's Jake Murray, the first round pick of the Erie Otters, joining us here in virtually, of course, as we continue on with this 2025 OHL Priority Selection. And Jake, Mark, we certainly hear from him, and just that enthusiasm, that genuine enthusiasm. And he said, a little bit of a relief as well that, being able to hear his name called. He knew it was coming at some point, but once he heard it, it was sort of just that he now knows going to Erie and be able to continue his journey that way. Exactly that, right? And he had a great season with the Huron Perth Lakers. Was a real standout, a player that just talking to scouts around the arena, his name seemed to pop up a little bit. From my neck of the woods covering OHL hockey, he's from nearby Meaford, not far from Owen Sound, so there was a lot of people up in that Grey County area that had a lot of intrigue about where Jake would end up. And I know he watched games growing up at the Bayshore, stays in the Midwest Division, goes to the Erie Otters, and I think he'll fit in very nicely there. Got a good blend of that skill and size, and will be a real nice addition to the Otters organization. Well, from Jake Murray, the pick of the Erie Otters, we're going to move on to maybe the world's biggest Toronto Maple Leafs fan. Steve Dangle joins us on the line. There's Steve joining us from his famous Leaf headquarters, I like to call it. Steve, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Excellent. Welcome to the OHL Priority Selection. You've had a chance to keep a close watch on the OHL. We've seen your highlight videos and some of the crazy plays and exciting plays from around the Ontario Hockey League. How much fun have you had with those this year?
Oh, so much. I've said for a long time that on ice, hockey's in a really good place. Like we've never seen this much skill, this abundance of it. It used to be stop the presses when someone did anything, a pass or a shot between the legs. Now it just seems like everyone can do it. Nick Lardis, we featured just recently for doing just that in a playoff game, no less. It's been a lot of fun.
Steve, I think what stands out doing those weekly videos is that you've always got something to choose from, though. I mean, junior hockey, there's going to be mistakes. You're going to have players take chances. That's the beauty of it, isn't it?
100%. Like, I admire you if you're able to do the trap, if you're able to shut it down and everything, but I'm not cheering for you to do it. I'll take a 6-5 game in overtime any day, and Junior's full of it.
Obviously, we see you, over the years with, following the Toronto Maple Leafs and frustrated by the Toronto Maple Leafs. I remember seeing you around the 2011 Memorial Cup back in Mississauga, and so you've seen lots of the OHL over the years. I'm sure you keep a close watch on the OHL players, like at Easton Cowan and a Ben Danford and players like that. But I've got to think, just enjoyed over the years keeping close tabs on what goes on around the OHL.
Well, first of all, I don't know what's ever given you the impression that I've ever been frustrated. I take pride on being very level-headed and calm, and it's been a rough go for the blue and white. But no, I've always kept tabs. When I lived in Oshawa, I lived there for 9 years. I tried to get out to as many Jenny's games as I could. We had Steve Dangle podcast night with the Kingston Frontenacs, and they won this year. We did it last year and they lost, and they blamed me for it. But no, this year they had a good time, and been keeping tabs. Like some of my favorite players to watch this year. Nick Lardis has been incredible. Ilya Protas. And I mean all the London Knights guys. I mean not just Easton Cowan. I mean, makes sense that I would keep tabs on Easton Cowan, and of course. Jenny's captain, Ben Danford, man, he lights guys up like a Christmas tree, doesn't he?
He certainly does. The Leafs there tapping into the OHL, and can't blame him. We watch Mitch Marner each and every season, former London Knight. Your network, though, has been a great partner with the OHL this season. Talk about Steve Dangle, the entire world around you. Was there a trip to San Jose recently as well?
There was. Where's my jersey? Right here. I just yoink pulled that from out of my bag of tricks like Wile E. Coyote. Yeah, it's taken us all over. You know, and I honestly think the OHL is at least partially responsible for that trip. You know, we've done these really fun engagements with the Frontenacs, with the Generals. We're looking to do it with more teams, but the San Jose Sharks have obviously been keeping tabs on Major Junior on account of they've been in the lottery, you know, these last couple of years, and there's a lot of good prospects. But I think part of the reason they invited us out was because of what we've done with the OHL, and I love Ontario. I love the place where I'm from, but man, a few days with those palm trees and 28-degree weather, that was all right.
I always joke, you know, OHL territory includes Florida. I could spend lots of time in Florida in January and February watching maybe prospective OHL players. Talk about, you know, Steve Dangle night in Kingston, and I'm sure it's one thing to be around the players scene, but the fans. And that's the one thing about junior hockey is how it's entrenched in the community, and of course with the Frontenacs, entrenched in the community of Kingston. How much fun was that just being around the rink, being around the fans that night?
So much fun. They're loud. They're not embarrassed. They're not ashamed. They're loud and proud. You know, sometimes, especially in Toronto, it can be a bit of a stuffy atmosphere, and everyone's waiting for someone to make a noise, and then no one actually does. And when someone finally does, it's maybe 2 or 3 Go Leafs goes, and then we quiet it down. There's none of that in Kingston at all. My most memorable thing from that night, however, was Jacob Battaglia. He was a guest of ours, and he got off stage while we continued the rest of the show. And when I got to the back after we had recorded the show, I discovered that not only had Mr. Battaglia left, but he had also eaten my shrimp tacos before he left. So you owe me tacos, Bates.
Well, he might be able to buy you some tacos here down the road. He's got quite the future in front of him. So is this something we could see expand to maybe some other OHL markets, these Steve Dangle nights?
100%. We're always on the phone, you know, trying to reach these teams. We had a couple that got close but fell through due to time constraints, and that's okay. We're hoping to get more. Love Kingston, love Oshawa. But we're willing to travel far and wide. Anyone who wants us, you'll have us.
Steve, for people not familiar, give us the quick background story of how the whole Steve Dangle podcast and everything came into existence.
I started a YouTube channel when I was 19 in 2007. So quite a while ago now. It didn't feel like it for a long time, but now it does. Made a video after every single Leafs game. And in 2013, myself and Adam Wild started the Steve Dangle podcast, and Jesse Blake joined us about a year later. We started out, I mean, we all are still pretty open about the fact that we cheer for the Leafs and that's our team. But we talk about the entire NHL, and we really pride ourselves in doing it in an unbiased way. And when we do have a bias, we're open about it. Like the other day, I made a video about Ivan Demidov signing with the Montreal Canadiens, and if you go and look at all the comments, it's just full of Habs fans telling this Leaf fan what a good job he did. You know, not being biased towards the Habs and talking about him objectively. So our mantra is sports are fun. You know, there's a time to be serious for sure, but the vast majority of the time, we're just looking to have a good time. When it comes to hockey. So if that's the sort of thing you want with your hockey talk, that's what we got.
Well, the playoffs are rolling in the OHL. The NHL playoffs are just around the corner. Can we assume then you're rooting for the Oshawa Generals at this point then? Is that where your allegiance going to lie here? Or are you over to Easton Cowan and the Knights? I mean, what are we looking for here?
Well, we got an event in Peterborough tonight, so I don't know if you're trying to get me beat up or what. No, the Jennies will always have a soft spot in my heart. Just don't show them the Pete's jersey that I'm going to be wearing tonight.
As someone from whose hometown is Peterborough, I know exactly that rivalry, and I always say it is the greatest rivalry. Before we let you go, Steve, I can't help but notice in a very blue Toronto Maple Leafs decorated room,
Yes.
there's a Stanley Cup in the corner. I didn't think those two went together.
That is the Jeremiah Coughlin Cup that I was fortunate enough to win this past year again as the top fundraiser at the Eric Lindros Celebrity Hockey Classic in support of Easter Seals, which helps out kids with physical disabilities. I would like to have a actual Stanley Cup beside it. I think that would really tie the room together, but I don't have much say in the matter, unfortunately.
I knew there was some great work involved with Easter Seals, so that's why I had to kind of work in a little jab, but at the same time give you a chance to plug the real reason for it as well. Steve, we appreciate the time. Certainly enjoyed the videos this season. Enjoy the time. Have fun in the Lift Lock City tonight.
Thank you very much. Good luck, eh?
There's Steve Dangle joining us here, Steve Dangle Podcast, and certainly a guy who's been, kept close tabs on both the Leafs and junior hockey over the years. I remember crossing past the 2011 Memorial Cup, and he's right, time flies. He was talking about starting the YouTube channel in 2007, 2011 Memorial Cup. I don't want to do the math. I already know how many years ago that was, and time certainly flies. But, we talked, and you were talking about, Steve, about it, just the excitement, the creativity. I think, years ago it was just the whole dump and chase, play the trap, pucks in deep. Now players are allowed to showcase the skill they have, and we're seeing so much wonderful skill on display night in, night out in the OHL.
Yeah, we do. It's a blast. I mean, the OHL plays of the week, every single week, I think we watch them and go, that could have been the goal of the year. That could have maybe been the save of the year. How many times we see a Michigan now attempted, probably almost nightly at this point in the OHL? And I have to give definitely praise that coaches are letting players tap into that creativity, letting them be themselves. And when you go out and watch them in minor hockey, the one thing that I think always stands out to me, and you'll definitely talk to some scouts, is they want to let the players play. They want to see their coaches give them that opportunity, give them a little more rope, and let them run with it and see what they can do. And I think that's starting to translate as they move to the OHL level.
It's kind of funny. You and I, when we call a game, something will happen and we think, oh, that's going to be one of the top 5 plays of the week. And then we realize, no, it's about number 8 because of some of the other things that happen once we see the videos thrown together. And I think we both go back to when we started calling games, and sometimes when those things would happen, it was like, oh yeah, that's not only play of the week, play of the month, play of the year, but now the players, you're right, the lacrosse move, the Michigan, whatever you want to call it, people tried that. I've always personally, I've kind of gotten to the point, it's like, okay, I know you all can do it, so fine, let's find a new move. But the between the leg shots and just everything like that, it's certainly very exciting to see the creativity, and brings fans to their feet. And you know what? It's paid off. Attendance in the Ontario Hockey League has hit record highs. We've seen an increase. The first round was an increase over last year's first round, you name it, of the overall regular season numbers in the Ontario Hockey League, setting marks once again, and just shows the fan excitement around the OHL. We are wrapping up round 10. We've got one more pick to go in round number 10. It is the Oshawa Generals making the selection. Of course, we're here through the end of round 15. That will put a wrap on the OHL Priority Selection this year. We had rounds 1 through 3 on Friday night, rounds 4 through 15 here on this Saturday. And, Mark, we're into that point where, a player has been waiting around. It's been a little bit of a nervous time. They've already been 2.5 hours into this morning, but we always say, let's get you a ticket.
Yep.
You're picked in the 10th round, the 1st round, the 15th round, wherever. Get you a ticket. It's up to you what you do with it.
Definitely. I appreciate those out there on social media, those that cover some various OHL teams, noting yesterday some of the players that are currently on OHL rosters that weren't even picked in the OHL Priority Selection, who were free agents, who got basically a tryout, came in, made the team, or like we said, maybe a late bloomer. Not everybody comes along at the exact same rate. And that's the beauty of it all. This is, again, just a ticket, but it's an important ticket. It gives you that opportunity. At least you know you have it. And yeah, there'll be some anxious moments here today. We've got, round 11 just kicking off here in a second. So still a few more rounds to go. Still opportunities out there to punch your ticket, to get that opportunity to step in and try and make an OHL team.
I always say, if you want to think about that, it's a name that gets used all the time, but look for the OHL Priority Selection for Anthony Cirelli.
Exactly.
You're not going to find his name. Scores winning goal for the Oshawa Generals, scores winning goals for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Certainly a guy who, he's a 3rd round pick of the Lightning after not being chosen, and he gets a Memorial Cup championship goal for the Oshawa Generals, and now, making 7 figures in the National Hockey League, and, starring for many years, a Stanley Cup ring. That's just one example. There are so many examples of players that were either chosen late in the OHL Priority Selection or not chosen at all, and were able to still star and continue on with their careers. And of course, whether it's in hockey or moving on with great careers where hockey was a stepping stone to other careers in life. Round 10 is done. We're going to step aside, take a break. When we come back, lots more to come. It's the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
OHL is a place where men respect women. We do training around healthy masculinity, consent, and how to be a leader in ending gender-based violence. Creating that awareness and that safe space for players is really important, and just being able to help foster growth in understanding their role in gender-based violence is huge.
The Ontario Hockey League, more than just a game.
Schaefer sprung loose and he scored!
On the ice, the OHL is the #1 provider of talent to the National Hockey League, developing the game's next stars. Off the ice, giving back matters. Since 2010, OHL teams have invested over $41 million in scholarships and raised nearly $8 million annually for charities in minor hockey, shaping futures beyond the rink. Excellence on the ice, opportunity beyond it. The Ontario Hockey League, where the journey begins.
Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Parking your moving truck is hard. Moving your internet? That's easy. With Cogeco's super reliable, super fast, fiber-powered internet.
It is the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. I'm Terry Doyle, Mark McKelvey here with us as well as we are into round 11. Things moving right along. We are about 2 hours and 40 minutes into the Saturday proceedings. Of course, we were here for about 3 hours on Friday night, bringing you rounds 1 through 15 over the course of the 2-day period. Let's go back to the team that picked first overall. Seems like a little while ago now. Back on early on Friday evening, where the Peterborough Petes, who won the OHL Draft Lottery, selected Caden McGregor. Of course, the general manager of the Peterborough Petes is Mike Oak, the longtime GM. He's got an OHL championship ring with the Petes over the last couple of years, and here's some thoughts of Mike Oak after or in the midst of the OHL Priority Selection.
Overall, not something you've ever experienced before, but what was it like in comparison to other years where you're scouting, where you only have to think about who you want first overall?
Well, you know what? It's an exciting time. It's a pick you don't necessarily want to have on a regular basis, but when you're in the position to have it, you're excited to have the opportunity to really analyze and evaluate the players that are going to be available there when you pick #1, and they're all going to be there. But we had a chance to really dig in, not only on the ice but off the ice, the style of play, what the player brings to our group, and how we play. And really, Caden checked all the boxes. You know, someone that's hard and strong on the puck, aggressive, has got a great shot, moves well, not afraid to be involved physically in battles, contribute at the offensive end and the defensive end. And then off the ice, I mean, he's a real character player, somebody that's respected not only by his teammates but also his opponents. And I know that he's excited to continue wearing the maroon and white, as we are as well.
I know you can say those things about a lot of the guys who are going today in the draft, who went yesterday in the draft, but what separated Caden from the field?
Well, I just think the fact that he plays, a real 200-foot game. We play a style here where we want to make sure guys are willing to be first on pucks, both offensively and defensively, and Caden demonstrated that this year. He's not afraid to be in and take a hit to make a play. He's not afraid to get involved in those physical battles along the boards and in the crease area. And in today's game, when you generate offense, you have to be in the blue paint. And in the general play of the game, a lot of it is along the board. So you have to be aware that you're going to be involved in physical battles, and he demonstrated he was comfortable playing and could utilize his skill in all those areas.
And how does he fit in with the group you have? Colin Fitzgerald here today, Carson Cameron here as well. But how does McGregor fit in with the formula?
Well, I think he's certainly a player that fits the mold of a Pete, and certainly Colin and Carson have come in the first year and first couple of seasons have adjusted quite nicely, and I think Caden's another player that is going to fit in well with that group. He's a committed player, and I think that together with those players and guys like Caden and others that we have returning and others that we're going to select today, they'll be able to grow as a group, and we're real confident that in the coming years we're going to be competing for another OHL championship.
And how did the initial conversations go with his family leading up to this moment when you guys were trying to determine if he would be a Peterborough Pete now that he is?
Well, it was great. We had a chance to sit down mid-season. One of our scouts did a real comprehensive interview and came back and was really impressed with how things went during that interview. And then leading up to the draft, we had a chance to meet Caden and meet his parents, get to tell them a little bit about the Petes, but also get to hear a little bit about his story and how he sees himself as a player and what he feels he's going to be able to contribute to our group. And we were really impressed with how he spoke. The little details that he feels are very important for him in order to be a player that can contribute, and it was a real sound match for what we believe in, both on the ice and also equally off the ice.
Lastly, he had a great OHL Cup. Was he at the top of your list going into that tournament?
Yeah, you know what? This year it was unique. I mean, there was some real good players at the top of the list, and they were all just a little bit different. And I think we were able to utilize the OHL Cup to identify, the little detail things that players bring to the team. And at the end of the day, each game we saw Caden play in the OHL Cup and then analyze some video from previous games that he had played. It became clear that he was the best match for the Peterborough Petes with our first overall pick.
All right, thanks, Mike. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks, Dan.
Special thanks to Dan Malta in Peterborough with our YourTV operation there, bringing us the conversation there with Peterborough Petes General Manager Mike Oakey. He's been through many of these, and certainly opportunity, as he said, pick that he's excited to have, but really doesn't want to have it any time soon after this. And that, of course, Caden McGregor, the first overall pick. Well, a guy who's seen the OHL Priority Selection and plenty of OHL games over the years joins us now, Manny Pava, now in the radio booth with the Windsor Spitfires, getting set for a game tonight. So we appreciate the time. Manny, how are you?
Hi, it's 8 degrees down here in Windsor. It's sunny. It's fantastic. Sounds like playoff hockey to me.
It absolutely sounds like playoff hockey. I'm sick of the fact we've seen a few snow flurries around the region over the last little bit. But yeah, let's get into the playoff hockey, and certainly lots of fun. You're seeing this Kitchener-Windsor series, a series that going into it, we thought this could be quite the interesting series. Take us back into game one and ahead into game two here.
Yeah, I thought Windsor did a fantastic job, both offensively and defensively, dominating game one with that 5-1 victory. That number one line is still pretty potent. Noah Morneau, Ilya Protas, Liam Greentree, they did a fantastic job up front. Joey Costanzo, I thought, was excellent in goal. So even though Windsor was the better team and won game one, I still think this is a heavyweight bout that will go a very long time. It'll be competitive, it'll be skilled, it'll be fantastic junior hockey to watch.
Well, Manny, we talk about teams building through the draft and as they're putting a roster together. Is it safe to say that Bill Bowler said, I just want to have size? I mean, last year with Ethan Belchez at number one, and then some of those monsters that you talk about, Protas and Greentree. John Morosi was with us earlier, and he said when he walked into the arena in Windsor, he thought he saw a basketball team, not a hockey team. Is this what they were looking to do? Was it all about building a big team?
Bill Bowler does like his big hockey players. And I think this has always been a tradition dating back to Warren Reichel and Bob Bugner and the brass that have selected these teams. Frankie Vola, who leads the scouting department and the scouts, they really like big hockey players, but they also like players who can compete. And I think when you look at the first three players that came off the board for Windsor on Friday night, John McLaughlin, Ian Inskip, and Ty Bergeron, they're all over 6 feet, 6'1", 6'2", guys who are very competitive, guys who are big, have some raw potential, who have some offensive potential, and they were all captains. So they're all character guys. So I think as much as Windsor likes picking big hockey players, you see that they're picking character guys who have some tremendous offensive upside. This hockey club this year with the Spitfires have some of the most offensively dominating players that we've seen this season in the Ontario Hockey League.
I'll get back to a couple of those guys in a moment, but you mentioned a name a moment ago, Noah Morneau. Here's a guy who certainly has really come into his own this season, picked in the 15th round back in 2020. He'll be one of those names we're going to talk about as someone chosen in the 15th round, scored 32 goals this season, has 10 goals in 6 playoff games. How enjoyable has it been to see his game grow this year?
Absolutely love it. I think he's a heart and soul type player who is now firing pucks into the back of the net at a rapid rate. And you mentioned a 15th round pick. For those players and those kids who are hearing their names picked late today in the Ontario Hockey League, even for those players who may not hear their names get picked today. Noah Morneau is a fantastic story that shows that it doesn't matter where you're picked or even if you're picked, it's what you do after the draft that means the difference. And Noah Morneau, heart and soul type guy, fantastic to watch. Local kid too, a Windsor boy who's really putting on a show in his own backyard, leading the league in power play goals as well as goals overall in the playoffs.
Well, just before you joined us, we were talking about the Peterborough Petes and how they had the first overall pick. And over the course of the last 2 seasons, they've really been putting together a good young core that's going to be very competitive, if not a contender in the Eastern Conference sooner rather than later. On the flip side, the Spits, you covered a team last year that had a tough year, ended up with the #1 overall pick, and this year wins the West Division. Talk about the turnaround. Is it safe to say the pieces were there, but did they maybe I don't want to say overachieve, but exceed the expectations going into this season?
Yeah, I would say that at the beginning of the year when I started to see that development and that success on the ice, that I thought that they were maybe a year ahead of schedule, but they're proving now that, hey, why wait till next year? Just go out and dominate on the ice as they're doing this year. And I think you do have to point to that 2024 draft. They've had 8 players from that draft play hockey this season for this hockey club. So it's not just the returning players, but the job that Bill Bowler and Frankie Bola have done in finding new players, especially through that 2024 draft, led by Ethan Belchez, Carter Hicks, JC Lemieux, Ethan Garden. They've all played a significant role on the back end, and now Andrew Robinson getting his first career OHL goal in the playoffs as well in Game 1 against Kitchener. Just a fantastic team, and I think you have to credit the skill in the scouting department in finding those players, but I think the coaching staff has done a tremendous job as well. Greg Walters, Casey Torres, and Chris Newberry, they've led a 52-point turnaround between the 2 seasons, the best in franchise history.
Let's go back one more year. The 2023 OHL Priority Selection, their first-round pick, Jack Nesbitt, someone who's now standing out in the eyes of NHL scouts.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think he's been the most improved player in the Ontario Hockey League as a whole. I know the coaches voted him as the most improved in the Western Conference, but overall, I think he's been one of the best players in the entire league. A complete 200-foot guy who's very responsible, great centerman, plus he's got the size. The scouts, NHL scouts, salivate over his size at 6'4", almost 200 pounds, and he's really found his offensive touch. His skating has improved. Kathy McElwain, the skating coach with the Windsor Spitfires, has really helped his game. Jack talks about that a lot. The future is bright for this young man.
Well, we look ahead now to the remaining part of this series against the Kitchener Rangers. It's early, but the Spits draw first blood. What do you forecast the rest of the way here? Anything you can take from Game 1? The Rangers may be a little banged up, but you know they're going to push back.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a huge pushback in Game 2 from the Kitchener Rangers here on Saturday night in Windsor. I think they probably have a bad taste in their mouth after that Game 1 performance, and that's not the hockey club that we've seen them of late with the Rangers, so I expect a lot of pushback. And I think we will see what everyone expected, a heavyweight bout. Even though Windsor dominated in Game 1, I think this is going to be a long series, and I think it pits the defensive-minded Rangers against the offensive-minded Spitfires, and we'll see which teams win out in the end. I think both teams are banged up. We see this in playoff hockey. You guys have been around a lot. You've seen playoff hockey. It's a battle, and both teams are missing some key guys. Windsor missing 2 of their top 4 D. Kitchener missing 3 top forwards on their end. It's really going to be who else will step up and take the torch for these hockey clubs to be successful down the stretch here.
Manny, we appreciate the time. We know you've got a game to get to this evening, so enjoy that with you and Steve Bell on the call on the radio side. Those of you watching on YourTV in Windsor can check it out as well. Enjoy Game 2 tonight.
Thank you. Great job this weekend, guys, and best of luck to everyone selected in the draft this weekend.
Thanks, Manny. There's Manny Pava on the radio side for the Windsor Spitfires. He'll be on the call on the radio side this evening as the Spitfires and the Kitchener Rangers among the games tonight in the Ontario Hockey League playoffs. Well, before we go, we talked about the fact that it's an exciting time for the Peterborough Petes organization with the first-round pick, Caden McGregor. It's also a somber time for the Peterborough Petes organization this week as they lost one of their very recognizable alumni, a graduate of the Peterborough Petes organization from the 1970s, Greg Millen, played 4 seasons in the Ontario Hockey League. Played for the Petes, then played for the Greyhounds, went on to the National Hockey League, and of course made his mark as well in the hockey broadcasting field. So we certainly send out our thoughts to those in Peterborough and his surrounding family. And there you see certainly being recognized at the Peterborough Memorial Centre. So certainly our thoughts go out to the Millen family.
My time in the OHL allowed me to prepare for life as a professional hockey player at a young age. The development opportunity players are provided by playing in the OHL is unrivaled. Support systems teams have in place help players immensely once they get to the next level. With the coaching, skill development, facilities, and attention the OHL provides, I believe it is the best hockey development league in the world.
Welcome to Oxio, the place where the internet truly gets you. Like how sometimes you just have to search down every rabbit hole. That you want to stream your shows, not pesky loading symbols. Or scroll to your heart's content, because culture now runs at the speed of your feed. Our internet was made to flex, to fit your online world. So if you're ready for an internet provider that finally feels like home, swing on by. We'll keep the door open. Oxio, born to be online.
Lunch or dinner is served at Tim's. It's meaty, cheesy, and quenchy.
Now that's a meal.
Exactly. Make a meal of it. Order the new Hat Trick Flatbread Pizza and Garlic Bread on the Tim's app.
Time for Tim's.
That is the building we are in right now, Cogeco headquarters. We are in Studio 23 for the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. I'm Terry Doyle. He's Mark McKelvey. We're taking you through now into round 12 of 15 of this OHL Priority Selection. Well, meantime, one of the top picks last night, you heard the Don Mills Flyers name mentioned numerous times last night into today as well. And from that Don Mills Flyers organization to the Flint Firebirds was Charlie Murad, and he joins us now on the line. And Charlie, congratulations on being chosen by the Flint Firebirds. How did that feel to officially hear your name called in the OHL draft?
Thank you so much. It was truly an honor. It was a dream come true, and just honestly a surreal moment for me and my family and all the supporters along the way.
A few butterflies last night getting set to hear your name called?
Yeah. It was honestly a huge surprise for me and my family, and yeah, it was just pure emotions and just truly happy.
Charlie, you've had your name called alongside a lot of your teammates from the Don Mills Flyers squad, a very talented team that had a long season. Talk about the brotherhood of that group. I had a chance to watch you guys closely at the OHL Cup, and it felt like it was a real tight-knit team.
Yeah, I've been on this team for 7 years, so it's nothing short of family, and yeah, a brotherhood that doesn't even describe what we had there, and just great teammates, great players. Great friends, and they'll be friends for life, and just wishing them all the luck. And little shout out to Lincoln Cummings, he got drafted to Flint earlier today, and I'm excited for that.
Always nice to go alongside with one of your minor hockey teammates for sure. Charlie, talk about your game. One thing that was mentioned to me partway through the season was your knack for scoring big goals and scoring timely goals. Is that something that's always been a part of you, rising to the occasion in those big time moments?
Yeah, I kind of like when the pressure's on and the stakes are higher. Yeah, I love those moments, and yeah. That's a good explanation there. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad I could explain it for you. No problem there. Really enjoyed watching your game. How did you manage everything throughout the course of the season, though? We know there's a lot of noise. The draft, as much as you maybe tried to block it out, you're probably thinking about it at times. How did you stay kind of level-headed and just keep your focus on what you could manage out on the ice?
Obviously, there's a lot of social media out there, so just try your best to stay away from that and just keep your head down and just get to work. So just try not to focus on the outside noise, just listening to the people that are close to you, and just always staying humble and not getting too far ahead of yourself.
Charlie, before we let you go, obviously you guys had a deep team there in Don Mills, and guys probably in some cases maybe got second line minutes when they would have got first line minutes on probably any other team. How important was it for everybody to pull together as a team, knowing, hey, some nights you might not get as many minutes because we've got such a deep team there in Don Mills?
Yeah, we knew that we obviously had a good group, and everyone was there for each other, so there was no issues there with lines, and we didn't really have specific lines. I felt that at any given night, anyone could be on that quote-unquote first line, and yeah, just a great group, and so we just stayed positive.
Charlie, congratulations being chosen by the Flint Firebirds. Looking forward to seeing you, and enjoy your time getting to know the folks there in Flint.
Thank you so much.
Charlie Murata joining us here from the Don Mills Flyers, and now with the Flint Firebirds. And I'm sure Mark, once he heard his name called officially, probably sat there and played almost like armchair scout, armchair GM, watching the rest of the Don Mills players being chosen.
Well, you could tell he's dialed in right there exactly who was getting picked, and to see his teammates go alongside. I'm sure the group chat there with those Don Mills Flyers was going off pretty good. And as well, these players know each other so well. That's the thing. Prospects games, off-season training, summer teams, everything along those lines. So they know the group just as well as anybody, and they can kind of pinpoint, hey, I thought he would go there, or this guy, maybe he slid a little bit. You probably should ask one of these players selected when this is all said and done, who do you think might be kind of the steal of the draft? Who is somebody that you think has all the tools and maybe didn't go as high as they would have thought? They'd probably give you a pretty interesting answer.
Now, of course, with that, then it goes to the National Hockey League entry draft, and someone who's been keeping an eye on OHL players getting set for, of course, coming into this and also towards the National Hockey League entry draft is Lauren Kelly from Elite Prospects, and she joins us. Good morning, or actually now good afternoon. Lauren, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We are doing excellent. Hey, OHL Draft Weekend is always a great time of year. I want to go back. You were in Saginaw when the Memorial Cup was played there, and how much fun was that event to take in and watch the hometown crowd celebrating?
It was a blast. It was my first ever Memorial Cup. It was a really exciting finish, obviously, between London and Saginaw going head-to-head all season, and it kind of wrapping up the way that it did. It was very special to be there, and definitely a hockey memory I'll never forget.
Well, Lauren, we talk a lot about prospects, NHL, OHL. On your guys' end of the equation, how do you manage all that? There's a lot going on when you're watching multiple drafts each season.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, our main focus, as I'm sure most people who flock to Elite Prospects know, that our main focus is usually the NHL draft, and this year we have expanded to cover the CHL drafts as well. It's been a definite new challenge, an exciting one for sure, and yeah, keeping track of all these players can be a little bit difficult at times, but it's certainly a lot of fun.
Take us through, and obviously the team with Elite Prospects has sort of expanded things. It's obviously the place people have gone to, sort of the database of information and stats, but expanding the coverage, and I'm sure bringing more stories to people as well.
Yeah, for sure. We've got a really great team of scouts, and we're looking for other potential talent out there as well as we kind of expand to cover the CHL drafts as well. It's a really great team. We're all working super hard throughout the year to make sure that we bring the best coverage to people as possible who are curious about future prospects and the top players available for the drafts, bringing both like analysis and insight and obviously stories about these players as well.
Well, I'll say this, there's never a broadcast where I'm up in the booth that I don't have elite prospects open on my tablet. It's quite the resource. Looking ahead to the NHL draft, Lauren, the OHL, and we've talked about it all morning now into the afternoon, the group that is coming from the OHL this season. It's very deep. There's a lot of high-end talent here, players that'll hear their name called early. Who stands out the most for you? Maybe I'm putting you on the spot here, but who's your kind of number one from the OHL?
It's really difficult. There's obviously three great talents right there at the top with Matthew Schaefer, Michael Mesa, and Porter Martone. Obviously, it's a little bit unfortunate that Schaefer has missed so much time with injury this season. I think he's right now the undisputed number one talent. It's undeniable when he steps out on the ice in the games that he has played this season, how talented and skilled he is, how confident he is on the ice, very self-assured and assertive, well-rounded player. And he just commands the attention when he's on the ice. And I think we saw at the World Juniors in the limited amount of game time he did play, he was Canada's best player in that game and a bit of the second game of the first period, but before leaving with injury. And then obviously what Michael Mesa has done in Saginaw this year has just been remarkable, to obviously go to the Memorial Cup last year and then come back and bring that experience and really lead Saginaw to, obviously they didn't have the playoff run that maybe they were hoping for, but the way that he has kind of stepped into that number one center role and kind of led the team has just been really remarkable to watch. And with Martone, obviously, in Brampton, again, like another really, really talented player who has been the driving force of the Steelheads all season. And we saw when he wasn't there with the team in December for the World Juniors, they really missed his presence, and his absence was a big hole to fill. And once he returned, he kind of just got the ball rolling again, and then obviously they kind of carried that momentum into the postseason and obviously fell a little bit early to Oshawa in the first round. But all three of them had tremendous seasons, and it's really a rarity for the OHL that we haven't seen in the last few drafts where there's been really three caliber number one talents of coming out of the OHL for the NHL draft. So it was a really exciting time to be watching the OHL. And obviously I could go on and on about there's so many more players who will go high in the draft as well that are coming out of the OHL beyond those three.
Lauren, when we were in Saginaw for the Memorial Cup, we saw Michael Mesa, but he didn't have to be the guy for the Saginaw Spirit. And, I know myself, I thought it was a great situation for him to be in the big game, but just didn't have to be the guy and then allow him to grow into being such a leader for the Saginaw Spirit this season. I'm sure, you saw him in person in Saginaw the Cup. You've seen him in person this year. Have you found indeed it's allowed him to continue his growth that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it took a lot of pressure off him last year, not having to play top 6 minutes, kind of learning from all of the experience of the guys that Saginaw brought in at the trade deadline, guys like Owen Beck and even Hunter Haight, who came on the season prior, leaning on those players and their experiences, especially as he heads into his NHL draft year. And I think he really took a lot from learning from those players and becoming close with them. And he really brought those lessons into this season, as he was obviously not named captain until midway through the year, but he really blossomed into like a true leader that I think the Spirit needed heading into the second half of the year as they sold some players off at the deadline.
Well, Lauren, I've asked this question to a few of our guests earlier today, and I'm curious to get your thoughts of a player that, outside of that top-ranked group, who is somebody that is a personal standout to you, who's somebody that you expect will be a bit of a home run pick should an NHL team take them coming out of the OHL?
I'm a very big fan of Brady Martin out in the Sioux. Really, really hard worker, physical force out there. He's built for the playoffs. He's just a player, obviously, that kind of had a little bit of an under-the-radar year, obviously, with the Sioux not being as strong a team as they usually are. And I think we're going to see him really shine at the U18s if he ends up making Canada's team. And yeah, just a really, really fun player to watch. He goes 110% on every shift. And he's just, I think, one of those players that NHL teams will really, really want down the road, especially come playoff time.
Well, Lauren Kelly from Elite Prospects, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us here on the OHL Draft.
Thanks so much for having me.
This is the OHL Priority Selection. I want to pick out a player. You can see on the right side of your screen there, Elijah Hayes, or also goes by Eli Hayes. That is the fourth member of the Hayes family. Of course, Travis playing for the Sioux right now. Avery previously, who just signed an NHL contract with the Penguins. Gavin, of course, has come through the OHL with Flint and then the Sioux. And now Eli, the fourth member of the Hayes family, chosen here in the 12th round. So, we talk about the bloodlines, well, the siblings. Here it is, the fourth member of the Hayes family.
I was just about to say that. That's what we've talked about, I guess, all week long or all weekend long to this point is those bloodlines. But talk about a family that's just been doing nothing but producing OHL players in high-end hockey town.
It's certainly been exciting times and very familiar around the OHL rinks for the members of the Hayes family. Round 12 is in the book. Stay tuned. Round 13 coming up next. You are watching the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
Parking your moving truck is hard. Moving your internet? That's easy. With Cogeco's super reliable, super fast, fiber-powered internet.
My time in the OHL allowed me to prepare for life as a professional hockey player at a young age. The development opportunity players are provided by playing in the OHL is unrivaled. Support systems teams have in place help players immensely once they get to the next level. With the coaching, skill development, facilities, and attention the OHL provides, I believe it is the best hockey development league in the world.
Lunch or dinner is served at Tim's. It's meaty, cheesy, and quenchy?
Now that's a meal.
Exactly. Make a meal of it. Order the new Hat Trick Flatbread Pizza and Garlic Bread on the Tim's app.
Time for Tim's.
Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Watch YourTV on the go. Cogeco customers can now enjoy local programming online. Simply log into your Cogeco account on cogeco.ca. Click on YourTV and start streaming. YourTV is truly local, exclusively on Cogeco.
We're getting set. Actually, round 13 is underway at the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. My name is Terry Doyle. Thanks so much for joining us here throughout our coverage. It's always a pleasure to bring you the OHL draft year in and year out, and always a pleasure to talk to the players shortly after they have been chosen. And out of the Halton Hurricanes, Alexander Sementsov, chosen by the Barrie Colts last night. He joins us here for a quick chat. Alexander, congratulations. How does it feel to be chosen by the Barrie Colts?
Thank you. It feels special for me to get chosen by such a great team, such a great place. So yeah, it feels special, just pretty emotional right now. Last night couldn't really sleep a lot. So yeah, it feels everything to me.
Alexander, you had a wonderful season playing for the Halton Hurricanes. You were named the OMHA West Player of the Year. Tell us a bit about your season. You racked up a ton of points. You had a lot of success as a team. It felt like everything really went well for you.
Oh yeah, it's just all about doing the right things on the ice. Just wouldn't be there without my coaches, my teammates. It's just all about doing the right things on the ice, and everything just came the right way.
Something Daryl Woodley, our head scout, was talking about last night was your creativity on the ice. Is that something you've worked on and in practice and making those moves and then bring it within a game?
Oh yeah, just watching NHL videos. Just try to learn from the best players in the world. Just try to use those things in your games, and it's pretty much what I do.
Watching some of those highlights right there, and from watching you in person, it looks like you're having a ton of fun out there. Is that the case? Are you just having fun every time you're on the ice?
Yeah, it's just about having fun and just enjoying the game, because it's a pleasure to play the game and just get those opportunities to show yourself and just enjoy the game.
As we move forward, what things do you want to work on over the summer to get ready to join the Ontario Hockey League?
It's just about getting bigger and stronger. as always. But just work on my shot, probably try to get in that shoot the first kind of mentality.
Alexander, Alexander, we appreciate the time. Congratulations being chosen last night by the Barrie Colts, and we are looking forward to seeing you next season. That was Alexander Zmetsov joining us there, the first-round pick out of the Halton Hurricanes by the Barrie Colts, and creativity to burn.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, the points he racked up were just incredible. Leading scorer in the OMHA, and like we said, was OMHA West Player of the Year. I watched that Halton team quite a few times throughout the course of the season, and it was just fun to watch him. One of those players that would make you, if you were sitting, most of the times you're standing in some of those small arenas, but if you were sitting, you'd come to the edge of your seat watching the way that he could make things happen out there, and they went on to have big-time success winning the OMHAs this year, so that was a big accomplishment for that Halton squad.
A guy who's seen plenty of creative hockey over the years and seems to get more and more creative is Chris Peters with Flow Hockey, and certainly sees both the junior side leading into the NHL's the prospects and also games in the NHL, and he joins us now. Chris, good to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy OHL draft weekend. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. It's great to be with you, and yeah, I mean, this is a really exciting time of year. I think everybody is fired up for the postseason as we're underway here, and boy, I mean, the draft seems to get closer and closer too for the NHL, and obviously a lot of young fellas getting their dreams made to this weekend here in the OHL.
Well, you think about it, Chris, this time of the year, you just mentioned it, and it doesn't matter if it's the pro level, the junior level. I mean, NHL playoffs around the corner, the OHL right in the thick of it right now, the World Under-18s, the drafts, a lot to keep track of right now. But at this time of the year, there's a lot of players who can improve their stock. Doesn't matter if it's OHL or NHL draft. A lot of people looking to see what they do down the stretch or in these meaningful games.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, I think you don't have to look too far in the past to see how postseason performances have helped players. I think Easton Cowan is a tremendous example of that, a guy whose playoffs really set the table for him to be a first-round draft pick in the NHL. And so, that's important too. And as you mentioned, the Under-18 Worlds is one of the great scouting events of the year. It's in the United States this year too, so it's you'll have even more of an NHL contingent just because it's so close and easy to get to. And obviously there will be a number of players that OHL fans are familiar with, but also get a chance to see many players from throughout the world, and guys that you might see in import drafts and others as well, as certainly we've seen more Americans selected here in the priority selection as well. So I mean, I think there's a lot of really great things that these players can do in this time of year to put themselves on the map. And while it's just one data point in the whole evaluation process, that's the thing that I think I always try to remind people is that you are trying to look at the full picture, but playing your best hockey now means a lot, and it's a real opportunity for these players to show what they're all about.
Last time, of course, the Under-18s were in Texas back in 2021. Team Canada had that super team there coming out of the pandemic and won gold. And, of course, NHL scouts were salivating at that one. And I'm sure they're going to be very excited to see the teams, of course, Team USA, Team Canada, the international squads. We've seen the preliminary roster from Hockey Canada come out today. I've got to think there's going to be a lot of eyes on a lot of players.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. I mean, obviously, we saw that Michael Misa was invited but unable to participate. That's obviously disappointing. I think, everybody wants to see the best players in these events, but at the same time, there's so many other players. And there's actually a lot of underagers on Canada's roster as well, guys that will be draft eligible in 2026. Which I think makes it even more exciting at times. We saw Matthew Schaefer really come into the forefront last year at the Under-18 Worlds and see what he was, kind of setting the table for what this season was going to be. Obviously, unfortunate injury this year, but still, the amount of views that we got of him, everybody kind of still believes that there's a chance he's going number one with what he's done. And I think that Under-18 Worlds performance really kind of set the table for that. So there's that for sure. And I think, you look back at that team, that Canadian team, that was right coming out of the pandemic. A lot of players had played short seasons, but for many people it was their first chance to see Connor Bedard. Matvei Michkov was in that tournament. It was one of, I was calling the games for Hockey TV at that point. And I was just kind of amazed. And I've been at many Under-18 World Championships, but that one has to go down as one of my favorites just because, we saw Bedard, we saw Michkov, we saw all these tremendous players that came through, and it was such a fun time. So I'm really looking forward to that event. I think Canada has an excellent opportunity in front of them to go and try to defend the gold medal that they won last year. USA is going to be a strong team. I think Sweden's going to be a very strong team as well. It's a little different these days without Russia in there in terms of the depth of the talent, but still, it's one of the best tournaments that you can ask for, and at this time of year, it's especially important.
And such a unique tournament in the sense of CHL playoffs are still going on, so who Hockey Canada can bring can be limited depending who's still playing. So you speak of those underagers, and there's players that are invited to this Canada roster from last year's OHL draft. But I just want to go back to Matthew Schaefer for a moment, because you said something there that we've heard a few times here today. The fact that despite the limited viewings, it doesn't seem it's hurt his stock at all. I can't really recall a player that has that same situation. Typically, players that miss a ton of time, it hurts them.
Yeah, it does, and I think that does speak to the specialness of Matthew Schaefer, because I don't think it's just about the playing ability. The playing ability is one thing, and he is excellent. And for the 4 periods that he played at the World Junior Championship, he was clearly Canada's best defenseman, and maybe their best player, period. And that sticks in your mind. But the thing that I think most teams are amazed by, the maturity. Obviously, he's been through a lot of adversity in his young life, but he continues to battle through it. And I think he's just the kind of guy that teams want around their team. I just think they would want a player of his character, of his maturity, and then obviously his playing ability all there. I think sometimes when you have the first overall pick, it is you're trying to build for the future and build a superstar. Maybe that's the pick where you kind of throw a little bit of caution to the wind. You're able to gamble because you say, if we can't miss on this pick, right? But we want to be smart about it. He's the kind of guy where he feels like he's worth the gamble, because all of the times he has been healthy enough to play, he's been one of the best players on the ice. And it's amazing. Michael Misa had this incredible season, and he's still very much in the conversation, and certainly teams are going to be considering him. But I just think that it speaks to the importance of a number one defenseman, the capabilities and the all-around game that Matthew Schaefer has, and then that character component as well. This is a player that teams are really, really excited to see again, but also to potentially have in their system for a long time to come.
Chris, as you look at this year's group from the Ontario Hockey League for the NHL entry draft, who jumps out to you maybe just below the obvious top 3?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys, obviously, and one of the guys I'm excited about is Kashan Aitchison. I think a lot of people have talked about him as kind of like that next tier of players, and the Schaefer is far and away the best defenseman. There's really no one close. But then you kind of have a throwback player in Aitchison, and a guy that is physical, has some nastiness to him, and then also this season proved that he could produce. So I think that's certainly a big factor, and that's probably outside of that that top 5, maybe top 10, top 15. You're going a little bit further down the list, but those are the players where you can really make a difference in your prospect system when you hit on those kinds of guys. I think a lot of NHL teams are intrigued by that player. I mean, and we've obviously talked all about guys like Porter Martone and Malcolm Spence for years, guys that have been more familiar to us. But then you have newer players come in this year like Brady Martin and others, and so I think there's a lot of excitement about the Canadian class this year. I think that we saw there have been years where maybe it was a big Swedish class, a big U.S. class that kind of cut into Canada's numbers a little bit in the first round. This year, I think it's going to kind of be a little bit more like what we're used to seeing. It's going to be a very heavy, CHL influence in those probably first 15 picks, with a lot of OHL influence as well.
Well, one thing we haven't really talked about too much today is goaltending. And when you mentioned about that Canada U18 roster, Jack Ivankovic listed there, the Brampton Steelheads netminder, highly touted for the draft, was at the World Juniors, mostly in a backup role, but he's had a ton of exposure and has to be one of those goaltenders that's probably been overanalyzed more than any, really, in recent years coming out of the OHL.
Yeah, he's such an intriguing prospect because he's obviously been a mega talent in terms of his ability. But, when we talk about goalies, it always comes back to size, and him not being the 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" behemoth that a lot of NHL teams are looking for. It does change the draft stock. But if you're a player of his size and you're as good as he is, I think he's proven not only is he worth being drafted, he's probably worth going high among the goalies this year. And I think that's what teams are going to be weighing at this point. Obviously, you look at guys, Dustin Wolf was the last round, but he won every major award and played all the big minutes. Very similar, Jack Ivankovic, he's kind of following that trend line a little bit. This year, he's going to probably be the number one for Team Canada at the under-18s. He was the backup again last year, but I think how much Hockey Canada appreciates his game does speak to the scouts in terms of, hey, they keep going to this guy for the biggest moments. And so I'm excited to see how he performs, because I do think with the younger roster, Canada maybe isn't going to be as loaded as we thought they could be coming into this draft. So he probably will get some good work in this tournament. But if he's able to backstop them to a very impressive showing, I think it improves his draft stock and it makes him an even more attractive player, because the pedigree is certainly there, the ability is there. The only thing that isn't is prototypical NHL size. But again, players like him can overcome that with their performances.
Chris, appreciate the time, appreciate the insight, and we'll talk to you down the road and probably see you in Los Angeles.
That sounds great, guys. Thanks for having me. Really fun to be here, and congratulations to all the players picked.
Chris Peters from Flow Hockey joining us here as the 2025 OHL Priority Selection continues, and of course, countdown to the 2025 National Hockey League entry draft as well. Of course, it's been a busy time. Here we are in round 13. So many players have been chosen in the OHL Priority Selection. It was a big night for many last night as well through the opening 3 rounds of the OHL Priority Selection. The Saginaw Spirit are among the 20 OHL clubs that were choosing an initial player in the opening round. A couple teams had an extra pick in the first round as well, and Ryan Hanrahan was the first round selection of the Saginaw Spirit out of the Mississauga Reps program, and Ryan is standing by to join us here on the line. We're just making sure that Ryan is with us. I do believe, do we have Ryan Hanrahan on the line? There he is.
I'm here, guys.
Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good. How does it feel to be the first round pick of the Saginaw Spirit?
I mean, it's can't really put my words to it, but I'm just super honored to be selected by a prestigious organization like them, and I'm just very happy that they put their trust into me, and I'm super excited to get started.
Ryan, what's this experience been like leading up to the draft? It's probably been a bit of a whirlwind over the last, well, not even 24 hours since you were picked, but leading up to it, how were the nerves? How were you handling everything that comes with it?
I mean, I was just trying to stay as calm as possible. I mean, there's no really need to stress over it, but, once it came to game day, the emotions started to, rush through my skin, but, still I'm really happy on the result of what happened, and I'm super excited.
No, Ryan, congratulations on being chosen by the Saginaw Spirit. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy your off season as you get set to make the jump to join training camp with the Saginaw Spirit, and looking forward to seeing you at the rink.
Thank you guys so much.
There's Ryan Hanrahan, the first round pick of the Saginaw Spirit on Friday night, 13th overall. As Spirit fans looking forward to seeing him joining the folks at the Dow Event Center next season. Stay tuned. This is the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
For 50 years, we've been helping Canadians turn dreams into lasting legacies. Our equipment has been at the heart of Canadian communities, powering dreams and the hard work behind them. Kubota.
My OHL is a place to talk. So Talk Today has a number of elements. First and foremost, we support the players. We provide mental health and awareness training and suicide prevention training to them. And we have a coach that's in every one of our branches that supports an OHL team. And in years to come, these individuals that are playing in the OHL now will be great mental health champions.
Welcome to Oxio, the place where the internet truly gets you. Like how sometimes you just have to search down every rabbit hole. That you want to stream your shows, not pesky loading symbols. Or scroll to your heart's content, because culture now runs at the speed of your feed. Our internet was made to flex, to fit your online world. So if you're ready for an internet provider that finally feels like home, swing on by. We'll keep the door open. Oxio, born to be online.
We are into round 14 of the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. I'm Terry Doyle, Mark McKelvey, as well as we are continuing right along. It's been fun to catch up with various people. Obviously, picks for the Ontario Hockey League this year, players that have come through the OHL, and people keeping an eye on the OHL and the National Hockey League entry draft. And someone who played in the Ontario Hockey League and has gone on to continue his hockey career is Mitchell Martin, who played for the Kitchener Rangers, selected back in 2019, and now playing U Sports as well. There's Mitchell Martin joining me right now. How are you?
Good, guys. How are you?
Excellent. Take me back. 2019 OHL Priority Selection. You heard your name called by the Rangers. What was that like?
Yeah, I was just sitting at home with my parents, sweating it out, and we saw on the phone there that my name popped up, and we just, we all kind of started. I think we were crying probably, and we were just hugging, and it was a great day.
Mitchell, going to Kitchener, I mean, that's an organization with a rich history, one of the best buildings in the league. I think it's safe to say a Friday night at the Odd. Talk about how much of an eye-opening experience it was when you first went in there.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, obviously, Kitchener is a world-class organization, and I was very fortunate enough to be drafted there and to have played 3 years there. And yeah, it was awesome. I remember my first game pretty vividly. It was like I thought I was playing in the NHL, and it was awesome.
Now moving on to the University of Ottawa and capturing the University Cup. Obviously, the big victory recently. What was that whole experience like?
Yeah, it was great. We got in as hosts. We lost in our playoffs, but it's 2 out of 3 playoff series in this league, so you don't have a lot of room for error. And then anyways, we got in as the host, upset UNB in the first game, and then we won 2 more, and it was awesome, especially being at home with a pretty big loud crowd at TD Place was pretty sick.
Well, in the Ontario Hockey League, it's not always about just hockey. It's also about what else can come with it, including that education, and you're a great example of what comes after the OHL. For the new players coming into the league, I'd imagine right now all they're thinking about is what is on the ice. But talk about your experience as you went through the OHL, just your experiences off the ice, in the classroom, and now what's led you to the nation's capital.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't... I played my first year in Kitchener at 18, so I was out of high school, so I didn't have this. I'm kind of I hadn't been in school for a while, but yeah, I mean they had us do some classes and stuff once a week to keep the mind sharp, I guess, and yeah, just coming to school was obviously a bit of a transition, not having done school for so long. I'd probably recommend taking a couple easy classes throughout your time in the OHL. So, we got a lot of free time, given that our days are usually done at like 11 a.m. But yeah, it was tough in the first semester, but now I feel like I've got a grip on it.
How big has the OHL scholarship package come in now, being at the University of Ottawa?
Yeah, it's huge. It's a great opportunity to keep playing, and then obviously you can get a pretty, a good degree from a respected institution, and that's obviously huge for your goals beyond hockey.
Well, congratulations on capturing the University Cup. Congratulations on your time in the O, and good luck with the schooling as well, and looking forward to catching up with you down the road.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Mitchell Martin joining us, a graduate of the Kitchener Rangers organization, and now University Cup champion with the University of Ottawa GGs, and it was certainly pandemonium there in downtown Ottawa as they captured the title, and it was great to see. And those guys, it's the line, it's the best of both worlds, getting a chance to play in the OHL, chase the dream, but at the same time, the OHL's education program, of course, scholarships, and that chance to not only excel in the classroom, but to continue to excel on the ice. And we've seen so many players go through with the OHL's education program, go to school, get a degree, or continue their hockey career. Sometimes it's an and, sometimes it's an or, because sometimes players will go to university for a year or two, jump back into hockey, maybe play pro hockey in Europe or in the minors. They have certainly the opportunities, and so many players being very successful from that standpoint. Now, a guy who's been in many rinks, every year he gets to, I think every team in the Ontario Hockey League, is the OHL's Director of Culture and Community, Rico Phillips, joining us here. Rico, happy Saturday. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How about you guys? You guys are doing a great job, by the way. I've been watching. I watched last night, and I was just so impressed with the details. Your work is. I hope you don't. I hope you realize that you're unsung heroes here. So thanks to both of you today.
Well, Rico, we appreciate it, and certainly always enjoy catching up with you. You've been busy once again talking to the players around the OHL. What sort of conversations do you have with them?
Well, I like to call them courageous conversations. What we do is, or what I do is, I go into the locker rooms and I have a unique opportunity to share time with the players. And what we talk about is everything about, or anything from what our everyday lives are having to deal with the complexities of the world, the pressures of the world around us, but most importantly, how to utilize empathy as a superpower is really my main message to players. So if I'm speaking to a group and we those of us that are listening right now, watching right now, probably understand what empathy means. But what I try to exemplify is taking empathy from the back of our mind when we need it. That's usually when we ask for empathy or when we recognize empathy, and for these young people to put it in the front of their mind and create a superpower from it. So I know it's unique in the approach in the world of sports, but we want to take our approach here at the OHL is to help transform the culture in a positive direction so that everyone feels welcome and everyone's aware of each other and has respect for one another. So I get one of the most unique jobs in hockey, but I'm so proud to do it with the OHL. It's nothing like I never imagined, but it's been a lot of fun.
Well, Rico, you've been doing this now for several years. Talk about how that has progressed from when you began with the OHL until today.
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and the reason I say that is because when I first started, I didn't know what I was doing. If I could be frank, because I'm a retired firefighter from the city of Flint, and I wasn't merely just putting fires out. And I shouldn't say it. I don't want to downplay what firefighters do. Obviously, it's very dangerous work, but my work went well beyond the fire scenes, and it helped provide me the platform and the ability to be able to bring this whole thing to light. So when David Branch, our illustrious Commissioner Emeritus, I'll call him that, you guys don't have to, but anyways, when him and I had discussions, we wanted to really look at the culture within, the OHL in particular, but all of hockey. And so I had to learn so much. I had to learn a lot about myself, to be quite honestly with you, about what this all meant. In the world at that time, diversity, equity, inclusion was more of a buzz term, buzz topic, and even for me it was. And so when I first began, I was talking about the things that are very important, like what a microaggression is, or what implicit bias is, and all these other types of terms. But I realized I'm talking to 16 to 20-year-old players whose main focus and goal is professional hockey in their lives, and they have to do it through these incredible steps and under this incredible pressure. So over time, my role has changed to more of working with the culture abroad and connecting these players to what's real, that they're real people, that they're not just players. And so it's been a great transformation for me, and I'm sure the players who I work with, they're excited. I can tell they're excited when I come there because we get ramped up pretty good in the locker room, which they don't get to do very often when, it seems like a league official may be coming in to speak to them. I come in and bring the noise a little bit, but that's what makes it so endearing, that I want players to understand that there's someone there for them, not just for them as players, but for them as people.
Rico, earlier in the show, we were talking to Ben Finelli, an OHL graduate, and how hockey and the OHL use that as for life skills and moving on to their career outside of hockey. You, of course, with the Flint Inner City Youth Hockey Program there, I've got to think there's some similarities where hockey is sort of the centerpiece, but at the same time, it's about being a good teammate, being a leader, and life skills.
Yeah, and I appreciate you mentioning the Flint Intercity Youth Hockey Program, because quite honestly, you likely wouldn't be talking to me without that program. So for those of you who don't know what the program is, it's a program here in Flint, Michigan, and it's for the not necessarily underserved, but the under-indexed community here in Flint, the kids and the families that have really no extension to the sport of hockey, and to understand that the sport is for them as well as anyone for that matter. And so what we do is we provide free hockey for kids here in Flint, for kids between ages 7 and 12. And one of the things that we teach, and so vitally important, and it's so easy to understand for anybody that's involved in hockey, is, their first lessons how to fall. And that sounds crazy, how to fall, but it's obviously there's a bit of an art on ice skates. You don't want to hurt yourself, but anyway, the second and I think the most important lesson is how to get back up. And what we express to these young people is that sometimes it's very difficult to get back up because you're on skates, and that's how it is in life. And so I've been able to utilize the work I've done here in Flint and then transcend it, into the OHL, and how my beliefs and the way that I portray things to them. So it's important for me and all of our OHL teams to extend themselves to the community in which they're serving. I say that in a sense, like I tell players, don't just come to a community and play hockey there and use that community for your ice hockey journey. Immerse yourself in that community. Know who the people are in that community. And the other thing I hope for is when I walk into any of the rinks within our league is that I see a reflection of the entire community. And that includes people that maybe don't look like the average hockey fan. So my work goes in a long, there's a list of things that I try to involve, but it always starts with the players.
Rico, I see on the wall behind you one of those jerseys there. I believe that was a special night in Owen Sound, celebrating diversity in the game. These nights are held across the Ontario Hockey League, and it goes back to what you were just saying about making sure the game is open to everyone. People can come out, watch hockey, enjoy this great sport. Talk about the work that our various clubs around the league are doing to, definitely highlight diversity in the sport.
Well, I think there's a few clubs that come to mind, and Owen Sound, obviously with the jersey behind me. I was so proud to. I obviously have a lot of jerseys up there, and I have many more. I just, I can't get them all in a shot. But anyways, I'm grateful for all those jerseys. Those were provided to me by their teams and ceremoniously given to me in a lot of cases. So, anyways, with the work that's being done, Owen Sound is one that they make sure that each season they try to provide an opportunity to not just open up the doors, but allow the community to share the diversity that is around them. And I think that's key. In a lot of the efforts that we try to put together in the OHL, it isn't just having a performative night that says, hey, we support this section of a diverse community. Our roles are to bring those communities in to be a part of the hockey game, not just part of the game, but then let the hockey player, fans and family know what's out there, who's out there in our community. So another team that comes to mind is Peterborough Petes and Saginaw Spirit. I've got those jerseys right next to each other. These are champions of diversity, and that's really why they're on the wall. They have Pride Nights, and not only do they have Pride Nights, they do things year-round with the team to help educate the players about the communities that they're supporting. Erie Otters, right above them, they do some very important things with Black heritage in their community of Pennsylvania. So I can go on and on, but those are just some that just so happen to highlight it with the jersey. It's very ironic that you asked that question. Their jerseys are over my shoulder.
This summer will be 5 years. Rico, you've joined the OHL. I've been around about 30. You've acquired much more OHL stuff in the last 5 years than I've had a chance to in 30. So full marks to you from that standpoint. But certainly we always enjoy the conversation with you. You and I got a chance to catch up in studio in Sarnia earlier this year. We enjoyed the visit. Always enjoy the visit on this show. And enjoy the summer. Enjoy the rest of the OHL playoffs. And we will catch up again down the road.
Hey, I just want you to know that the work behind the scenes does not stop because the season's over. So we'll see you next season for sure. All right. Thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure.
Rico, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. There's Rico Phillips, the Director of Culture and Community for the Ontario Hockey League, joining us here at the OHL Priority Selection, and a guy who's certainly very passionate about the game. He referees hockey as well in Flint, and you know, he and I have had some conversations on on camera and off about just enjoying being out there, being part of the game, whether it's working with youth, talking to the players, the OHL players, officiating in Flint, you name it. Someone, as he said, is a retired firefighter, won the NHL's very prestigious Willie O'Ree Award years ago, and then joined the Ontario Hockey League in his current role, and has certainly made a difference around the OHL. And just having a chance to talk to the players about life and about the the culture of hockey as well. Let's shift gears here, and we've been also checking in with people that are broadcasting in the Ontario Hockey League playoffs, as of course the OHL playoffs continue on. There are games going on tonight, and Mike Poirier from Rogers Barrie is joining us right now. Mike, good to see you, getting set to continue on this Barrie Colts run. I'm sure you're excited to see the continuation of this series here against the Kingston Frontenacs.
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement about this series between the Barrie Colts and the Kingston Frontenacs, and it was a little surprising just how this playoff has come about. It seems like this year is probably the most intense second round we've had in several years. So being able to call a second round series such as this for the Barrie Colts and the Kingston Frontenacs is a ton of fun, and can't wait to get the series going even further.
Well, we'll get back to that series in just a second, but throughout the course of today, we've had various draft analysts on, and the name that's come up a few times is certainly that of Keishon Aitchison. You get to watch him nightly. Talk about what he brings to the table. I say he's a unicorn out there because they say throwback. Now he's got this offensive talent. I mean, this is a very rare player, so to speak, in the OHL these days.
Well, for Keishon Aitchison, he's got a flair both on and off the ice. He's probably one of the best dressed guys when he arrives at the Saddlein Arena. I don't know how many suits he has, but he's just got that flash, and it carries over onto the ice because the guy's just having so much fun. Thinking back to just even his first season, he was frustrated with not able to get that first goal until it was probably like game 67 that he got that first career OHL goal. So it took him time, but after that, he's been continuing to work on his game. He's been probably one of the most steady defensemen for the Barrie Colts. Probably one of the better open ice hitters too in the Ontario Hockey League. So yeah, he is a unicorn in the Ontario Hockey League, and I think whoever drafts him at the National Hockey League level is going to be pretty impressed with what he brings. And Barrie Colt fans, they love him. He's a fan favorite, and hopefully we'll see more of that in this playoff run.
I think he's a guy that some people are saying, kind of like, moving up or like under the radar a little bit. I think he's gotten so much attention in the second half and played so well that I think we might even be surprised just how high he goes in the NHL draft, because he brings that, brings everything. And, whether some guys bring the offense or a shutdown guy, just brings everything, and the flair for scoring those important goals, overtime winners galore, you name it. I'm sure it's been exciting to see him in action. But Mike, it's been exciting to see this Barrie Colts club come together indeed, and here it is, a team that had a strong regular season. Of course, the OHL Eastern Conference standings, they changed about every 15 minutes, it felt like, over the season. The Colts were in first, they were ranking fifth at one point, because just the way the Eastern Conference was. And I'm sure every night as you were prepping for a game, you didn't know what you were going to see with the Eastern Conference standings.
Well, it just, even from the start, when we saw the Niagara Ice Dogs challenging for top spot in the Central Division, it just kept going back and forth between those two, and then eventually they would meet in the playoffs. So you had no idea how it was going to come down. And then, of course, the OHL trade deadline, you had Kingston and Sudbury also becoming buyers. So it looked like we had 7 potential contenders in the Eastern Conference playoff picture. The Colts, of course, would stay steady and eventually take top spot in the Central Division. But you're right, the Eastern Conference, it has been a battle. Everyone at the start of the season was talking about Brampton, Oshawa, Brantford, Barrie, but this Kingston Frontenacs team too, like they've, they added some great Memorial Cup experience, and it's no surprise seeing how they're contending now in the second round. So it's been a fun ride, and yeah, even as a broadcaster, we're kind of spoiled in the Eastern Conference this year, just seeing how competitive all these teams are.
As this playoff run goes along for the Barrie Colts, I think one important factor is the trio formerly with the North Bay Battalion. I'm not sure if Battalion fans are cheering for the Colts or how that's all going to shake out, but talk about the impact. I mean, it seems every night I look up, it's one of those former troops that has come up with a big-time moment for the Colts.
Well, I know I do see comments on social media from time to time, North Bay fans commenting and saying, go Colts, go from a North Bay perspective. So it is a weird dynamic when you're trading within your division, because Barrie and North Bay have had some amazing, battles and rivalries over the years. So seeing Romani, Van Steensel, and Wakely all joining the Barrie Colts is a little odd, seeing them in Colt uniforms, but it's taken them a little bit to get going, but they've got their chemistry. And right now, Anthony Romani scoring at will. He's been amazing to watch, the Vancouver Canucks prospect. He's got that lethal shot. And what also helps too is that they know where each other are without even looking. We've had some great passing plays. Wakely's been here since October. He was the first one acquired from North Bay. But this North Bay line, it's been exciting to watch. They're now coming as advertised, because it took them a bit to get going. Remember, Romani, he had that injury back in the fall, so it took him a bit to join the Barrie Colts after that trade from the battalion. So we're now seeing what this line is capable of, and we're kind of getting spoiled now seeing it from this side of the rivalry.
I guess what do they say? If you can't beat him, join him. And I think Marty Williamson admitted a few of his gray hairs came from playing against that line with the battalion, so why not just bring them in? Mike, talk about the goaltending situation. Two strong goaltenders there with the Barrie Colts.
Well, coming into this regular season, the big question mark was the backup goaltending. We knew Sam Hillebrandt was going to be capable as a starter. He's represented Team USA at the World Juniors now in back-to-back seasons. And Ben Horebeck, we didn't see too much of him last year, as of course it was Hillebrandt and Ben West who were in goal for that run. But Horebeck, he's a big goaltender, and he answered all the questions. He's been pretty stellar and really giving Barrie that confidence that no matter who's in between the pipes, that you've got a goaltender that's going to be able to carry the load. And the Barrie Colts, the defense, they do like to help out with the offensive side of things. So there's going to be chances coming back the other way. And Ben Horebeck and Sam Hillebrandt up for the challenge. And I know it's been a question almost every game in the playoffs. Who gets the start? Is it going to be Hillebrandt or Horebeck? So I know Marty Williamson is pretty thrilled with what he's got in goal. And I'm sure he's okay with answering some questions when it comes to who's actually going to get the start, because you're good either way with who you go with.
Well, Mike, we're going to get you out on this question here. We'll bring it back to the 2025 OHL Priority Selection. The Colts went with a forward in the first round at 18th overall, and Alexander Sementsov from the Halton Hurricanes, who put up a ton of points. Not the biggest forward, but I mean, this guy is dynamic and very elite. What do you make of that selection from the Colts?
Well, for the Barrie Colts, they've been going with size these last couple of seasons. You look at the likes of Cole Baudouin, even Carter Lowe, he's a big forward. So this decision for the Colts going to more of the offensive side, I think it surprised a few people, but I think this is a good direction for this Barrie Colts team, because that you're going to need that offense. And they went with Parker Vaughan last year, who he had that size and that flair. So of course he moved on to North Bay in that trade. So when you bring in a player of this caliber, I think it's going to be a great sign for the Barrie Colts, as they want to have another strong run next year, and we'll see how this all plays out, because the Barrie Colts built with the size right now, so it's nice to see they're adding some scoring flair here.
Well, Mike, we appreciate the time, and we know you've got a game to get to this evening, so enjoy that, and thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me, and I know you guys have been working hard today, so hopefully you got a Red Bull or something on the sideline there.
We appreciate it. Thanks very much, Mike. There's Mike Poirier joining us here from the Barrie Colts broadcast. 3 games in the Ontario Hockey League Round 2 playoff action tonight. The London Knights on home ice taking on the Erie Otters. Game 2s across the board, and the home teams winning the opening games on home ice. On home ice, of course, is also the Windsor Spitfires against the Kitchener Rangers and the Kingston Frontenacs visiting the Barrie Colts. Game 2 of these Round 2 series. The home teams are leading in all of those series going in to the very pivotal second game. We are just wrapping up Round 14 of the OHL Priority Selection, and we've just got 2 picks to go, Kitchener and then London, to wrap things up. And for those aware, so the OHL teams take a pause last night. So of course Thursday night opened the series, and that's why some teams, maybe if they played a traditional Friday, wondered, but indeed they played Thursday because of the OHL Priority Selection puts the playoffs on pause for one night, right back at it tonight. So it's going to be exciting. I'm sure we're going to see some players that were chosen maybe in the last 24 hours at games tonight, or at games over the next couple of days, to see packed houses of what they can get excited to look forward to next season.
That was something I've always enjoyed over the course of my years covering the league, is that if the team you're covering does go on a long enough playoff run, you do get a chance to bring those picks in and give them that experience. And if anything, I mean, at this point, you've already drafted them, but now you bring them in and they get to see that playoff atmosphere, which we know is just electric across the league, and it probably gets them just chomping at the bit even more. So it'll be pretty neat for those teams to have the chance to probably introduce some of their prospects over the course of the next few games here as the playoffs roll along.
So we are deep into round 14, just a couple of choices left, and there are players that have come through the Ontario Hockey League that have been chosen in round 14. There's Adam Dennis, who of course won a couple OHL championships as a goaltender with Guelph, and then with the London Knights. Theo Peckham playing in Owen Sound, and certainly Zach Ronaldo, two guys that could play a very physical role. Tanner Pearson, player Daryl Woodley's mentioned him before, selecting him in the 14th round and then going on to play in the OHL and the National Hockey League. And Sasha Passageov, who, of course, was chosen by the Guelph Storm, went on to the Sarnia Sting and helped them to their run to the Western Conference Final a couple of years ago. A guy who could certainly be a very entertaining player. And there are just 5 examples of players chosen. Here it is in round 14 and still coming on to the Ontario Hockey League.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Tanner Pearson selection, we hear about it probably most years because look what
because Daryl's here,
well,
first of all.
Probably because Daryl's here, yes. But he goes on to have just a great NHL career, right, and win Stanley Cups. And it just shows, again, it's just a starting spot, but you see some of the names in there and a mix of players, right, like from what they brought to the table. And that's probably what you're getting when you get this deep into the draft is, hey, what can you do to get yourself to that level at this point? That's what it's all about. Can you be that skilled guy? Maybe you got to be the more physical type, like you talked about, like a Theo Peckham or Zach Ronaldo. They did what they had to do and got themselves to that next level and had big success.
We're going to take a break. Round 15 coming up next. It's the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore.
Parking your moving truck is hard. Moving your internet? That's easy. With Cogeco's super reliable, super fast, fiber-powered internet.
Lunch or dinner is served at Tim's. It's meaty, cheesy, and quenchy.
Now that's a meal.
Exactly. Make a meal of it. Order the new Hat Trick flatbread pizza and garlic bread on the Tim's app.
Time for Tim's.
Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this? Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Being a volunteer at YourTV is a really unique experience. In a way, it's a community serving the community. You have people from all different backgrounds coming together, create community programming, and I think that's really amazing.
My OHL is where people can speak up because it's all about communication. And at the end of the day, it's just so important that lines of communication are open. An environment is fostered and one that from players and staff feel as though, they're supported and that should they have any concerns, there's a very clear process in terms of, how to bring them forward.
For 50 years, we've been helping Canadians turn dreams into lasting legacies. Our equipment has been at the heart of Canadian communities, powering dreams and the hard work behind them. Kubota.
Round 15 of the OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. We are now joined by a 2010 7th round pick in the OHL Priority Selection. Now, player recruitment, player services for the OHL, Brody Barrick joins us now. You get a chance to meet and talk to a lot of these players and families coming into today. How enjoyable is it now to see this all come together today and, of course, last night?
Yeah, it's really the best, 2 days of the year in my role specifically. I mean, obviously hosting some families and players last night for the first few rounds and then making a lot of calls to players and parents and everyone today and hearing the excitement in their voice and it's a huge day for them. And so being able to make those phone calls today is, really the most rewarding part of my job, I feel. And it's a long year making a lot of relationships with people and guiding them through the process that a lot of them have never gone through before, and it can be stressful and a lot of anxiety and uncertainty for sure. So to be able to help in that sense is a lot of fun.
We'll talk about how this past year has been, because the landscape has really changed, right, in the Ontario Hockey League, and it's your job to try and keep these prospective players and their families up to date with everything going on. How's it gone?
It's been different, for sure, in great ways. I mean, at the end of the day, it's awesome for the players and their families to not have to make a pretty big life choice at such a young age with, you know, the rules and eligibility and stuff we've dealt with in the past. So at the very least, you know, it's been a lot of maybe more people open to talking than they have been in the past. I think it's, you know, even more important for us now to continue to educate players and their families on the OHL path moving forward, and ensuring that they have all the knowledge and understanding of our league and what's to come, you know, through this process as they head towards our league. So,
what are the most common questions you get?
A lot. You know, obviously a ton of questions about our education package and what we're able to provide our players with, not only while they're in our league, but afterwards as well. We get a lot of questions, especially from younger players. You know, if I'm not ready to make the jump to the OHL next year, what's that kind of path forward going to look like? And obviously, as we just touched on, you know, that path forward for some players has changed a little bit with the changing of eligibility and all that stuff. So, you know, really day-to-day life questions in the OHL. What opportunities, supports, and resources that players will have available to them while in our league. So really just trying to paint that, you know, full picture for the players and their families on what to expect, you know, through this process and beyond.
Well, I think last night was a good example of just how young these players are. We had 3 players here in studio with us, and it's hard to compare them to an Ethan Belchez from last year, because he kind of came in already like a man. But you sit down with them, and for a lot of them, they're green when it comes to doing interviews, but they're so excited. You're right. They're young players, and they're young men that have to make sometimes a big decision. So just trying to educate and keep people, I imagine trying to kind of guide them through this process is probably the #1 priority for you.
Yeah, and you see the raw excitement. I mean, we saw it in the building here last night and making the calls and everything like that today. They're, maybe not, you know, media trained or polished like they will be at the pro level when a lot of these guys move on. So it's really, you know, that raw excitement. And obviously it's always tough managing expectations. You never know what's going to happen through the draft process. So kind of weighing that, but ensuring that, you know, all players coming through this process get that experience. It's a great day. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be drafted into our league, and whether I ever played a game in our league or not, I'll still always have that day of my OHL draft. And I can't believe it's 15 years ago that I heard my name get called already to this point. But you know, the draft is really the start of the process for a lot, and we talk about it all the time. You guys have, you know, numerous times already today. It's not the defining factor in a player's career, but for those lucky enough to be selected, it's a big moment for them and their families.
I know you wouldn't want to toot your own horn, but when you can kind of, you know, see the storyline and sort of the questions that get asked, you kind of almost relate your story. Obviously, you're playing, you know, come into the OHL. Obviously, you want to make as much of an on-ice career as you can, but you can hold up a degree you got through the OHL education program with what's now TMU. You have a career in hockey now. I guess that's where you can kind of pass along to say, here, look, I was that 15, 16-year-old wanting to stop pucks as long as I could. I don't know why people do that, but and now coming along here, and yeah, you're right, 15 years ago you were drafted. That's making me start to feel old as well.
That's crazy.
But I'm sure you can really say, yeah, I was you. I was that one who was trying to do that, but also to relate to the parents to say, look, I was able to forge a career in hockey through the OHL.
For sure. I think that's the biggest thing that, you know, hopefully makes me successful in my role, is sitting down with families and players and doing team presentations and things like that. I can speak to that. I went through exactly what they're going through the draft year. Obviously, you know, being through it as a player and then getting drafted and figuring out the whole next part of the path forward. Worked on the team side, so as a scout, and then obviously this role. So I've touched on, you know, a few different areas of our league, and hopefully share my personal experience with them. Makes it feel a little bit more real and a little more exciting. And all I'm trying to do is share my experiences, share information on the league, and hopefully it helps the families out there.
Well, we were looking at the 2009 age group. Next year will be the 2010s, but I understand, you know, that work already starts.
Yeah, I mean, we wrap up the draft here today. I think we got a few picks left, and you know, obviously the work will never end really with that age group. But yeah, we look ahead to the 2010s already. I mean, it's we're always doing stuff at younger ages. I mean, we talk with U15 teams and get them in our buildings and meet teams and things like that already. So the work's kind of started on them already. But yeah, we get through today and maybe take a little bit of a breath, and then we're right ahead to the 2010. So
Brody, good to see you in studio. We'll see you in the hallway in a few minutes.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
This is Brody Barrick, Director of Player Recruitment, Player Services for the Ontario Hockey League. Got a chance to meet many of the players, and one we're going to meet right now is David Buckman, who is the selection of the Brantford Bulldogs, and he joins us right now out of the Ottawa Valley Titans. David, congratulations. How does it feel to be chosen in the first round of the OHL draft?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a complete honor to be chosen by the Brantford Bulldogs in the first round of the OHL draft, and I can't wait to get started.
David, last night selected 20th overall, first round pick. What were your expectations going into last evening's events?
I wasn't really sure where I was going to go, but when I heard my name get called for the Brantford Bulldogs, I was just super excited, and it's just a great moment to spend with my family.
David, as you were hearing about the Ontario Hockey League, what sort of things came to mind, getting set to come into the OHL draft in your draft year, but learning more and more about the OHL? What sort of things did you learn that really excited you about the OHL?
Yeah, I learned that the OHL is the best development league in the world, and just the great players that have come through the league, and just really caught my eye, and that's why I'd like to go to the OHL.
Well, we're checking out some of your highlights right now, David. Describe yourself as a player, especially for those Bulldogs fans that are just getting introduced to you. What can they expect?
Yeah, they can expect an offensive defenseman that uses his skating and vision on the ice to his ability. I like to make everyone around me better and just take lots of pride in my defensive ability as well.
David, we go through the summer now, and you get set to come into training camp with the Bulldogs next in the fall. What sort of things do you want to work on?
Yeah, obviously the OHL is bigger, older guys. I just am looking to work on getting stronger and faster in the gym, and keep on improving on all and keep on getting stronger in the gym and improving on my strength.
Well, David, the Brantford Bulldogs are still in the midst of a playoff run now. You're now a part of the organization. I'm sure you'll be keeping close tabs, of course, but it's got to be exciting to go to a team that's got such a great run of success in this league over the last decade, and is heading into a pretty exciting future as well. That entire organization, new owners, a new building on the horizon. You must be really excited to be heading to Brantford.
Yeah, I'm super excited. They've got the best fans in the league, and they just have amazing history, and they're just such a big organization. As I mentioned before, I can't wait to get started.
Well, congratulations on being chosen in the first round of the OHL Priority Selection. Looking forward to seeing you in Brantford down the road.
Thank you so much.
There's certainly a very excited young man being chosen by the Brantford Bulldogs. Brody Barrick still with us in the studio, and I actually because I wanted to follow up actually on that. Played for Ottawa Valley. And the geography of being able to get the word out to the players. It's one thing, the concentrated area of Toronto, but players in Ottawa, players in the Southwest, up north, in the U.S., how do you get the word around?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of nights in hotels and miles on the car for sure. But, we have great staff, not just myself, obviously relying on Daryl Woodley and his team to be out and in their areas and obviously, meeting and talking with families and having OHL brand presence out there. Of course, our teams do an incredible job throughout the course of the season to be everywhere. So while they might be there, scouting or talking to players about their team specifically, at the end of the day, they're representing the OHL brand as a whole as well, and so we have to give a lot of credit to our teams for supporting in that work. As you can imagine, I'm one person and can only be in so many places at one time, so definitely a lot of travel, but it's rewarding. We're fortunate with the world we live in nowadays that we can do Zoom calls and things like that. Obviously, it's always nicer to be in person and get to as many places as possible, but you talk about Ottawa, who made the switch from the U18 to the U16 just last year, and so they're at all the big tournaments now, and we get to see them a lot more than having to make the trip to go out to Ottawa, which we obviously do throughout the season as well. But yeah, it's fun work to be able to get to meet the players and talk with their families, so it makes it a lot easier.
And so big for Ottawa to have a player selected first overall, that Ottawa area. Caden McGregor goes first overall. It's been quite some time since a player from that region was taken with the top pick. And I guess it goes to the point, and I know we've talked about this in past years, but players will be found. It does not really matter where you play. They will find you, and you talk about the scope of not only yourself, but also OHL Central Scouting. they will get everywhere, won't they?
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, our teams at the end of the day are in the business of finding the best players and putting the best product on the ice to win games. So they're going to leave no stones unturned to be able to do so. And so yeah, whether you're playing in Ottawa or Sault Ste. Marie or Toronto, you're going to get ample opportunity to be seen. And I think that's the biggest message. Players don't necessarily have to change teams all the time or move to new places. Good players and good people are going to be found by scouts, whether it be in your draft year, if you're a late bloomer, things like that. Again, our teams are always watching players, and they want to do whatever they can to make sure that they're bringing in talent.
There was an announcement this week from the Ontario Hockey League, some updates to the standard players agreement and additions to the off-season stipend, training, things like that. I'm sure that's a case of making sure to modernize the program and making sure, and we've seen it over the years, whether it was tuition and books and residential or housing in some cases for players, but looking to make sure the demands or the needs of the players are taken care of both while they're playing in the OHL but afterwards as well.
For sure, and it's a lot of work that's gone into this. We're excited by the change in the eligibility rules, obviously, and think that it provides us maybe access to some more players. But we can't just sit back and think our jobs are easy now because the rules change. We need to continue to improve what we're doing and provide our players with the best experience on and off the ice while they're playing in our league, and also set them up for success afterwards as well. And so, a lot of hard work on our side has gone into this to standardize things a little bit more and make sure that, the needs and what our players need moving forward are being met.
And one thing that's happened, it's obviously goes back to probably when you were playing, was the league moved the education program in-house. Before, the teams would handle it. But if you had a situation of a player who maybe played 2 years with one team, 2 years with another, now it was divided among the two teams. Now, with, I'm sure, being, the paperwork, the financial side of it, bringing everything in-house, I'm sure has been so huge for the players and their families.
Yeah, I think just that centralized process makes things obviously easier for the player, but also makes it seem, more well put together on our end. And, Julie Kukin in our office, our Director of Education Services, spends a lot of time on the scholarship program, as you can imagine, but we have great people and great resources to make sure that the players, are getting what they need out of our league. We talk about being the #1 development league in the world, and of course we're talking about sending the most players on to pro hockey in the NHL on a yearly basis as we do, but we're just as proud as the doctors and lawyers and all the alumni. Ben Finelli sitting up here earlier, and obviously an incredible story is what he's been able to go on and do afterwards. So we look to the Connor McDavids and all of these guys on a nightly basis in the NHL, but we have players and alumni at the top of their fields, in other fields, not just on the ice, and it's because of what they were able to get during their time in our league.
Well, Brody, you mentioned about Ben Finelli sitting here earlier. We've talked to some other OHL alumni over the course of this weekend. You're a proud member of the OHL alumni, but those relationships and something we've talked about that you make during your hockey days can go well beyond hockey as well. Is that something that you're passing along to the young players, which I could understand a 15-year-old that maybe isn't going to resonate at first, but something that might kind of kick in a few years down the road?
Yeah, I never expected to be working full-time in hockey after my playing career. Sure, it was a dream of mine and a goal that I'd set, but really at the end of the day, it's because of the relationships and the people that I met while playing, staff members, obviously working afterwards. Everyone that I've met through the game of hockey has allowed me to stay in the game of hockey, and when you move on after playing and you're at life events and things like that, of course you look back on your playing career, but the people that you're with and the people that you surround yourselves, for me anyways, and I think for a lot of players playing in our league, are the teammates and staff members and all that you met while playing in our league, and obviously goes a lot further than just the pucks they were firing at my head in practice and things like that. So
how many times do you have, whether it's you maybe go visit a team and now a former teammate or someone you played against is now coaching, for example, involved, and you probably just picked up stories up where they left off?
Yeah, you see guys in the ranks all the time, scouts, agents, coaches with teams, all of that. It's really full circle, and you're always running into someone somewhere that you've crossed paths with or played with. It's even more fun now to kind of meet the guys that you played against and have known their name and all of that all along, but never really got to make a relationship with, and are now kind of meeting them in different roles. So being a part of the OHL alumni family is something I'll always have with me, and pretty exciting for sure.
And you're thinking, hey, did I stop that breakaway, or did you score in that breakaway?
I think we know the answer to that one. It's easy for me to figure out, but all in good fun, obviously.
We could obviously have some fun with it, Mark.
Yeah, we can. Well, you know what? I'm looking ahead to, we got 3 picks left now. Actually, we're down to 2. There you go.
2, yeah.
Joshua Goodwin going to the Peterborough Pete's. 2 picks left, and I think it's only fair at this time in the draft, though, Terry. And with Brody here, we just talk about if your name's not called, we've said it all weekend, this isn't the end of the journey, that's for sure. And there'll probably be a few minutes where you're going to be pretty heartbroken, but we know that these players, the ones that get to that next level, they're dedicated to the sport, and just you can't let those setbacks hold you back.
Yeah, it's not the defining moment. We talked about it before. Is it an exciting day for those selected? Of course, but we see a ton of players, whether it be at our level, the NHL level, who go undrafted and go on to have better careers than the guys that were drafted. So regardless of what's taken place over the last 2 days, it's up to the players now to not just sit back and rest on what happened here for the last 2 days. The ones that were drafted have to go have a good summer training and make the team and work towards that, and undrafted players still have great opportunity as well.
So the London Knights have the final choice. We're waiting for it to update on the screen. We can tell you it's Connor Brennan of the Burlington Eagles out of Burlington is the final choice. But we've seen it through the under 18, through free agency. So many players. There's 303 on this list. But we're going to see more from this age group. They're going to end up in the Ontario Hockey League.
100%, and that's the guys that take away from this. And yeah, it might sting for a little bit for those players, and the ones that kind of pick themselves up and get back in the gym and get back on the ice and train and all of that to develop a little bit later. I mean, there's no clear path forward. If there was, it would be an easy process for those who are going to make it, and so the path forward is different for everybody. And we see guys, it's not a straight line from where they're at now to wherever they want to end up. So yeah, it's exciting to follow these guys now for the next little bit and see the ones that really take a step forward.
Mark, 303 picks are done. Final thoughts on last night and today's events.
303 picks. Don't ask me to name them all right now.
Ready, go. All
right, I will say this. Caden McGregor. Okay, I will say this though. Fun weekend, right? And the energy last night, I thought, from the players we were able to have in studio and those that were able to join us, whether they were already at the arena of their new team or just at home, you can just tell what this means to them. And the word we come back to is journey. And again, it's maybe the end of one journey, that being the minor hockey journey for some, but the start of another. And again, maybe one door closes, but another opens. This is just a fun weekend for the OHL, and we're in the midst of the playoffs, and it's been a long regular season. But for everyone to sit back, catch their breath, and to see this hard work pay off on this weekend, I think it's a tip of the cap to everyone.
Mark, Brody, thanks. Always appreciate the time. We'll see you about a year from now.
You bet. Can't wait.
Brody Perrick, Mark McCalvey here with us in the studio. That's going to put a wrap on us here for the 2025 OHL Priority Selection presented by Real Canadian Superstore. I could be here for another half hour with shout-outs of the people that have been involved behind the scenes. OHL Central Scouting, OHL Commissioner Brian Crawford, the entire team, the communications team with the OHL, Jordan Henry, Josh Sweetland, and many more. I'm going to leave out a bunch of names here. And our team here at Cogeco at YourTV putting this together. We changed venues this year to Cogeco headquarters at Studio 23, and I think certainly the team behind the scenes, Mark and I, and then Daryl Woodley and Brody here, we're the ones in front of the camera, but so many people behind the cameras putting this together for weeks and months, literally putting this show together and being able to pull it off and bring it to you across the network. And certainly we're very proud, and I know myself, very proud to bring this to you each and every year. So congratulations, 303 players, obviously their families, their coaches, you name it, but also a shout out to everyone who puts in the hard work each and every night. We know we're going to hear from so many more over the course of the next few years in the Ontario Hockey League journey. For everyone here at YourTV, at Cogeco, at the Ontario Hockey League, I'm Terry Doyle. Thanks for joining us for the 2025 OHL Priority Selection.